After that, Meng Hao saw many familiar people appear, none of whom could he quite seem to remember. Su Bai came, as did Chin Fan and Fatty. Even Big Harry. By now, Big Harry was a totemic sacred ancient. However, he was only level 11, not level 12. Nor had his cultivation base reached that legendary realm of heavenly neodemons similar to the spirit-severing stage. Instead, he was at the great circle of the nascent soul stage. In the great lands of the Western Desert, there are a total of 12 levels of neodemon growth. According to historical records, the peak was generally considered to be level 11 neodemons who were similar to the spirit-severing stage. Level 12 neodemons, also called totems, were comparable to the Tao-seeking stage. Neodemons like that had only existed during the golden age of the Western Desert. The true power of a totemic sacred ancient had almost everything to do with the faith that was exercised in it. However, what goes up must come down. That was all in the past. After the apocalypse hit the Western Desert, even great tribes with spirit-severing patriarchs could not compare to how they had been before, during the heyday of the Western Desert. Therefore, level 11 heavenly neodemons were similar to the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Level 12 were similar to spirit-severing, and possessed the power to bestow totems. Most Western Desert cultivators were not even aware of this. Only tribal great fathers and high priests understood the matter thoroughly. It was the same with Meng Hao in his role as totemic sacred ancient. With more tribe members, there was more faith power, which allowed him to grow stronger. When the Western Desert apocalypse came, life force was exterminated. Neodemons were affected, and even more so, totemic sacred ancients. All totemic sacred ancients were weakened severely. Thankfully, Meng Hao had nourished Big Harry and the others using demonic qi. Because of this, Big Harry and the other totemic sacred ancients of the Golden Crow Black Dragon clan developed the ability to bestow totems earlier than usual. They were able to do so at level 11. Big Harry stayed for quite some time in the Violet Sea. He let out yips and calls as he looked for Meng Hao. He ended up with nothing and left sadly. One day another old man came. His face was grim, and his cultivation base was not clear. Meng Hao could see that he was surrounded by incredible killing intent as well as an ancient, archaic aura. The intensity of it caused Meng Hao's cultivation base to tremble. The man looked at the sea for a long time before frowning. In the end, he gave a cold laugh and then left. That man was none other than the 10th patriarch of the Wang clan. Many people came. One day it was a woman in a red garment. Although she was incredibly beautiful, her face was filled with a frown. Her gaze swept about, and then she looked down at the Violet Sea. She happened to be directly above the position in which Meng Hao was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the sea. "I've been waiting for you for years only to find out that you're here, in the midst of demonic transmigration. Instead of working hard at being a cultivator, you decide to become a demon? What the hell? Are you crazy, you moron? Are you a man or not? First you take advantage of me, and then just go on your merry way? How irresponsible could you be? What the hell am I gonna do in 10 years? What the hell is a lone badass bitch gonna do by herself in the primordial demon immortal plane?" There was nothing the red-robed woman could do other than grind her teeth. A few days later, she left angrily, clearly incredibly frustrated. A few more days passed, whereupon a woman came who wore a long green garment. She was pretty and emanated a medicinal aura. She hovered in midair for a long time as she looked out at the sea. "Meng Hao, where are you exactly?" she said softly. A very long time passed. She sighed and prepared to leave. Before making her way off into the distance, she looked at the Violet Sea and then threw a medicinal pill down into the waters. This was a medicinal pill that she had personally concocted, and it represented her personal Tao of alchemy, which had reached its peak. The medicinal pill fell into the water and dissolved. Suddenly, Meng Hao felt something tugging at his heart. A tremor ran through his corpse, which was still sitting cross-legged on the seafloor. Another dim morning, a white-robed woman flew out across the sea from the direction of the Black Lands. She seemed neither angry nor happy, but rather cold. She hovered quietly in mid-air, looking around at the sea. After a long moment passed, She slowly looked down at the violet seawater. What she didn't know was that she was actually looking at Meng Hao himself. Meng Hao couldn't quite grasp that the woman he was looking at was Su Qing. Being separated from someone is not the most helpless feeling in the world. Even worse is when you are directly in front of the person you miss, but can't actually see them. For the first time, Meng Hao's emotions trembled. That tremor ran through the entire violet sea. Moments ago it had been calm, but now, huge waves rolled across its surface. Su Qing stared blankly down at the sea. For an entire year. During that year, she did not leave, but instead passed the time on a mountain island. Every day she looked out at the sea. Every day, Meng Hao looked back at her. During that year, Meng Hao continuously tried to remember who she was. Su Qing wasn't aware of it, but in order to prevent her from being disturbed, Meng Hao made the area surrounding the island a zone in which life was not permitted. No Western desert cultivator could step foot into that area. It became a world that belonged only to Meng Hao and Su Qing. A year later, a jade slip that Su Qing possessed began to glow brightly. It seemed to be a summons. The glow flickered with increasing frequency, causing her to rise to her feet. She looked quietly out at the sea before turning to leave. The instant that she turned, a single teardrop rolled out from the corner of her eye and fell down into the sea. The teardrop merged into the seawater. Chu Yuyan left behind a medicinal pill. Su Qing left behind a single teardrop. The medicinal pill caused Meng Hao to tremble. The tear, however, dropped into the sea and then caused the western desert violet sea to suddenly explode with unprecedented tsunami waves. Who was she? Meng Hao asked himself. As he asked himself this question, the tsunami waves grew even more shocking. They rolled across the entire western desert violet sea, causing all the cultivators in the Black Lands to tremble. Why am I in such pain? What have I forgotten? Who was that woman? Who were all those people? As Meng Hao murmured to himself, storm winds raged and huge waves battered the surface of the sea. Roaring filled the air. Even as he asked himself these questions, Meng Hao let out a soundless, frenzied roar. As the teardrop moved down, the seawater parted to make way for it, creating something almost like a path. The teardrop proceeded unobstructed. It was as if it were being guided down into the depths of the violet sea. It continued down into the blackness toward where Meng Hao's corpse sat cross-legged. The teardrop neared Meng Hao and then landed onto his pale, bloodless lips. Then, it seeped into his mouth and transformed into a deep bitterness. The bitter tear spread out within Meng Hao's mouth, causing his corpse to suddenly move. An indescribable aura suddenly exploded out from him. As it did, the tsunami waves on the sea grew even more astonishing. After a long, long time passed, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly opened. When his eyes opened, a roaring sound filled his mind. Countless memories, countless images, poured out, filling his mind, restoring him. Death is not the end of life, but rather, the beginning. I am Meng Hao. After a long moment passed, he looked quietly out at the black seafloor. However, what he saw with his eyes was actually the sky above the surface of the ocean. He was awake. He was enlightened. In the instant of his enlightenment, he realized that 10 years had passed since that teardrop fell. As for how much time had passed since he began his process of understanding the violet sea, a full 150 years had passed. Without that teardrop, Meng Hao would not have awakened. He would have continued his demonic transmigration. 10,000 years later, he would have awoken. When that happened, the world would have had one less cultivator. The legacy of the demon sealers would have been severed. At the same time, a new greater demon of heaven and earth would have appeared. The instant he woke up, the great waves on the surface of the violet sea calmed. All of the specters sank down into the seawater, vanishing from the world above. The entire violet sea became deathly quiet. Down in the depths of the violet sea, Meng Hao's life force once again burned vigorously. After a few days passed, he had already surpassed his previous pinnacle. Before, such intense life force would have provoked an incredible reaction from the will of extermination in the violet sea. he would have been completely and thoroughly exterminated. But now, the Violet Sea did nothing to get rid of him. That was because Meng Hao was the Violet Sea. And in many ways, the Violet Sea was Meng Hao. He slowly lifted up his right hand. As he did, the entire Violet Sea quietly sank down a full 30 meters. The majestic western desert Violet Sea sank down 30 meters, making more of the island mountains visible. This scene caused all of the cultivators in the Black Lands to be completely shocked. One group of people after another came out to investigate. However, no one could figure out or even guess why the sea had suddenly sunk by 30 meters. The real reason was because that was how much seawater was needed to congeal a violet character for water on the back of Meng Hao's hand. This mark signified that Meng Hao could control the power of death of the Violet Sea. This was his water-type totem tattoo. As he looked down at his hand, Meng Hao waved it, causing the seawater that surrounded him to part, creating an opening 300 meters wide. Within that opening, no water existed. At the same time, a bloody light sparkled on his index finger. This light represented the life force of the blood totem as it magically made its appearance. Under Meng Hao's control, a ghost image of the blood totem slowly appeared on the back of his right hand. Slowly it began to fuse with the Violet Sea totem, which represented death. As they fused, as the ghost images sprang up, Meng Hao's body suddenly shook. Blood represents life. The Violet Sea represents death. When life and death collide, that is extermination. When life and death mix together, it is the source of all life. This is my fifth element, water. It represents life and also represents death. It is a source of extermination and also a source of life. My water-type totem will form my first nascent soul. This color is a combination of violet and blood. It is my fifth element, water, my blood-violet nascent soul. His eyes shone with a strange light as he suddenly clenched his right fist. The water-type totem tattoo disappeared. It didn't dissipate, but rather sank down into Meng Hao's body, branding itself onto his perfect gold core. At the same time, Meng Hao's eyes flickered with determination. As of this moment, he suddenly looked, not like a cultivator, but like an alchemist. As of this moment, he was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. My body is the pill furnace, he murmured. His blood began to circulate rapidly. Tremors ran through his flesh, making it seem as if he truly had become a great furnace of heaven and earth. Inside of him, there was no flame, but rather his life force. Using his life to concoct pills, and using alchemy to concoct a nascent soul, he would create his own 5-colored nascent soul. My heart is the pill formula. He placed his hands onto his knees and closed his eyes. Within his heart existed a method that had never been used before, and probably never would again, to begin his cultivation base breakthrough. This was a way to acquire a perfect nascent soul even though he had never been told the true method for forming such a nascent soul. This was Meng Hao's pill formula. Concoct a 5-colored nascent soul. The first step is to make not 1 but 5 nascent souls. Meng Hao's body filled with a roaring sound as he used pill concocting techniques to begin to refine his own body. After fusing the water-type totem onto his perfect gold core, Meng Hao used his own body as the pill furnace and his heart as the pill formula to be able to concoct a nascent soul. This was something that had never occurred in the cultivation world before Meng Hao. It was his own path, his own way of practicing cultivation. It was a road that would reach the peak of perfection. Time passed. Suddenly, cracking sounds could be heard from his perfect gold core. Fissures appeared. Moments later, his perfect gold core suddenly exploded, transforming into a primordial chi vortex. Suddenly, a blood-violet glow could be seen. Within the chi vortex, Meng Hao's body radiated blood-violet light. The light spread out of the vortex and then began to congeal together. Soon, a vague outline became visible. The shape of the outline swirled continuously. The Violet Sea surged around Meng Hao, also turning into a vortex, which grew larger and larger until the entire western desert Violet Sea was affected. Roaring filled the air. All of the cultivators who happened to be on the Violet Sea regardless of where they were instantly filled with astonishment. In their shock, they had no way to even guess what was causing this phenomenon. Meng Hao's eyes were closed at the moment. The blood-violet light continued to radiate out intensely. The interlocking beams of light that were forming the outline began to grow more and more clear. Soon it was obvious that the outline, astonishingly, it was congealing into the shape of a small person. This person looked exactly like Meng Hao, only much smaller. It was about 7 inches tall, its body completely transparent and emanating a blood-violet glow. An incredible aura was also detectable. The intensity of this aura far exceeded that possessed by virtually any other nascent soul cultivator. It was even comparable to the flawless nascent souls of cultivators from great sects. Upon its appearance, the nascent soul's expression was one of confusion. However, it quickly came to its senses and stretched out its arms and legs. Meng Hao's heart began to pound as the power of an early nascent soul cultivation base suddenly exploded out within him. Back at Blackgate Fort, he had temporarily possessed a similar, but unstable cultivation base. This time it was permanent and completely of his own. Furthermore, although this was still the early nascent soul stage, in terms of aura, the power was even more intense. This was a blood-violet nascent soul. As soon as the nascent soul appeared, it flew out from Meng Hao's body to float in the air in front of him. Its eyes glittered as it sat cross-legged in mid-air, its body radiating blood-violet light up into the sky. When looking at the cultivation world of South Heaven as a whole, all nascent soul cultivators generally cultivated a single nascent soul. That single nascent soul would become the focus of their path of cultivation. Only a few almighty practitioners possessed special techniques or incredible cultivation bases that made a single nascent soul insufficient, and would therefore refine a second nascent soul. People like that were the strongest among the strong. Each and every one of them were people who left indelible marks on the pages of history. As of this moment, Meng Hao was taking his first steps down just such a path. The appearance of his blood-violet nascent soul caused a red glow to suddenly appear in Meng Hao's eyes. He took a deep breath, then closed his eyes. By now, his perfect gold core was completely shattered and had turned into a vortex that spun constantly and emanated a primordial aura. Suddenly, Meng Hao's metal-type totem tattoo began to flicker and then slowly fade away. It sunk down into his body, transforming into a golden light which then fused into the primordial vortex. Metal-type power from the spirit of the golden crow, an unbreakable metal, murmured Meng Hao. Using my pill concocting methods, I will use this to concoct Meng Hao's second nascent soul, using his body as the pill furnace and his heart as the pill formula. He once again began to concoct a nascent soul. Moments later, a rumbling sound emanated out from his body. Thankfully, Meng Hao was at the bottom of a sea. Were he not, the sound would have echoed out far into the distance. Despite being on the seafloor, it still caused huge waves to suddenly explode out in all directions. At the same time, the primordial vortex within Meng Hao emanated an intense golden light, which radiated out through his skin, making him look like a statue of gold. Next, an outline became visible within that golden light. It grew clearer and clearer as it transformed into a small person that looked exactly like the blood-violet nascent soul. It was 7 inches tall, completely transparent, and had a blank expression on its face. It looked exactly like the blood-violet nascent soul, except that this second nascent soul emanated a golden glow. Its bearing was one of righteousness and utter holiness. After the space of a few breaths, the tiny golden figure's eyes suddenly flashed with clearness. It stretched its body, causing golden light to explode out along with incredible power. Meng Hao's cultivation base suddenly exploded with power. It shot upward, climbing up to the peak of the early nascent soul stage, just a tiny step away from the mid-nascent soul stage. The tiny golden figure was the second of Meng Hao's nascent souls, a 5 elements metal nascent soul. The nascent soul flickered as it shot out from within Meng Hao. It flew out just like the blood-violet nascent soul, except in a different direction, where it then stopped and then faced the first nascent soul. An incredible aura rippled out in all directions. Meng Hao's cultivation base undulated with incredible intensity. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath as the wood-type totem tattoo on his forehead began to fade away. Metal and water have been concocted into nascent souls, he murmured to himself. Now it's time for wood. The greenwood tree from the ninth sea will become my third nascent soul. Wood nascent soul. With this nascent soul, my progress down the path of the five-colored nascent soul will be almost complete. Meng Hao focused all of his mind and heart on the chi vortex inside of him. Using his spiritual sense like his own hands, he again began to concoct a nascent soul. It only took moments before the primordial chi vortex within him to begin to shine with a green light. It seemed as if lightning were dancing about within it. Incredible roaring sounds emanated out that seemed to contain life itself within them. It became life force, an overwhelming life force that seemed to stem from the beginning of all creation. At the same time, a beam of green light shot out from within the primordial vortex. The beam of light swirled around to form an outline of four limbs and a head. Facial features emerged. The eyes suddenly snapped open and began to shine with a blinding green light. Meng Hao's wood nascent soul suddenly appeared. The moment that the wood nascent soul appeared, Meng Hao's cultivation base shot up, breaking out from the early nascent soul stage and entering fully into the mid-nascent soul stage. 3 nascent souls. If any outsider could look upon this scene, that person would definitely be flabbergasted, filled with incredible disbelief. From ancient times until now, cultivators who possessed 3 nascent souls were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Perhaps only 10 people had ever done so, and that was 10,000 years in the past. Right now, Meng Hao had successfully concocted a 3rd nascent soul. However, in terms of the path of concocting a 5-colored nascent soul, the first step wasn't even fully complete. From this, it could be seen that Meng Hao's nascent soul concocting method was truly something completely new. All of this, with the exception of Meng Hao's acquisition of the various 5 elements totem tattoos, was almost completely because of his position as a grandmaster of the Tao of alchemy. Only with such an identity could he be qualified to use pill concocting techniques to concoct a nascent soul. Most importantly was Meng Hao's overall base. He had reached the great circle of qi condensation. He had 10 perfect Tao pillars. He had completed the great circle of the perfect gold core. With a base like that, he was completely unique in all the lands of South Heaven. Such a base was the reason that a primordial vortex spun about inside of him. It sustained him as he concocted one nascent soul after another. Were anyone else in this situation without such a foundation, they would be completely incapable of doing this. He was now about to enter a place that throughout the history of the great lands of South Heaven, only a few nascent soul experts had ever entered. Throughout countless years and among endless chosen and heroes, this was the most nascent souls anyone had ever possessed. For nascent souls, throughout innumerable years, only 3 people had ever possessed 4 nascent souls. As of now, that number would be increased to 4. East Pill ever-burning flame, murmured Meng Hao, which is just like the eternity of my Tao of alchemy and my ever-burning heart. I will congeal the fire of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. This fire represents my Tao of alchemy, and the determination with which I practice cultivation. This fire will be used to concoct my 4th nascent soul. Fire nascent soul. His voice was soft, but filled with unhesitating decisiveness that could chop nails and sever iron. At the same time as he had spoken, the wood nascent soul flew out to sit cross-legged in the air with the water and metal nascent souls. 3 nascent souls circled through the air around Meng Hao. Suddenly, a yellow light began to shine out from Meng Hao's fire-type totem tattoo as it slowly vanished. It also merged into the primordial vortex. A sea of fire appeared within Meng Hao, completely enveloping the primordial vortex. It spread out from within him to fill the entire area. He was completely surrounded by a sea of fire. Within the flames, the chi vortex spun as a band of fire shot out. It quickly transformed into a small person, 7 inches tall. This was Meng Hao's 5 elements fire nascent soul. As soon as it appeared, the flames in the area fell in on themselves, rippling back into Meng Hao and congealing onto the body of the fire nascent soul. It was at this point that the nascent soul's eyes opened. When that happened, Meng Hao's cultivation base exploded upward, climbing all the way to the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. Back at Blackgate Fort, when he first combined the 5 elements, his cultivation base had climbed up to the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. Now, with only 4 nascent souls, he had already reached the same level he had before when combining the 5 elements. Meng Hao took a deep breath. His eyes glittered as the fire nascent soul flew out to join the other 3 nascent souls that floated around his head. They were now formed into a 4-sided spell formation. The exact center of that spell formation was none other than Meng Hao. The essence of the power of the Frost Soil Demon Emperor was the Frost Soil, which existed even before primordial times, at the beginning of everything. That essence will form my 5th nascent soul. Earth nascent soul. He took a deep breath. Filled with unprecedented confidence, he closed his eyes once more. His final totem tattoo vanished and then merged into the chi vortex within him. Time passed. Moments later, an intensely cold aura began to emanate out from Meng Hao to fill the area. Cracking sounds could be heard as the violet sea around him was frozen. Meng Hao's cultivation base exploded up again. Now, he was no longer at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage, but rather had broken through into the late-nascent soul stage. His hair whipped about and his clothing rippled. At the same time, an intense howling sound could be heard coming from within him. A 7-inch tall person floated up out of the top of his head. Its expression was one of solemnity, and it radiated a frigid aura, just like that of frost soil. This was Meng Hao's 5 elements Earth nascent soul. The 5 elements Earth nascent soul floated out. As of now, Meng Hao was surrounded by 5 nascent souls: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. His 5 elements nascent souls were finally complete. The first step of the 5-colored nascent soul was now finished. As of this moment, Meng Hao had reached an unprecedented point along the path of the nascent soul stage in the lands of South Heaven. There was no one more powerful than him. His spiritual sense increased several times over. 300 meters, 3,000 meters, 15,000 meters. Soon, it was 27,000 meters. However, if he focused all of the divine sense into one line, instead of spreading it out in all directions, that distance would be multiplied by 10. This was no longer spiritual sense. No spiritual sense could reach this point. The only thing that could was divine sense. This was a speciality of nascent soul cultivators. Divine sense. An ordinary cultivator of the late nascent soul stage possessed divine sense that had a limit of 21,000 meters. The line of demarcation with the spirit-severing stage was 30,000. Only spirit-severing cultivators had divine sense with a range of 30,000. Right now, though, Meng Hao's divine sense already could reach 27,000 meters. Meng Hao looked up at the 5 nascent souls hovering around his head. Right now, the primordial chi vortex formed from his perfect gold core was greatly reduced. However, from the look of it, it seemed sufficient to actually concoct a 6th nascent soul. Meng Hao looked thoughtfully at the 5 elements nascent souls, and felt the boundlessness of his late nascent soul stage cultivation base. He took a deep breath. He had practiced cultivation for less than 200 years. He had started out as an insignificant cultivator in the state of Zhao. The path which he had traveled led down to this very moment in which he was a late nascent soul stage expert. All of the memories along the way seemed almost like a fantasy. His 5 elements nascent souls were assembled. The first step was complete. Now, the second step was about to be taken. That second step was combining the 5 elements. Once combined, he would be a 5-colored paragon. However, a flash of hesitation appeared in Meng Hao's eyes, and he frowned. The 13 level of chi condensation formed a great circle. My perfect foundation, my perfect gold core, my entire path, consisted of reaching the pinnacle of each stage. All of that made it so that I could exceed anyone else in the same stage. Therefore, I now have my 5 elements nascent souls. Nascent souls of the 5 elements and 5 colors can be broken down as follows. 3 elements are cracked. 4 elements are flawless. 5 elements are perfect. Logically speaking, I should be in the realm of perfection. Divine sense with a range of 27,000 meters seems to exceed other nascent soul eccentrics by far. However, I wonder what the true range of the divine sense of a perfect nascent soul really is. This was what was causing Meng Hao to hesitate. He looked at the 5 elements nascent souls, lost in thought. The fact that his 5 elements nascent souls were successfully concocted caused him to be both extremely happy, but at the same time thoughtful. Divine sense with a range of 27,000 already proved that his choice of paths was correct. Correct, and yet, there seemed to be some difference between this path and the perfect nascent soul of legend. Meng Hao didn't know exactly how powerful the legendary perfect nascent soul was, but considering he was familiar with the perfect foundation and perfect gold core, it was possible to come up with a general, theoretical answer to the question. A perfect nascent soul requires all of the 5 elements. The result is one nascent soul with 5 elements and 5 colors. I, however, chose to concoct 5 different nascent souls based off of the different totems. When I combine the 5 elements, I should be able to achieve a perfect nascent soul. However, I still have the feeling. I can't know for sure, but bet the true range of a perfect nascent soul is 29,999 meters. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a strange light. The method he had created to concoct a nascent soul became the path of the 5 elements nascent soul. This method did not become a new technique for creating a perfect nascent soul. Actually, it appeared to exceed that path. My divine sense has reached 27,000 meters after successfully producing the 5 elements nascent souls, which is still slightly less than a perfect nascent soul. Well then, I'll just have to add another nascent soul to close the gap. Meng Hao's eyes shone with determination as he sat there cross-legged on the seafloor. He lifted his right hand up, within which appeared, shockingly, a medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was something he had acquired from the bag of holding of the member of the G-clan he had killed all those years ago. It was one of the 3 great medicinal pills, a 1-color soul procurement pill. This pill was incredibly rare, something miraculous from ancient times. After consuming it, there was a high likelihood to increase the quality of a nascent soul. By adding an extra color, it was like adding an extra level of power to the 5 elements. I already have all of the 5 elements. Perhaps consuming this pill will do nothing. On the other hand, perhaps a 6th element will appear that I'm unaware of. Meng Hao was silent for a moment before his expression filled with determination. He had to try at least once. Not trying wasn't an alternative he could accept. Without hesitation, he produced the copper mirror. He had a lot of spirit stones in his bag of holding, wealth he had accumulated over the years of leading the Crow divinity tribe. With no trace of irresoluteness, he duplicated the medicinal pills. It took a vast amount of spirit stones to produce only a single copy. Now he had 2 1-color soul procurement pills, one of which he immediately popped into his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, a roaring filled his body. The medicinal pill dissolved, instantly transforming into something that seemed like a unique type of divine sense. It swept through him as if it were searching for something. Moments later, the power of the medicinal pill vanished along with that unique divine sense. Apparently it hadn't found what it was looking for. Meng Hao frowned and opened his eyes, lost in thought. The pill's ineffectiveness showed that his 5 elements really were of the Great Circle. There was no base for the pill to be able to randomly create a new element. The 3 great ancient miraculous pills couldn't possibly be so useless, could they? He thought. Disregarding the loss of spirit stones, he produced another duplicate and then consumed it. He experienced the same feeling as before, but in the end, nothing happened. However, the power of the bizarre divine sense seemed to overlap with the power from before, making it even more powerful. Meng Hao consumed another 1-color soul procurement pill, just to make sure that wasn't passing up an opportunity that he would regret later. He had already decided that he would consume at least 10 of the pills. If he didn't succeed at that point, then he would give up and combine the 5 elements he already had. It was merely a guess on his part that divine sense with a range of 27,000 meters was different from the divine sense of a perfect nascent soul. For all he knew, a perfect nascent soul really did have divine sense with a range of only 27,000 meters. Based on this line of reasoning, he continued to consume one-color soul procurement pills. After consuming the 9th pill, the strange divine sense once again appeared. It was at this point that Meng Hao suddenly felt a stab of pain on his forehead. The pain came suddenly, as if it had been hiding within his body all along, undetectable. After consuming the 9th one-color soul procurement pill, the overlapping layers of fearsome divine sense were finally able to detect it. When the stab of pain appeared, Meng Hao's mind trembled. As soon as he felt the pain, he immediately duplicated another one-color soul procurement pill. Even in ancient times, few people would ever have been able to possess so many of these kind of medicinal pills. In fact, throughout history down until this day, no one ever had. Only Meng Hao would be able to consume them in such a manner. Of course, it also indicated that his accumulation of spirit stones in his bag of holding was rapidly growing smaller and smaller. It wouldn't be long before Meng Hao was flat broke. Although that pained Meng Hao, he didn't care too much. The pain he felt in his forehead gave him hope that the one-color soul procurement pill had found the traces of the 6th element it was looking for. The instant in which he consumed the 10th one-color soul procurement pill, the combined power all 10 pills congealed into a terrifying divine sense. It swept throughout Meng Hao's body until finally, it found the power of a 6th element that it needed, right there on his forehead. Meng Hao's own divine sense focused on the same spot where the power of the one-color soul procurement pills was focused. A rumbling sound filled Meng Hao's mind. What he was looking at was none other than a rock. Perhaps it was more correct to say that it was a strand of wind. A wind shaped like a rock, white in color, clearly visible within Meng Hao's divine sense. Suddenly, he thought back to what happened that year outside of the rebirth cave in the southern domain. A woman in the rebirth cave had given Meng Hao the power of a rock. After that, Meng Hao had never been able to find that bit of rock power no matter how he checked. But now, under the overlapping power of 10 one-color soul procurement pills, the wind of the rock suddenly was revealed. This rock wind is my wind-type totem. It will be my 6th nascent soul, the wind nascent soul. He instantly rotated his cultivation base. The 5 nascent souls rotating around his head began to perform incantation gestures. Fueled by the power of the 5 elements, Meng Hao's body became the pill furnace as he suddenly began to concoct a nascent soul. The chi vortex formed from his perfect gold core swirled rapidly and began to emit a gravitational force. Along with the power of the soul procurement pill and the conjuring power of the 5 elements nascent souls, the power of the rock in Meng Hao's forehead, the power that had been concealed there for years and years, was finally forced out and sucked toward his dantian region. The moment the rock wind entered his dantian, a rumbling roar filled Meng Hao's body. The chi vortex there roared as it spun faster and faster. Time to concoct my wind nascent soul. Meng Hao's eyes snapped open. A pounding sound filled his body as the chi vortex suddenly shrunk down on itself and transformed in a white, 7-inch tall person. It looked exactly like Meng Hao. This was Meng Hao's 6th nascent soul, wind nascent soul. As soon as it appeared, Meng Hao's cultivation base suddenly rocketed up, pushing him from the late nascent soul stage higher and higher until he was now at the peak of the stage. His distance from the Great Circle was only a single step. At the same time, Meng Hao's divine sense expanded madly. 27,300 meters. 27,900 meters, 28,000 meters. Finally, when it reached 29,700 meters, it began to slow down. Eventually, it stopped at 29,999 meters. Meng Hao lifted his head and stood. As he rose to his feet, the wind nascent soul emerged from the top of his head to join the other nascent souls. Light shone out from them to form a star with 6 points. Perfect nascent soul. Meng Hao was bursting with excitement from having created his own path of the perfect nascent soul, of being the first person from ancient times until now who possessed 6 nascent souls. He was the first person to create his own path of the perfect nascent soul, to combine 6 nascent souls together. Even at this very moment, however, Meng Hao's face suddenly flickered. It was at this point that suddenly, the effects of time within his body were multiplied by 6. Time disappeared, causing his longevity to rapidly disappear. He suddenly realized that his longevity would run out in only 100 years. A bright glow began to shine in his eyes. Because I have 6 nascent souls, it's like I have 6 lives, 6 animus. Therefore, my longevity must be divided into 6 parts. As such, 1 year for me is like 6 years. That is the price of the perfect nascent soul. It was also at this same moment that the resurrection lily inside of Meng Hao seemed to think that now was the perfect opportunity to make a move. It suddenly rose up with unyielding explosiveness. In this moment, the clouds in the sky above the violet sea were churning. There was no more violet rain, but the sky was still dark and overcast. Suddenly, bolts of lightning could be seen approaching from off in the distance. As the lighting neared, astonishingly, countless tribulation clouds began to roil into being. More and more tribulation clouds could be seen, which caused the violet sea to be whipped into a frenzy. A massive aura of death began to emanate off of it. The aura seemed as if it were preparing to fight back against the tribulation lightning. Instantly, an archaic madness seemed to be rising up. The cultivators in the 10 outposts that had been built up over the past years all looked up into the sky with expressions of astonishment. Is that tribulation lightning? Don't tell me someone is transcending tribulation? How could that be possible? Only immortals can transcend tribulation. How could there be someone in the great western desert who could transcend tribulation? This isn't someone transcending tribulation. Obviously, a precious treasure is appearing in the world. Such scenes played out in all of the 10 outposts. However, the tribulation lightning over the Violet Sea was actually only detectable by the people actually in the area of the Violet Sea. Cultivators in the Black Lands seemed to be cut off and unable to detect it, even spirit-severing cultivators. It was at this moment that in the second outpost, inside of a lofty building, a bare-chested, middle-aged man was embracing a beautiful female cultivator. As they chatted and laughed, he occasionally caressed her body with his hands. Her coy reaction caused his desire to grow stronger and stronger. Behind the man, 7 old men sat cross-legged. Their eyes were closed and they did not speak, as if they didn't even notice the obscene sounds that could be heard in the room. The 7 old men had incredible cultivation bases. 4 were in the mid-nascent soul stage, 2 were in the late-nascent soul stage, and 1 was of the Great Circle. Cultivators like these were the most powerful you could find under the spirit-severing stage. This was especially so in an age when it was not a simple thing to reach the spirit-severing stage. Cultivators of the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage could completely rock the world. Right now, though, it was clear that these 7 men were nothing more than a retinue. There was only one type of person who could make cultivators of the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage to act as a retinue. That would be a spirit-severing patriarch. The middle-aged man's cultivation base was only at the early nascent soul stage, not the spirit-severing stage. That meant that this man's status was shockingly high. This man was the son of spirit-severing patriarch Huyan Yunming of the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe, one of the 3 powers of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Huyan Qing. He had left the Black Lands 3 months ago to go sightseeing in the 10 outposts and chase after women. Just as Huyan Qing was about to throw himself on the female cultivator, a bolt of red lightning suddenly shot through the air and then headed off into the distance. Before it disappeared, an enormous, intense pressure could be felt. Instantly, the 7 old men all opened their eyes. The red-robed old man of the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage slowly lifted his head and looked off into the distance, frowning. A tremor ran through Huyan Qing and he suddenly looked up. Miracle lightning? Don't tell me some precious treasure has suddenly appeared? Or maybe some neo-demon is transforming. Huyan Qing laughed heartily. Suddenly, he leaped up into the air, holding the shocked woman in one arm as he flicked his sleeve with the other. Instantly, 4 black-robed bodyguards appeared bearing a luxurious sedan chair on their shoulders. Huyan Qing immediately entered the sedan chair, taking the woman with him. Sir Wu, let's go take a look, all right? His laughter mixed with the gasp of the female cultivator as she saw the sumptuous interior of the sedan chair. The man who Xianxia referred to as Sir Wu was the old man of the great circle of the nascent soul stage. He frowned and let out a quiet sigh. Slowly, he stood up and, along with the other 6 old men, escorted the sedan chair off. Xianxia's procession headed off in the direction the lightning had flown, which was of course the location where Meng Hao stood at the bottom of the sea. Currently, Meng Hao's expression was grim as he looked at the 6 nascent souls flying around the level of his head. He frowned. Longevity of 100 years. Not even 200. Well, I'm already at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. I guess I have to reach spirit severing within 100 years. Now, as for this resurrection lily. A cold smile suddenly twisted his lips. He had long since predicted that the resurrection lily would not let a crucial moment in his cultivation pass without trying to make a move. He knew that it would appear. Originally he thought it would attempt to possess him when the heavenly tribulation hit. However, apparently it thought right now was the best opportunity. For you to appear right now is actually quite convenient. If heavenly tribulation really does come, you could cause me quite a bit of frustration. Smiling coldly, he sat down cross-legged. Ignoring the resurrection lily's explosive rise, he lifted his hand and pointed at one of the nascent souls. Immediately, the metal nascent soul floated down. Its face was covered with a cold smile just like Meng Hao's as it sank down into the top of his head. It sank down to appear in the empty space in his dantian region that his gold core had previously occupied. This time, I'll give you a chance to have a full-on fight. As Meng Hao closed his eyes, majestic cultivation base power exploded out from the metal nascent soul to crush down onto the resurrection lily. The resurrection lily seemed to go mad and it let out a soundless roar. Shockingly, directly behind Meng Hao appeared the image of a blindingly bright 4-colored resurrection lily, swaying back and forth ferociously. It was in this moment that the resurrection lily seized control of Meng Hao's legs. Meng Hao lost all feeling in them as the struggle for control over his body erupted. The feeling quickly spread into his arms. The 4-colored resurrection lily swayed back and forth in a very bizarre fashion. It seemed as if it had been preparing for many years to make this counterattack against Meng Hao. When it made its move, it would attack with complete ruthlessness. "I have to give you some credit," said Meng Hao coolly. "You're much better this time than you were before." After all this time, he was very familiar with the resurrection lily and knew that it was sentient. Even as he spoke, the wood nascent soul began to emanate a green light as it sank into the top of Meng Hao's head. It quickly reached his dantian region, whereupon Meng Hao unhesitatingly superimposed it over the metal nascent soul. The two combined into one. As soon as the 2 nascent souls combined into one, a roaring sound filled Meng Hao's mind. He instantly felt his cultivation base rising up rapidly. He was still in the late nascent soul stage. Despite not having made a breakthrough, he could sense that his battle prowess had exploded upward by double or more. At the moment, Meng Hao wasn't surprised. That was because this was the power of a perfect nascent soul, a power that placed him above anyone else in the same stage. However, in unison with his sudden increase in battle prowess, Meng Hao could tell that the corrosive effect on his longevity, which previously was limited to a multiple of 6, was now even greater. The resurrection lily let out another soundless roar as its struggling increased in intensity. Whereas before, it had occupied a position of incredible superiority, it was now forced to defend relentlessly against Meng Hao. It did not want to allow Meng Hao to retake the parts of his body that it had already possessed. "This is merely a combination of 2 nascent souls," said Meng Hao, his eyes glittering. Suddenly, the water nascent soul floated down, emanating a red glow as it sank into the top of his head. Moments later it appeared in his dantian region where it superimposed over the metal and wood nascent souls. They fused together, 3 nascent souls combining into one. Boom! Meng Hao could clearly sense his battle prowess climbing up with incredible intensity from the foundation of the early combination of 2 nascent souls. Originally, he had possessed the power equivalent to only a single nascent soul. As of this moment, though, his power was equivalent to 4 peak late-stage nascent souls. In addition, the wasting away of his longevity was also increased. This was not an increase in cultivation base, but rather battle prowess. It was natural strength, arisen from the ability to use spiritual power. This increase could be likened to water in a bottle. The bottle might not get bigger, but more water could be forced inside, creating a pressure that exceeded anything normal. The resurrection lily was emitting a piercing howl. The sound of it could not be heard by any outsider, only Meng Hao, who could hear it quite clearly. The resurrection lily was completely incapable of standing up to the power of Meng Hao's three combined elements. It instantly lost control of Meng Hao's arms, and was forced to retreat back to its position within Meng Hao's possessed legs. "I don't need to expend much effort to suppress you," said Meng Hao coolly. "After all, this is a direct conflict, and you aren't even close to being a match for me. What makes you think you're qualified to even try to possess me? You are me, but I am not you." A sea of flames erupted from the fire-nascent soul as it floated down and merged into his body. It then appeared in his dantian region, where it overlapped and then combined with the metal, wood, and water-nascent souls. Shocking rumbling sounds caused Meng Hao's entire body to shake. Blue veins popped up all over as blood rushed through them at high speed. His body suddenly began to expand. It appeared as if he were taller. Although he was still slender, it seemed as if every bit of his flesh and blood was virtually bursting with terrifying power. His battle prowess doubled once again. In this moment, he now possessed the same power as 8 nascent souls at the peak of the late stage. The power of 4 combined elements exploded out, causing the resurrection lily to writhe and let out a miserable shriek. It was easily pushed back once again by suppressive power, losing control over Meng Hao's legs and being forced into his most remote extremities. However, even in the moment in which it retreated back as far as it could, an aura rose up from the resurrection lily that caused Meng Hao's pupils to constrict. The aura grew more and more powerful, and even seemed to contain some remnants of the one-color soul procurement pill. Suddenly, the 4-colored resurrection lily, which Meng Hao had suppressed to the limit, began to glow, and then develop a 5th color. When the 5th color appeared, Meng Hao's mind and heart trembled. But then, his eyes glowed with pleasant surprise. He knew that this resurrection lily was incomplete, and could never grow to the point where it could bloom with 7 colors and reach immortal ascension. 3 colors was its limit. It had acquired 4 colors by means of a miracle. But now, it actually developed a 5th color. This 5th color obviously had something to do with Meng Hao's nascent soul concocting and the one-color soul procurement pill, as well as his place in the realm of perfection. Because of all of these different things, the resurrection lily was suddenly able to make a meteoric rise. When the 5th flower petal appeared on the resurrection lily, it let out a fierce howl and then erupted out from its position of retreat. It expanded out, clearly wanting to take control of Meng Hao's entire body in possession. It wanted to control Meng Hao and make him a true host that it could control. Meng Hao could feel the madness of the resurrection lily, and it caused him to smile. He wanted it to grow more powerful, because he had long since decided to use this resurrection lily at the critical moment when his time came in the future to reach immortal ascension. Even as the resurrection lily exploded out with power, Meng Hao lifted his head up. The earth-nascent soul suddenly erupted with shocking coldness. It merged in through Meng Hao's forehead, appearing moments later in his dantian region. 5 elements overlapped. 5 elements combined. The moment in which the 5 elements combined, Meng Hao's cultivation base did not change, but his battle prowess instantly doubled again. At first, he started with power equivalent to 1 peak late nascent soul. Now, he had power equivalent to 16. Such terrifying battle prowess far exceeded the scope of the late nascent soul stage. Even someone of the great circle of the nascent soul stage would crumble like dried weeds before Meng Hao's power of 16 peak late nascent souls. That was the fearsomeness and incredible power of the realm of perfection. However, for Meng Hao, such terrifying power came at the price of longevity. To maintain his grip on such power meant that his longevity was no longer 100 years, but rather 6. After all, he was not truly in possession of a perfect nascent soul. He had acquired it by alternative methods. But actually, Not even a true perfect nascent soul could come close to this unbelievably fearsome power. On this new path of the nascent soul that Meng Hao had forged, he possessed perfect battle prowess that far exceeded even the extraordinary power of the perfect nascent soul. Because he had been operating only on speculation and not research, he hadn't been clear about what the end result would be. But having sensed the battle prowess that existed within him, he now realized that his path was incredibly astonishing. Battle power erupted out and his aura was swift and fierce as he fought back against the five-petaled resurrection lily. His body was the battlefield upon which the two forces slammed into each other. As soon as they collided, the resurrection lily let out a miserable howl. It didn't matter that it had suddenly sprouted a fifth petal. Under the power of Meng Hao's fearsome battle prowess, it was incapable of withstanding even a single blow. Intangible explosions rippled out as the resurrection lily collapsed under Meng Hao's attack. It had been beaten back repeatedly, and had retreated completely from its former position of superiority. Now all it could do was hide in Meng Hao's extremities, give up any notions of rising up, and hope Meng Hao did not attack any further. Meng Hao took a deep breath as he looked up at the sixth nascent soul hovering near his head, the wind nascent soul. After a moment, his eyes gleamed with determination. Since I decided to be powerful, I might as well acquire the pinnacle of power. Without hesitation, he lifted his right hand up and pointed at the wind nascent soul. Instantly, it flickered and moved with incredible speed. It wasn't minor teleportation. It actually exceeded that. It immediately appeared inside of Meng Hao where it fused with the other nascent souls. Boom! The great circle of 6 elements. 6-colored nascent soul. Incredible battle prowess rocketed up. Once again double. A fearsome aura equivalent to 32 peak late nascent souls emanated out, causing the violet sea to tremble. Everything shook. This was 6-colored paragon. Meng Hao could sweep across all nascent soul cultivators. He was only a short way away from the spirit-severing stage, and yet in all the lands of South Heaven he was definitely the number 1 person under the spirit-severing stage. If his cultivation base could break through the late nascent soul stage to the Great Circle, then with his battle prowess of 32 times normal, then facing up against spirit-severing cultivators, he would not be so weak. He could be considered powerful enough to defend himself. That might seem of little note, but spirit-severing was a stage of cultivation that could be considered a major area of demarcation. Qi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul. These stages were actually still called the stages of mortals. By using incredible power, momentum was built up, all for the purpose of breaking through to a new type of life. Spirit-severing, Tao-seeking, and Immortal Ascension were 3 stages that were called the stages of Immortals. The difference between mortals and immortals was such that for someone in the mortal realm to actually be able to fight back against an almighty member of the immortal realm would cause an incredible commotion in the entirety of South Heaven if word of it were to spread. Normally something like that would only be possible with the aid of precious treasures. Only relying on one's body would make it impossible. As of this moment it was possible for Meng Hao. When he reached the 6-colored Great Circle, the resurrection lily inside of him began to tremble. Before it could tremble for too long, though Meng Hao battered at it with all of the battle prowess of his cultivation base. Indescribable, shocking booming filled Meng Hao like towers of thunder. The resurrection lily let out an unprecedented scream. All its defenses crumbled, incapable of standing up against Meng Hao's battle prowess and divine sense, which bore down into its very core. It screamed and trembled, terrified. It possessed consciousness of its own, and in its memory, it couldn't recall ever feeling this hopeless. Originally, it should have been in a position above all other living things. Meng Hao was nothing but a host body for it. As of now, though, it was actually being possessed. It was becoming a part of Meng Hao. There was nothing it could do. Meng Hao's battle prowess of 32 peak late nascent souls made it so that the resurrection lily could only watch in shock as divine sense was driven into its core. At this moment, its life or death was completely in Meng Hao's hands. Meng Hao did not exterminate the resurrection lily, though. Instead, he branded its consciousness with a seal of his own. This seal is not indelible. 100 years from now, if I can't figure out a way to make a sixth petal appear, then I'll exterminate you. If a sixth petal does appear, the seal will dissipate, and then you'll have another chance to try to possess me. Then, you will be qualified to try to fight me again. Meng Hao's cold words echoed out within the seal that he had placed on the resurrection lily's consciousness. It trembled, in awe of Meng Hao but also filled with fierceness and lack of reconciliation. Suppressing its wild heart, it slowly calmed down. Actually, what Meng Hao wanted was just that. The resurrection lily's wild heart. Having suppressed the resurrection lily, Meng Hao sat down cross-legged to study his expanding cultivation base. As of now, he could clearly sense that his longevity, if it remained as it was now, would only last for 3 more years, perhaps a bit more. It's too bad I don't have a 7th nascent soul. It would leave me with only 1 year of longevity, but with a 7th nascent soul, I wonder if I would be able to battle the spirit-severing stage. A bright gleam appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, he slapped his bag of holding to produce a wooden box. Looking at the box made him think of his master, Pill Demon. The box had been given to him by Pill Demon, and it contained a medicinal pill which could not only suppress the resurrection lily, but also help him achieve cultivation-based breakthroughs, could also add to his longevity. Throughout all the years, Meng Hao had never consumed even one. Now, however, he unhesitatingly took the pill out, made some copies, and put one in his mouth. He sat there cross-legged, meditating as the medicinal pill dissolved. His cultivation base grew more stable, and his life force more vigorous. The power of growth appeared, fusing into his 6-colored nascent soul, causing his longevity to instantly be replenished. Moments later, after the pill had been fully absorbed, he made some more copies and then began to consume them. Several days passed, after which, he opened his eyes from meditation. They glowed with a shocking brightness. His life force was now restored to what appeared to be roughly half of a 60-year cycle. His bag of holding was now devoid of spirit stones, and he had consumed many medicinal pills. However, he had actually managed to add almost 1,000 years to his longevity. Unfortunately, the effectiveness of the medicinal pills was growing continuously weaker. In the end, they stopped working at all. That was generally how such longevity-increasing medicinal pills worked. After all, life could not go past 1,000 years. That rule could never be changed, and mortal power could never fight against it. It might seem like 30 years, but if I keep the 6 nascent souls dispersed under normal situations and only combine them under special circumstances, then my problem with the longevity will be resolved. Now that Meng Hao didn't have to worry about the longevity, he gave a long sigh. If only he had a 7th nascent soul. That would be far better. Meng Hao stood up. As he did, popping sounds could be heard coming from within his body. He was now a full 3 heads taller than before. His shoulders were wider, but his body was even more slender. His muscles hadn't grown, but he was now clearly stronger and tougher. All of his blood and flesh was filled with shocking power. Blue veins bulged out, and every beat of his heart sent hot blood pumping throughout his body. His physical body had also experienced an unprecedented increase in its toughness. At the moment, he looked strange and bizarre, radiating an indescribably imposing bearing and force of attraction. He looked like something beyond the mortal world, something unprecedentedly mighty. Suddenly, cracking sounds could be heard coming from his right hand. Meng Hao looked down to see the diaphanous Fang clan glove exploding into tiny pieces. The power of Meng Hao's own fist now exceeded that of the glove. He quickly gathered up the pieces of the glove and put them into his bag of holding. Well then, this will now count as one my divine abilities. 6 anonymous soul transformations. Under normal circumstances, I will only reveal the power of the first anima. His eyes glittered, and the 6-colored nascent soul within him trembled. Ghost images appeared. Within the space of a few breaths, they broke apart, transforming once again into 6 different nascent souls. They sat cross-legged in Meng Hao's Dantian region, meditating and cultivating. Meng Hao's aura suddenly dropped down. His cultivation base was once again at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. His body also changed. He was no longer so tall and mighty. He returned to his previous height, and the power in his flesh and blood returned to normal. His entire person now emanated the scholarly aura that it usually did. After studying his cultivation base for a moment to ensure that his method was correct and that the problem with the longevity had been solved, he looked up at the violet sea. There was no need for him to send out divine sense. The entire violet sea was his eyes. He could see the tempest growing in the sky above the violet sea. Lightning danced and tribulation clouds surged. His body flickered. Sounds like explosions could be heard in all directions as the violet sea around him turned into a huge vortex around. His body transformed into a beam of light that shot up from the depths of the violet sea toward the surface. As he moved up, the vortex grew larger, causing the surface of the sea to roll with massive waves. It was as if the entire violet sea were letting out a cry that rose to the heavens, welcoming Meng Hao as he rose up. This was the first time in the more than 100 years since Meng Hao descended to the depths of the seafloor that he finally emerged in the outside world. Boom! The violet sea roared as massive waves rolled out in all directions. Meng Hao stood there on the surface of the water, looking up at the tribulation clouds up in the sky. Boundless lightning crackled and boomed. It was as if upon finding Meng Hao, the heavenly tribulation was roaring at him. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he coolly said, "Heavenly tribulation, I haven't seen you for ages. Up to this point my life consisted of two parts," Meng Hao murmured. The first part was beneath Mount Daqing, along the path of the imperial examinations. When I stood on top of Mount Daqing, wrote down my dream and stuffed it into that gourd bottle, then tossed it into the river below, I had no idea that that very moment represented the beginning of the second part of my life. That second part was cultivation. Meng Hao stood on the surface of the violet sea, wearing a spotless green robe. He did not sink down even a bit into the seawater. Instead, he looked up at the boundless lightning dancing about up above like red serpents. They interlocked, forming tribulation clouds. This past 100 years or more of cultivation allowed me to experience death and escape. I have experienced things that the old me would never have been able to experience, walked paths that before I could never have walked to the end of. As for heavenly tribulation, I've experienced that too more than once. This time, I will not be nervous like I was when I experienced the heavenly tribulation of the perfect foundation. I won't take it as seriously as the year I faced the perfect gold core heavenly tribulation. I've been waiting for today's heavenly tribulation for a long time. A slight smile suddenly broke out on his face. Even as he murmured the words, a massive rumbling sound roared out from within the tribulation clouds. At the same time, a red lightning bolt shot down toward Meng Hao. As it neared, even more lightning bolts fused into it. By the time it was about 30 or so meters from Meng Hao's head, it was as wide as a person's arm. As it roared toward him, it carried with it the awe-inspiring power of heavenly tribulation, a detached desire to destroy. Meng Hao looked up at the incoming tribulation lightning. Then he lifted his right arm and waved it toward the sky. Instantly, life force collided with death will, transforming into a power of extermination that shot toward the lightning bolt. A shocking boom filled the heaven and the sea. The arm's-width-sized lightning bolt instantly collapsed into countless arcs of electricity that scattered about into the air above Meng Hao. Before, heavenly tribulation like this would have destroyed me in both body and soul. Now, however, it doesn't even qualify to make me enter my second anima. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever as he stood there motionless. He then looked back up at the heavenly tribulation. Meng Hao's behavior seemed to infuriate the heavenly tribulation. The lightning and thunder crashed about in the sky. One red lightning bolt after another began to form together and then fall down. This time there were 4 bolts that descended. An ear-splitting roar filled the air as the area for 30 meters around Meng Hao was transformed into a lake of lightning. Each of the 4 red beams of lightning contained enough power to eradicate some of the late nascent soul stage. As they fell down, Meng Hao simply stood there and waved his sleeve, allowing the 4 lightning bolts to strike. Red lightning danced around Meng Hao, spreading out across the violet sea, filling everything for several hundred meters in each direction. As for Meng Hao, he simply stood there in the middle of the lightning, his entire body glowing with electrical light. The light quickly faded. In the space of only a few breaths it was completely gone. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever, without even the slightest bit of change. Currently, he was in the first anima of the 6 anima soul transformations, with the full power of a peak late nascent soul. Meng Hao had long since decided that this would be his normal state. Although the lightning surrounding him was incredibly powerful and out of the ordinary, it still was incapable of hurting him, despite the fact that he was only in the first anima. Meng Hao gently shook his arms and legs, feeling the power of lightning that had fused into his physical body. He had experienced this feeling in previous encounters with heavenly tribulation, so he wasn't surprised. He looked up, his eyes shining with a bright light. Simultaneously, an enormous sound like an enraged roar filled the sky. 8 lightning bolts merged together in the air up above. The tribulation clouds seethed and then began to pull back. Thunder boomed as the 8 lightning bolts began to fall. These 8 lightning bolts were bright red, almost like blood, then fell down with intense destructive power, causing enormous pressure to bear down on Meng Hao. The pressure didn't cause Meng Hao to fall back, though. Instead, he began to laugh. A demonic-looking glow radiated from his eyes. Now it's getting interesting. Second anima. Of the 6 nascent souls inside Meng Hao, 2 overlapped and fused together. In the same moment, popping sounds could be heard from within Meng Hao as it swelled out. He grew half a head taller, and in the blink of an eye he looked bigger than before. His majestic aura exploded out, doubling. Now he possessed the battle prowess of 2 peak late nascent souls. Waves kicked up in the violet sea around him, sweeping out in all directions. It was as if a whirlwind had erupted out because of Meng Hao entering his second anima. Laughing, Meng Hao did not retreat, but actually shot up into the air to attack the 8 lightning bolts. This was not passively reacting to the enemy, but taking the initiative to attack head-on. A huge boom echoed out as the 8 lightning bolts slammed into him. An explosion of lightning burst out for hundreds of meters in every direction. Meng Hao was the center of it all, meeting the full force of the tribulation lightning head-on. He rocketed forward, completely unharmed by the 8 lightning bolts. They didn't even qualify to cause blood to ooze out from his mouth. The heavenly tribulation seemed as if it possessed intelligence, and was currently furious. The sound of thunder filled the air. This time, 18 red lightning bolts appeared. They looked like 18 ferocious red dragons as they crackled through the air toward Meng Hao. Third anima. Meng Hao's eyes were now surging with an intense desire to fight. His body grew again. He was now more than a full head taller and his body more cut and rough. Only a scrap of the aura of a scholar was left, and now his aura was much more demonic. He flew up, performing an incantation gesture with his right hand as the 18 lightning bolts fell. Suddenly, a multicolored light spread out, distorting the air as it slammed into the 18 lightning bolts. A huge boom caused everything to shake. Meng Hao laughed as the area for nearly 3,000 meters became a maelstrom of lightning. However, it was powerless to obstruct his path. He continued to shoot upwards, his voice echoing out, "Fourth anima!" Instantly, roaring filled his body as it expanded again. He was now even more brutally powerful, 2 heads taller than before, his shoulders wide, his frame slender. The scholar's aura was completely gone, and the demonic air was growing more intense. He gave off the feeling of a demonic monster. Even though he was currently smiling, Meng Hao now looked evil. For nascent souls were overlapped and combined, equipping Meng Hao with the power of 8 peak late nascent souls. He continued to shoot through mid-air toward the tribulation clouds in the sky. Even as Meng Hao increased his speed, the tribulation clouds roiled. More than 20 bolts of lightning shot down, causing everything to shake, even the sea below. They continuously slammed into Meng Hao, but were incapable of affecting him in any way. His right hand suddenly made a grasping motion in front of him, and an azure immortal sword appeared there. His left hand slapped his bag of holding, and an alcohol flagon appeared. He took a drink, then waved the sword, causing an azure beam of light to flicker out. Bolts of tribulation lightning exploded as they hit Meng Hao, causing countless sparks of electricity to fly about, flickering into the air. More than a few fused into Meng Hao's body. Gradually, a will of lightning was building up inside of him. Suddenly, the tribulation lightning being formed was no longer just red. More colors were added, a total of 7. They formed into a 7-colored tribulation lightning. It was one single bolt that seemed capable of ripping the air into pieces. A fierce 7-colored dragon that pounced toward Meng Hao. Fifth anima. Shocking popping sounds rang out from his body. He was now 2.5 heads taller. His body was far more powerful, and the aura of his battle prowess exploded up. He now possessed power equivalent to 16 peak late nascent souls. The sky and land dimmed, and the clouds seethed. Meng Hao's body brimmed with incredible power. His hair whipped about and his eyes shone with a strange glow. As the 7-colored heavenly lightning neared, the azure immortal sword in his hand suddenly shot forward into it. The devil spear magically appeared in his hand like a fierce dragon. Majestic black mist burst out, along with countless ferocious faces. It followed the azure immortal sword toward the 7-colored tribulation lightning. When the two forces slammed into each other, a huge boom could be heard. The 7-colored tribulation lightning exploded. The azure immortal sword was sent spinning. The devil spear in Meng Hao's hand trembled, and then exploded with a bang, transforming into a mist that surged out. The mist seethed, then formed back again into the devil spear. The shattered remnants of the 7-colored tribulation lightning became a 7-colored rain of lightning. It fell down in all directions, many of which fused into Meng Hao's body. The lightning that was building up inside of him was growing thicker and thicker. A tremor ran through him, and blood oozed out of his mouth. He hovered there in midair, looking up. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds began to shrink in on themselves. 7-colored light spread out as the clouds rapidly began to transform into 7-colored clouds. Furthermore, from within the tribulation clouds suddenly emerged a gigantic finger formed from 7-colored lightning. The enormous finger was fully 3,000 meters long and completely composed of flickering, 7-colored lightning. Anyone who saw it would be completely astonished. As soon as it appeared, the enormous finger emitted a destructive pressure that bore down on Meng Hao as if it wished to squash him like an insect. Even as the finger neared, Meng Hao's eyes narrowed and he cried, "Sixth anima!" All 6 nascent souls within him were now overlapped and combined. 6 colors combined. Boom! He instantly grew taller and his body more valiant. His shoulders were wide, his frame slender. There was now no scholar's aura whatsoever. The only thing he possessed was breathtaking demonic evil. Beneath him, the violet sea roared. The vortex spun, sending crashing waves out. In his 6th anima, Meng Hao possessed more over 30 times the power of a peak late nascent soul. He now fully deserved to be referred to as the most powerful person under spirit severing in the lands of South Heaven. Meng Hao kicked down violently into the air. A bang rang out as ripples appeared, and he shot up straight toward the 7-colored finger. His right hand clenched violently into a fist. As the finger neared, a fierce glow appeared in his eyes. Then he punched. It wasn't even worth describing how Meng Hao compared to the enormous finger if you looked at them from off in the distance. He really did look like a bug. But who would care about that? When Meng Hao's fist struck the finger, an enormous boom shook the heavens and the violet sea. Giant waves rolled out across the surface of the waters. Of course, only Meng Hao was there to see it. If anyone else did, it would probably be the most shocking thing they would ever see in their life. As the explosive bang rang out, blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth. Although he was sent shooting backward, his laughter continued to echo in the area. As he laughed, he looked up at the 7-colored finger and watched as it collapsed into countless pieces. A 7-colored lake of lightning was formed, composed of endless seven-colored arcs of electricity. Many of them bored into Meng Hao's body. Even as Meng Hao laughed, the tribulation lightning was completely destroyed. Amidst the lingering echo, the tribulation clouds up above were thinning and seemed to be on the verge of dissipating. Apparently, this heavenly tribulation was quite simple for Meng Hao to overcome. In truth, it was not. It was actually much more intense than the previous tribulations. However, Meng Hao's feeling regarding it was influenced by the fact that his more than 100 years of secluded meditation ended with him rising to what was virtually the peak of the mortal realm in South Heaven. Meng Hao wiped the blood from his mouth. In the sixth anima, he was at his strongest. He hovered for a moment in midair and then once again kicked down with his foot. A bang could be heard as he flew up toward the dissipating tribulation clouds. Meng Hao knew that when the tribulation clouds were spreading out like this, their destructive power was actually growing stronger. They seemed to be dissipating, but actually, if he wasn't careful, he would surely perish. In the moment in which Meng Hao charged in attack, a roaring sound suddenly could be heard from the thin tribulation clouds. Suddenly, all the clouds rapidly contracted to form a shocking, enormous fist. The fist was formed completely of tribulation clouds, within which swirled innumerable lightning bolts. 7 colors swirled about. This was no longer just lightning. It was the direct power of tribulation clouds. All the tribulation clouds had formed together into a heavenly tribulation, here to exterminate everything in existence. Meng Hao rocketed through mid-air, looking at the seething tribulation clouds that had formed into an enormous fist. He could clearly sense the complete will of destruction therein. His eyes glowed brightly as his left hand suddenly gestured down toward the sea beneath him. Violet Sea. The Violet Sea was him, and he was the Violet Sea. Even as the words left his mouth, the entirety of the Violet Sea that was the Western Desert Apocalypse suddenly began to move. A huge vortex spun, causing massive waves to surge across the surface of the waters. In the center of the vortex, which was directly beneath Meng Hao, a gigantic column of water suddenly rose up. It was thousands of meters wide and surrounded Meng Hao, making him its center as it shot into the air. As the column of water shot into the air, the rest of the surface of the Violet Sea sank down. At the same time, the index finger of Meng Hao's right hand pointed down. Specters. The specters of all the neo-demons and cultivators who had died in the apocalypse now existed parasitically within the Violet Sea. Right now, they responded to Meng Hao's summons, instantly surging in from all directions. They shot into the column of seawater, filling it, forming a soul of the column. Except that soul was fragmented. The true soul was Meng Hao. Boom! The column of seawater, thousands of meters wide, shot out past Meng Hao, magically transforming into a gigantic arm. Further up in the direction of the sky, the arm ended in a fist. A violet fist and a violet arm. This was like the arm of the Violet Sea. If there had been any eyewitnesses observing from a distance, they would have felt an unprecedented level of shock, and would have had the image forever engraved in their minds. What they would have seen was tribulation clouds transformed into a fist, representing the will of heaven. Another fist stretched out from within the sea, representing the heart of the apocalypse. One of these two enormous fists was descending from up above. The other rose up from the middle of the sea. There in mid-air, they slammed into each other. The boom rang out in all directions, shaking heaven and earth, causing the Violet Sea to vibrate. This scene was indescribably shocking, so monstrous it was impossible to describe. Transcending tribulation in this fashion was unprecedented. Before Meng Hao, no one had ever done anything like this, and after this day there would not likely be someone else who did. The will of the Violet Sea had transformed into an arm that exterminated heavenly tribulation. The arm contained the pinnacle of the power of extermination, a power like that belonging to an enormous greater demon. If Meng Hao had not engaged in demonic transmigration before, he would never have been able to do this. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds emitted shocking, explosive claps of thunder. The lightning inside of the clouds exploded out, transforming into a roar that could be heard clearly even in the 10 outpost cities on the surface of the sea. Countless lightning bolts slammed into the power of extermination, and were then transformed into innumerable sparks of electricity. The electricity merged into the violet sea, causing large numbers of specters to vanish. Some of the electricity also merged into Meng Hao's body and spread out to fill it. Finally, after the last bit of lightning dissipated, no more fist was visible. The lightning vanished. Since it was incapable of destroying Meng Hao, it seemed the heavenly tribulation chose to retreat. As for the violet sea arm that Meng Hao was in, it lost its spirit, lost its will, and collapsed back down into the sea. A huge boom could be heard as the water spread back out into the sea, causing it to rise up once again. Meng Hao hovered in midair, lightning sparking constantly through his body. He coughed up a big mouthful of blood and then shot back down toward the sea. Just when he was about to splash directly into the waters, he stopped to stand on its surface. Lightning danced about on his body. His face was pale as he looked up into the sky. The disappearing tribulation clouds suddenly stopped in place. It seemed that the heavenly tribulation had a bit of power left after all, and wanted to make one final strike of lightning. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed and his cultivation base began to rotate. Sharp pains stabbed out in his body and he coughed up some more blood. However, when he coughed up the blood, his mind suddenly trembled. The reason was that within the blood he had just coughed up could be seen vast quantities of electric sparks. He could only imagine that right now he must look almost like a human-shaped lightning bolt. Thunder. Lightning. Meng Hao's mind shook, ignoring the tribulation clouds overhead and everything else. His mind suddenly seemed to be filled with primordial chaos as an incredible, even astonishing idea took form. Lightning is a manifestation of power, something that could form a totem tattoo. In that case, it could also make a nascent soul. My 7th nascent soul. Lightning nascent soul. If I can really form a 7th nascent soul, then when I entered the 7th anima, I would be able to wield battle prowess equivalent to 64 peak late nascent souls. No, that's not right. It wouldn't be a peak late nascent soul. It would be of the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Meng Hao was panting. Without hesitation, he produced all his remaining one-color soul procurement pills from his bag of holding. Leaving only one as a backup, he placed the remainder into his mouth. The instant the medicinal pills entered his mouth, he felt that special divine sense sweeping through his body. Suddenly, he experienced pain everywhere in his body. As the pain appeared, strands of lightning were forced out of him. This lightning contained the power of heavenly tribulation both from the current tribulation, as well as remnants left behind from the perfect gold core and perfect foundation tribulations. All of the lightning was forced out and then sucked into his Dantian region. In the blink of an eye, all of the sparks of electricity began to merge together. Meng Hao immediately sat down cross-legged on the surface of the sea. He ignored the tribulation clouds up above and focused completely on meditation. More and more lightning sparks began to coalesce in his Dantian. All of the lightning in the entire area stopped moving and then was sucked toward Meng Hao. Lightning in both the air and the sea writhed and glowed as it bore into Meng Hao's body and came to his Dantian. Using his body as the pill furnace, his will as the pill formula, and his life as the flame, he began to concoct. The process was quick. In the blink of an eye, a roaring sound filled Meng Hao's mind as the lightning in his Dantian region coalesced into a gigantic ball. The ball began to writhe and then shattered into pieces. A small, 7-inch tall person appeared. The person looked exactly like Meng Hao in all respects. This was Meng Hao's 7th nascent soul, that by a random chance he had been able to concoct. Lightning nascent soul. As soon as the tiny person appeared, Meng Hao's cultivation base exploded upward. This was no longer the peak of the late nascent soul stage. He had now broken through into the great circle of the nascent soul stage. His hair whipped about him as he rose up to the pinnacle of nascent soul power. At the same time, the thin tribulation clouds up in the sky seemed to have been thoroughly provoked. No one ever dared to have a cultivation base breakthrough in the middle of heavenly tribulation. On top of that, who had ever dared to absorb the power of the tribulation itself? All of this caused the tribulation clouds to disperse and then transform into a human-shaped lightning bolt. The lightning bolt wasn't complete and was in fact a bit blurry, its features unclear. However, it still emanated a terrifying and shocking pressure. Instantly, it shot toward Meng Hao. Seventh Anima. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a destructive light as the lightning nascent soul overlapped, and then combined with the other nascent souls to push Meng Hao into the seventh anima. Boom! Meng Hao's body was already incredibly powerful, but now it changed again. He was again taller, even more valiant. He was now not demonically evil, but rather more like an immortal devil. His long hair whipped about and his body radiated a fearsome aura of destruction. Now that he had entered the seventh anima, he exploded with the power of 64 Great Circle nascent souls. As of this moment, Meng Hao was not just the number one figure under the spirit-severing stage. Right now, if he ran into a spirit-severing cultivator, he might lose in the end, but he could still offer up a fight. In the seventh anima, Meng Hao's power was completely unprecedented. His body was mighty, fearsome, and shocking. With wide shoulders and slender frame, he was almost 3 meters tall. It made him look completely like an immortal devil. A fearsome aura erupted out from him, transforming into an invisible whirlpool that swept about, shaking everything. The violet sea churned and the sky dimmed. The tribulation clouds disappeared, having given birth to the human-shaped lightning bolt, which shot through mid-air toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked up at it, his hair whipping about. His appearance seemed to contain a force of attraction that no living thing could resist. He suddenly stamped his foot. Boom! The entire violet sea jumped up as a huge crater appeared in the water beneath Meng Hao, nearly 3,000 meters wide. Seawater surged out in all directions as Meng Hao shot up. His expression was cold, his eyes icy. In this moment, he was experiencing a completely unheard type of power as the battle prowess of 64 Great Circle nascent souls coursed through him. Such power could not even be compared to 64 peak late nascent souls. As of now, he was thoroughly up above everything else. Definitely rated as the number one person under the spirit-severing stage, among all sects, all clans, and all chosen in the great lands of South Heaven. In fact, you could say that he was halfway to spirit-severing. 7 animus combined. 7 nascent souls combined. His expression was cold as he shot forward in attack. As he closed in on the human-shaped lightning bolt, he did not employ any divine abilities nor any magical techniques. It seemed as if every movement he made was with a deliberate and calculated. As they neared each other, Meng Hao lifted his hand and pointed a finger. The pointing of the finger caused a huge roaring sound to be heard. The human-shaped lightning bolt looked as if it were being slammed by an incredible force. It was sent tumbling backward 20 or 25 meters, where it then exploded. Moments later, it reformed about 30 meters away, even more blurry than before. At the same time, countless lightning bolts exploded on Meng Hao's body, writhing about on his skin. Meng Hao suddenly laughed. "That's all you've got?" he said, killing intent glittering in his eyes. In the 7th anima, he had the power of 64 Great Circle nascent souls. He was so powerful that this type of electricity couldn't possibly hurt him. Even as he spoke, the human-shaped lightning bolt reappeared off in the distance. Meng Hao began to move forward, and a rumbling sound could be heard as his body disappeared. When it reappeared, it was directly in front of the human-shaped lightning bolt. The speed with which he moved was incredible. It happened literally in the blink of an eye. Meng Hao's eyes were cold as he clenched his right hand into a fist and then slammed into the chest of the human-shaped figure. Bam! The human-shaped lightning bolt's body began to explode. Before it completely shattered into pieces, however, its hand shot out claw-like to scrape viciously at Meng Hao's chest. The sound that was emitted sounded like metal crashing against metal. Meng Hao's clothing was torn to shreds, and the claw ripped his skin. However, it couldn't penetrate any further than that. All it could do was scratch him. The human-shaped lightning bolt stared in shock. A booming could be heard as it completely exploded. Innumerable flashes of lightning roiled out. 30 meters away, they once again congealed together. Meng Hao didn't even glance at this injury. To him, such a flesh wound was inconsequential. His body flickered and then disappeared. Moments later, he reappeared in the air above the human-shaped lightning bolt. "Time to end this," he said coolly as he hovered there in midair. He raised his hand up and then chopped it down. Violet Qi Guillotine. This was a simple magical technique which coalesced violet qi into an enormous curved blade, hundreds of meters long. As it chopped down, the human-shaped lightning bolt felt a sense of deadly crisis. Instantly, its body exploded out with the glow of lightning. The light then coalesced into an enormous lightning globe. The instant the lightning globe appeared, the violet qi guillotine sliced into it. In that moment, popping sounds could be heard from the lightning sphere, seemingly the roar of countless bolts of lightning. However, it was incapable of preventing itself from being chopped apart. During the space of a few breaths, rumbling booms filled the air as the gigantic lightning sphere collapsed into pieces. Within was revealed the human-shaped lightning bolt, which was now so blurry it was almost transparent. Before it could even move, the violet qi guillotine was upon it, slashing onto its body. A boom could be heard as the figure was cut directly in half. Rumbling sounds echoed about as the human-shaped lightning bolt, having been cut in half, collapsed into pieces, transforming into a lightning-like glow that spread out in all directions and then faded. By the time the human-shaped lightning bolt vanished, the tribulation clouds up had long since dissipated, and the sky was now back to normal. Meng Hao now returned from the seventh anima back to the first anima. His face was a bit pale and he looked extremely tired. The seventh anima really does a number on my body and longevity. I can't stay in it for too long without injuring myself. He descended down to the surface of the violet sea where he sat cross-legged to breathe deeply and restore his body. Compared to the seventh anima, the sixth anima is a bit less draining. The less nascent souls I combine, the less waste there is, and the more I can ignore it. So, these are my 7 anonymous soul transformations. His eyes shined with a bright light. Everything that had happened, the struggle with the resurrection lily, the battle against the heavenly tribulation, the creation of the 7 anonymous soul transformations, were all testimony to the fact that he had stepped foot onto the path of a truly powerful expert. From now on, my travels in the great lands of South Heaven will be as boundless as the sea and sky. Meng Hao can go anywhere he wants. He looked up and toward the east, the direction of the eastern lands and the Great Tang. His dream in the past had always been to travel to the Great Tang of the eastern lands, and he had never forgotten that. At the moment, he was finally qualified to cross the Milky Way Sea and visit that very place. Meng Hao's heart suddenly quivered. His divine sense sank into the blood-colored mask and coalesced near the mastiff. He was pleasantly surprised to find that along with his own rise in cultivation base, the mastiff was almost awake. In fact, Meng Hao could tell that it wouldn't be long before it would be able to leave the world of the blood-colored mask and exist in the lands of South Heaven. Meng Hao retracted his divine sense. Smiling, he took a deep breath and then closed his eyes to continue adjusting his cultivation base. During the process of pacifying the heavenly tribulation, he actually had sustained some internal injuries. For the past 100 years or more, the skies above the western desert had been dark and overcast. Now, perhaps because of the heavenly tribulation, they were now sunny and bright, for the first time in a very long time. Light pierced through the clouds to fall onto the violet sea and down into its waters. The result was a scene of indescribable beauty. Meng Hao sat in the middle of all of it on the surface of the sea. His body was no longer fearsomely powerful. Instead, the air of a scholar once again emanated out from him. He sat there peacefully, his eyes closed. In this moment, the entire world seemed beautiful and calm. Only the gently undulating waves could be seen moving. Unfortunately, a few days later, some uninvited guests disturbed the tranquility. There was a sedan chair carried by 4 black-robed men who looked somewhat distorted, as if they existed halfway between being illusory and real. The sedan chair's curtains had long since been opened, and within could be seen a middle-aged man dressed in expensive clothing. He was currently drinking some fine alcohol. Laying next to him was a withered corpse. The corpse was naked and looked old, as if it had just been dug out of a grave. If you looked closely, though, you could see that the desiccated corpse had once been a beautiful woman. As of now, her life force had long since vanished. A fatal wound could be seen, a dark bruise on her neck. Her neck itself was twisted at an odd angle, making the entire picture a ghastly sight. The person who had killed her was currently leaning up against her corpse, drinking fine alcohol and gently caressing her. "How strange," said the man. The miracle lightning was obviously gathering in this area. It's gone now, though, as of a few days ago. How come there doesn't seem to be anything at all in the area? This middle-aged man was none other than the man who had left the second outpost city that day, Huyan Qing. He was the only son of spirit-severing patriarch Huyan Yunming of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, one of the three major powers of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Surrounding the sedan chair were 7 old men, who followed along silently. Among the 7, the strongest was an old man named Wu, who was shockingly of the great circle of the nascent soul stage. A cultivation base like that would make him an incredible power in any area. Even spirit-severing patriarchs would pay close attention to such a figure, and spare no effort to enlist their services. Having heard the Huyan Qing's words, the old men instantly began to chuckle and offer up words of encouragement. "Young master, there's no need to be anxious. There are no living people in this part of the sea. If a precious treasure really did appear in the area, then it will belong to nobody except you." "That's right. Besides, when we arrived, we checked the area and even set up spell formations. We could tell from a distance that the undulations of the tribulation lightning had vanished, and that was when we entered. We are certainly the first people to enter the area to investigate." The only person who didn't speak was Sir Wu. He frowned as he looked around. He wasn't sure why, but after entering this area, he seemed to have the jitters. It was as if this was an area of grave danger, as if some terrifying presence were lurking about. The feeling was indistinct and mysterious. However, Sir Wu couldn't stop thinking about it. Even as the group was proceeding along as normal, they all suddenly stopped. All eyes came to fall on a young man off in the distance. He wore a green robe and was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the water, meditating. He looked like the type of person who would bring harm to neither humans nor animals. He seemed clean and peaceful, and exuded the air of a scholar as he sat there cross-legged and unmoving. It was impossible to clearly see the level of his cultivation base. At first glance it was of the early nascent soul stage, but upon closer inspection it seemed to be of the mid-nascent soul stage. After that, it jumped to the late nascent soul stage. For a moment it even seemed as if it might be at the Great Circle. The sight of it instantly caused Sir Wu to be on guard. In fact, looking at Meng Hao caused him to feel as if a needle were pricking the back of his neck. The feeling caused his eyes to glow. For some reason, he had the feeling that there was something not quite right about this person. The other 6 nascent soul cultivators were all surprised and wore serious expressions. For a strange cultivator to suddenly appear in a bizarre place like this was something that would obviously cause them to be cautious. Despite their caution, their end judgment was that even if this person had a high cultivation base, they were 7 in number, one of whom was of the great circle of the nascent soul stage, 2 were of the late nascent soul stage, and 4 were of the mid-stage. Such a force could be referred to as ultimately powerful. If that weren't the case, why else would Huyan Yunming send them to escort his only son in the outside world? Even still, all of them felt as if something were off, although they couldn't place the reason. Hey, so there's someone out here meditating," said Huyan Qing with a scornful laugh. He leaned up against the corpse of the woman as he looked out at Meng Hao. "Look up at me and tell me your name. Also, take out your bag of holding. Presumably, whatever precious treasure caused the miracle lightning will be on your person." He couldn't see Meng Hao's cultivation base, but in his entire life, he never actually looked at anyone's cultivation base. That was because he didn't need to. It wasn't necessary. His father was a spirit-severing patriarch. That was enough in and of itself. Throughout his life, it didn't matter who he was dealing with, he never cared about that person's cultivation base. Because of the stage his father was in, anyone who dared to provoke him would end up dead in body and spirit. That point had been proven countless times. It also caused Xianxia to grow quite comfortable with such lofty arrogance. However, even as the words left his mouth, Sir Wu's face flickered and his body quivered. He suddenly realized why he had such an odd feeling. This young man is sitting cross-legged on the violet sea itself. Sir Wu gasped, and his mind trembled. Earlier, he had felt something was off, but had overlooked the violet sea. Now, all of a sudden, he realized that this man was sitting directly on top of a thick aura of death. Even he himself feared touching the sea and would not continue to do so for any length of time. At the same time, the faces of the other 6 nascent soul cultivators also fell. Their eyes went wide as they realized how fearsome and bizarre Meng Hao was. In the same moment in which the 7 of them came to the same realization, Meng Hao's eyes snapped open. He looked over the group of people, his gaze eventually coming to fall upon Xianxia. With the exception of Sir Wu, the 7 nascent soul cultivators all felt their minds shaking. Meng Hao's gaze was like a stabbing sword that pierced into their minds and transformed into roaring. Even Sir Wu had a look of intense concentration. The Great Circle of the nascent soul stage. He's of the Great Circle. All of the other 6 nascent soul cultivators had the same reaction when they realized the level of Meng Hao's cultivation base. Deep in their hearts, they all breathed sighs of relief. The intrepidness of the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage was something that they didn't fear. Sir Wu was also of the Great Circle. Furthermore, they were backed by the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe and Patriarch Huyan. As soon as Meng Hao's gaze fell onto Xianxia, a roaring filled the man's brain, and his body began to tremble. The wine cup in his hand dropped to the floor, spilling alcohol all over him in the process. The hand that had been stroking the corpse suddenly began to shake. Meng Hao retracted his gaze, ignoring the group. He coolly said one sentence, "What you're looking for isn't here. Go away." Meng Hao had sensed this group long before they had arrived. Their goal in coming was clear, and the piercing gaze he had given them moments ago was merely a threat and a warning. Having finished speaking, Meng Hao closed his eyes again. Now that Meng Hao had retracted his gaze, Xianxia came to his senses. He took a deep breath, and after a final quiver, his eyes went wide and he glared hatefully at Meng Hao. "Such gall!" he cried. Facing an intimidating threat like Meng Hao, some people would retreat to avoid any difficulties. Others, however, due to their background, would be unable to accept such a threat being levied against them. People like that, with low cultivation bases but incredible arrogance and haughtiness, would only have their pride wounded. Xianxia was just such a person. The shame just now was fueling his anger. He could not accept being threatened to the extent that he actually felt fear. He was the only son of Patriarch Huyan. He was a noble chosen of the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe. Virtually no one in the entire Black Lands would dare to provoke him. No matter where he went, he was a blazing sun that everyone respected. And yet here today, in this place, he had been threatened by the gaze of a cultivator. Xianxia's dignity had been threatened. From the time he was small until now, there had never been even one cultivator who dared to act aggressively toward him. Meng Hao's actions might seem normal to any other person, but to Xianxia, it was wild arrogance. For years, he had existed in a position far above others. No one had ever dared to level such a gaze against him, nor to cause his mind to tremble. In his mind, he had just been humiliated in a way that he couldn't accept. "Kill him! Kill him for me this instant!" he roared, rising to his feet. His face twisted with rage as he glared at Meng Hao. "No one has ever dared to act in such a way in front of me. You're dead." Sir Wu's face sank, and inwardly he was cursing. He had known all along that Xianxia never thought things through, and on top of that was arrogant and despotic. However, he had never imagined that he could possibly be this idiotic. There was really no good reason for Xianxia to make such a demand. Just now, this man had merely looked at them and then spoken some non-threatening words. Considering he was of the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage, His vague words were not out of the ordinary. Sir Wu was just about to speak up when, suddenly, the eyes of the four black-robed men near Xianxia suddenly filled with killing intent. Instantly, the men vanished. When they reappeared, they had Meng Hao surrounded. Within the hand of each black-robed man was a gleaming flying sword. Filled with killing intent, the men charged at Meng Hao. Meng Hao sighed softly. He hadn't desired to do any killing today. He was like a tree who wanted peace, except the wind wouldn't stop blowing. "Well, in that case, I guess you won't be leaving," said Meng Hao coolly. His eyes opened, although he completely ignoring the incoming flying swords. The moment his eyes opened, an indescribable killing intent rose up to the heavens. It exploded out with shocking intensity, causing the clouds to churn and everything to dim. He was like some sort of primordial beast, climbing up out from the depths. The killing intent was thick and invisible, but as it emanated out, the faces of the four black-robed instantly fell. They were vicious cultivators who would kill without batting an eyelid. Over the years, they had killed many, many people. Normally speaking, they were cold and detached. However, facing such indescribable killing intent such as Meng Hao's caused their faces to fall. Compared to Meng Hao, their tiny collections of killing intent were like fireflies, whereas Meng Hao was the bright moon. What they didn't know was that this was actually only 10% of Meng Hao's killing intent. Bang! Four flying swords exploded into fragments that then transformed into ash. The bodies of the black-robed men began to shake, and then blood sprayed from their mouths. Their minds felt like paste, as if some massive power were crushing down onto them. They tumbled backward, but before they could fall back more than 30 meters, their heads suddenly exploded. Their mangled bodies fell down into the violet sea, sinking down beneath the waves, never to be seen again. A deathly silence filled the air. Xianxia's eyes went wide and filled with disbelief. The 7 nascent soul cultivators' faces were filled with unprecedentedly serious looks. Swishing sounds could be heard as 6 of them instantly moved to surround Xianxia. Sir Wu appeared in front of all of them, his face grim as he looked at Meng Hao. "Fellow Taoist," said Sir Wu, clasping his hands. "We are from the Heavenly Pursuit tribe of the Heavenly Court Alliance in the Black Lands. Everything before was a misunderstanding, fellow Taoist. Please forgive us." Meng Hao looked at him coldly, then looked at the people behind him. Having heard that they were from the Heavenly Court Alliance in the Black Lands, he suddenly thought of the Golden Crow clan. He then slowly nodded his head. "Since it was just a misunderstanding, we can let the matter drop. Please take your leave post-haste." Sir Wu heaved an inward sigh of relief. Even though he was of the great circle of the nascent soul stage, the pressure he felt pressing down from Meng Hao was incredible. He had no desire whatsoever to fight him. However, even as Sir Wu was about to clasp hands and fall back, Xianxia's eyes suddenly filled with a savage light. "So, it turns out this guy puts on a strong front but is actually a weakling." Xianxia had been incredibly shocked and even filled with fear when Meng Hao killed his 4 black-robed guards. However, seeing that he was willing to compromise after hearing that they were from the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, his heart filled with evil thoughts. "I said before to kill him," he said, his voice grim. "All of you, get out there and kill him." He laughed coldly. "Sir Wu, you promised my father that you would keep me safe during our journeys. You even promised to help me with my cultivation. This guy's cultivation base is obviously incredible, and I've taken a liking to it. Kill him for me, and before he dies, I'll consume it." His eyes radiated an intense light as he lifted his hand and held out a command medallion. "I order all of you, kill him." Meng Hao's expression never changed. He watched calmly as the scene unfolded. After the medallion appeared, the faces of Sir Wu and the 6 other old men instantly fell. Moments later, 4 of the group performed minor teleportations as they approached him. They figured that it didn't matter that they weren't a match for Meng Hao. All they had to do was pin him down. The person to do the actual killing would naturally be Sir Wu. "Oh well," sighed Sir Wu. "I guess this guy is just unlucky." Clenching his teeth, he turned toward Meng Hao. Suddenly, his great circle nascent soul cultivation base exploded with power. "You're dead!" Xianxia began to laugh maniacally. As the four mid-nascent soul cultivators neared, Meng Hao's eyes glittered with the desire to kill. The killing intent that exploded out from him this time was 30%. His voice cool, he said, "Looking to die?" The killing intent roared out, causing the faces of the four mid-nascent soul stage old men to fill with astonishment. Suddenly, Meng Hao vanished like a ghost. When he reappeared, he was behind one of the mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. His expression was cool, and his hair whipped about as he lifted up his right hand and tapped the man. Death aura and life force mingled, transforming into a fearsome power of extermination. The nascent soul cultivator was absolutely powerless to resist, and instantly exploded. From the very beginning, Meng Hao had kept his cultivation base in the first anima, which possessed the battle prowess of one great circle nascent soul. However, because of his incredible foundation, his battle prowess actually far exceeded anyone in the same stage as him. His attack exploded with the power of extermination. The exterminating power stemmed from Meng Hao's violet sea and blood totems. They combined to form a powerful water-type totem that contained both life and death. In Meng Hao's hands, it formed an essence that could send a life back to the dust. The mid-nascent soul cultivator's death happened incredibly quickly, literally in the blink of an eye. Everyone watching was instantly shaken mentally. Even Xianxia just stood there with that wicked smile of his plastered on his face. Sir Wu took a deep breath. As he thought about, he realized that although he could kill a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, it wouldn't be possible for him to do so as casually as Meng Hao just had. "Now that we've attacked, we have to kill him," thought Sir Wu, sighing inwardly. His eyes glittered with killing intent as he went on the attack, shooting toward Meng Hao. As he neared, his right hand lifted up in a clawing gesture. Instantly, the air around him transformed into a yellow river filled with roaring waters and yellow sand. It looked like a yellow dragon as it swept out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped the entire area. Shockingly, it then became a spell formation. Within the spell formation, yellow sand roared up into the air. A raging wind screamed, transforming into a vortex. It was like a wind dragon and a yellow dragon, interlocked, pinning Meng Hao down inside. At the same time, killing intent radiated out of Sir Wu's eyes. His body flickered as he entered the spell formation, his right hand flashing an incantation gesture. Countless green leaves magically appeared, each one of which contained destructive power. They swirled around, congealing together rapidly to form one sharp sword after another. Almost in the same moment that the spell formation finished forming, Sir Wu was closing in on Meng Hao. At this point, Meng Hao suddenly disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was next to another of the mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. He reached out in a seemingly leisurely fashion toward the shocked man, then tapped on his forehead. Bam! The power of extermination once again appeared. The old mid-nascent soul stage cultivator's body instantly exploded. As he died, another nascent soul cultivator suddenly appeared behind Meng Hao. Around his body rotated 9 spinning awls which send out pulsing whimpers and were surrounded by a pulsating green aura that seemed to be filled with extremely toxic poison. The green aura blasted against Meng Hao's face. Meng Hao's expression was calm as he completely ignored the poison weapons. He simply raised his hand and pointed. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. The single finger cast a powerful hex which caused the late nascent soul cultivator's body to shake. He suddenly stopped moving and was stuck there in midair. Having lost his connection to his magical items, they then fell down into the violet sea. The man's body hovered in the air motionless. Shock filled his face as he realized that even his cultivation base was completely sealed. He couldn't feel shocked for long, because Meng Hao passed him and flicked his sleeve. Roaring waves suddenly surged up from the violet sea below, completely submerging the old man. Meanwhile, Sir Wu was closing in. Meng Hao turned, completely ignoring him. He waved his arm, causing a bloody glow to rise up into the sky. Shockingly, an enormous blood-colored face suddenly appeared. This was the blood immortal divine ability. As of now, Meng Hao didn't need to wear the mask to unleash it. As of this point, the mask could be done without. The battle power of the great circle of the nascent soul stage gathered within the blood-colored mask. Sir Wu's face filled with shock as the face slammed into him with an enormous boom. The leaves surrounding him shattered into pieces, and he was sent tumbling backward, blood spraying from his mouth. Before he could emerge from within the sandstorm's spell formation, Meng Hao teleported behind him, then lifted up his right hand and pointed. Boom! A jade slip appeared in front of Sir Wu. It emanated a soft glow which resisted Meng Hao's finger. However, it only lasted for the space of 3 breaths before it collapsed. Sir Wu coughed up more blood. However, he used the 3 breaths worth of time to employ a blood escape technique to speed away. Even as the blood escape technique was unleashed, Meng Hao's cold voice could be heard in his ear. Blood! It was only a single word, but it caused a roaring to fill Sir Wu's body. Even in the midst of using his magical escape technique, he was injured again. His face fell. Disregarding the pain, he quickly retrieved a second jade slip from his bag of holding which he violently crushed between his fingers. Another protective shield spread out to surround him and defend against Meng Hao's second finger attack. A popping sound rang out as the second shield shattered. Sir Wu was finally able to flee outside of the sandstorm spell formation. In that instant, he lifted his head up and roared. Hair disheveled. He performed a double-handed incantation gesture, causing the spell formation's sandstorm to whip about and block the area between him and Meng Hao. As soon as the sandstorm touched Meng Hao, he stopped moving, unable to continue forward. He looked up and saw Sir Wu on the other side, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and staring back tenaciously at him. Sir Wu was filled with shock. Just now, their brief encounter in the spell formation caused him to realize just how valiant and fearsome Meng Hao was. If it weren't for the 2 life-saving jade slips bestowed upon him by Patriarch Huyan, he would certainly have perished just now. Guard the spell formation with all your power, he said through clenched teeth. This man must die. The faces of the remaining 3 nascent soul cultivators were pale. The scene they had just witnessed had left them completely shaken. Huyan Qing's eyes were wide with disbelief. The sandstorm was filled with shocking killing intent as it closed in around Meng Hao. On the outside, Sir Wu's eyes filled with a strange glow. He flashed a double-handed incantation, causing the sandstorm to tighten around Meng Hao. The other 3 nascent soul cultivators went all out with the power of their cultivation bases to assist. Meng Hao began to move forward. Booming sounds filled the air as the wind dragon and the yellow dragon inside of the spell formation roared and interlocked. Meng Hao's body trembled and he was forced backwards a few paces, his eyes shining with a strange light. Interesting, he said coolly. It has some impressive sealing power. Outside the spell formation, Sir Wu smiled coldly. He performed an incantation with his right hand and then pointed forward. 8 dragons defense expulsion. Suddenly, a second wind dragon appeared within the spell formation, then a third, then a fourth. 3 more yellow dragons also appeared. In total, there were 8 dragons cycling about. Their appearance caused the spell formation to be even more shocking than before. Each grain of sand in the storm was equipped with the power of an early nascent soul stage cultivation base. The dense masses of sand suddenly began to congeal together, rapidly transforming into more than 10 figures. More sand began to congeal, and more figures appeared. This spell formation was Sir Wu's trump card. Considering how seriously he took Meng Hao, he didn't hesitate to use the spell formation's true power. This aspect was not actually a formation, but rather the magical manifestation of a divine ability. In the past, he had relied on its intense power to kill 3 powerful experts of the same level as himself. Seeing that Meng Hao was incapable of escaping from within the spell formation, Huyan Qing breathed a sigh of relief. He stood there in the sedan chair, laughing. Let's see how you charge out now. Sir Wu's sandstorm noose has been praised even by my father. You're dead. No one has ever dared to provoke me. Since you dared to threaten me, you're going to die. Meng Hao smiled a cold smile. As the spell formation rotated around him, 4 of the dragons emitted roars of shocking power. There were now over 20 congealed sand figures as well. Each of the figures possessed a cultivation base of the mid-nascent soul stage. Harboring no fear of death whatsoever, they immediately charged directly toward Meng Hao. They did not unleash divine abilities, but rather, "Burst!" howled Sir Wu. This was the deadly function of the spell formation, the self-detonation of the divine ability. Every detonation was completely equivalent to the self-detonation of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. The power of 20 mid-nascent soul stage self-detonations was something that would strike fear into the heart of even someone of the great circle of the nascent soul stage. By relying on the power of the spell formation's divine ability, Sir Wu had earned a high reputation in the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Throughout all the Black Lands, he was ranked as one of the most powerful experts under the spirit-severing stage. Were that not the case, Patriarch Huyen would not have assigned him the job of protecting his only son. Right now, his expression was calm and his heart proud as he looked coldly at Meng Hao within the spell formation. It doesn't matter how shocking your cultivation base is. Within my 8 dragons spell formation, you can only curse your own bad fortune. There is no one else to blame. The other 3 old men outside the spell formation wore expressions of pleasant surprise, along with vicious, murderous intent. They smiled coldly as they looked at Meng Hao, who seemed to be trapped like a cornered beast within the spell formation. Huyen Qing's laughter became ear-splitting. Within the spell formation, Meng Hao watched on as the 20 mid-nascent soul figures began to self-detonate. Then coolly said, "Interesting. I never imagined that, after coming out of secluded meditation, that I would run into someone so strong. It looks like you have the qualifications to make me enter my second anima." Boom! Meng Hao's body instantly grew more powerful. He grew half a head taller, and his shoulders widened. His physical body grew stronger as he was filled with the battle prowess of 2 great circle nascent souls. When he looked up, his eyes shone brightly. Popping sounds could be heard coming from within his body as his aura climbed up. Instantly, the faces of the cultivators outside of the spell formation filled with intense shock. It was at this moment that the more than 20 mid-nascent soul self-detonations exploded out. The power unleashed was shocking, but Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He moved forward through the explosions, which didn't even cause him to tremble in the slightest. The sight caused Sir Wu to gasp. His pupils constricted, he was stupefied. As for the 3 other old men, they were even more astonished and filled with disbelief. Just what level cultivation base does he have? Even as shock caused the 4 men's hearts to tremble, Meng Hao shot up into the air. He flew with incredible speed towards Sir Wu. A boom could be heard as he burst out from within the spell formation. The 8 dragons roared and tried to encircle him, but Meng Hao waved his hand toward them. Instantly, 8 enormous blood-red faces appeared. As soon as they appeared, they exploded, transforming into an attack that swept out in all directions. 8 blood-curdling howls could be heard as the dragons were shredded into pieces. The sandstorm spell formation shuddered 3 times, and then collapsed into fragments. Everyone on the outside of the spell formation was filled with shock. Meng Hao suddenly disappeared, then reappeared directly in front of shocked Sir Wu. The collapse of the spell formation caused Sir Wu to cough up a mouthful of blood. However, he was an old hand at close-quarters combat. Without hesitation, he fell back, both hands flashing in an incantation gesture. Instantly, wind and sand surrounded him, forming a shield, along with a 3rd jade slip, adding even more protective power. Unfortunately, as soon as Meng Hao appeared, he pointed with his finger. The shield of wind and sand was ripped apart. The light from the jade slip lasted only for the space of a single breath before collapsing. Sir Wu let out a miserable, despairing cry as Meng Hao's finger tapped onto his forehead. All it took was one tap. Bam! The power of extermination exploded out within Sir Wu. His body exploded out in all directions. It didn't matter that he was of the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Meng Hao was currently equipped with twice that level of power. As for Sir Wu, How could he possibly fight back? As of this moment, the three old men off to the side were shaking, and their faces were filled with dumbstruck despair. Fear inundated their hearts. This shadow of death which lurked over them far exceeded the mission they had been given by Patriarch Huyen. Without the slightest hesitation, the three nascent soul cultivators turned and used their most powerful escape arts to flee at top speed. They went all out. One of them, of the mid-nascent soul stage, crushed a violet-colored jade slip between his fingers, causing a violet glow to surround his body and then propel him away with explosive speed. Another mid-nascent soul cultivator, having witnessed the failure of Sir Wu's blood escape art, and how he was even injured by using it, didn't dare to use the same technique. Instead, he drew upon the life power of his own nascent soul, ignoring the fact that it began to wither as a result. He shot away at incredible speed off into the distance. The final cultivator had the highest cultivation base of all, the late nascent soul stage. As he fled, he produced a crude feng shui compass from his bag of holding which he tossed out in front of him. It immediately emanated 3 glowing bands of light which stabbed into the air up ahead and then ripped open a fissure. Without looking back, he dove into the fissure, the only thing on his mind being escape. He was already completely shaken and filled with ultimate dread by Meng Hao. As for Huyen Qing, he was completely stunned by everything that had just happened. His body was shaking and his breath came in ragged pants. His scalp was numb, and his heart was filled with intense regret. Seeing Sir Wu explode caused his face to drain of blood, and cold sweat to break out all over. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve, sweeping away the gore that was all that remained of Sir Wu. At the same time, he pointed out with his right index finger. Instantly, several drops of blood flew toward him from the mass of gore that was flying in the opposite direction. It congealed on his fingertip into a glittering drop of blood. This blood was heart blood produced by the death of a great circle nascent soul cultivator. Meng Hao looked at the blood for a moment and then flung his hand, causing it to split into 3 parts that shot toward the fleeing cultivator, who was surrounded by the violet qi. The drop of blood transformed into a streak of red as it shot through the air. At the same time, Meng Hao made a grasping motion with his hand. The devil spear appeared along with an excited howling sound. Instantly, black mist roiled out, filled with ferocious faces. Strangely, once the faces saw Meng Hao standing there, they began to tremble and suddenly grew very quiet. Meng Hao hefted the spear and then tossed it out into the air. Instantly, the ferocious faces within the mist once again began to howl as they shot toward the cultivator who was burning his nascent soul in order to flee. Having done these things, Meng Hao looked over at the late nascent soul cultivator who was now already halfway through the fissure in the air. The fissure itself seemed to be on the verge of closing. Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding, causing an emerald glow to appear. Suddenly, a very ordinary-looking fishing rod appeared in his hands. As soon as he held the fishing rod, Meng Hao's entire aura changed. It grew blurry, as if his body were somehow merging into the air around him. When Huyen Qing looked at him, he got a cold feeling, as if he were looking at some sort of predator that he was helpless to resist. Except this was not a predator. This was a crushing power from a life force that was levels above him, something that could wrest away his life at any moment. It was impossible to perfectly describe the feeling in Huyen Qing's heart. He was panting, and his body was trembling. The fear he was experiencing now far exceeded any fear he had felt before in his life. It wasn't just him who was feeling such fear. The 2 fleeing mid-nascent soul stage old men were also trembling, and could sense a pressure bearing down on them that far exceeded their own level. It quickly enveloped their entire hearts and minds. Their bodies trembled, and their souls shook. Their karma was suddenly visible. What is this? Most frightened of all was the late nascent soul cultivator who had just passed through the fissure. Although he was on the other side of the fissure from nightmarish Meng Hao, in a different world, the trembling of his soul had reached an intense peak. It was as if some incredible, irresistible coldness were blasting across his body. What is this? Meng Hao's expression was calm as he gripped the fishing rod. The world suddenly looked different, colorless. However, bright, colorful lights were visible on top of the heads of the people in front of him. Meng Hao looked at Hu Yanqing. On top of the man's head was a mass of bright, colorful threads, all grouped together. Shockingly, one of the threads was bright red and incredibly thick. It was clearly different than the other threads. At the moment, Hu Yanqing's body was trembling violently. Meng Hao's gaze and aura were thousands of times more terrifying than they had been before. His look earlier had merely been a threat, but this time, Hu Yanqing felt as if his soul were growing cold. It was as if his entire life, all his secrets, were clearly visible to Meng Hao. It seemed to him that all Meng Hao had to do was wish it, and he would instantly die. He could also tell that such a death would not be an ordinary death, which filled him with indescribable fear. It was as if death was frightening enough as it was, but dying at Meng Hao's hands would be infinitely more miserable and horrifying. When Meng Hao looked at the other two fleeing mid-nascent soul cultivators, they experienced the exact same feeling as Hu Yanqing. Meng Hao could clearly see the brightly colorful threads attached to the tops of their heads. They too had an incredibly thick, red thread that was different from the others. Those thick threads caused Meng Hao's face to flicker almost undetectably. "So these are karma threads," murmured Meng Hao. He looked at the trembling old man on the other side of the disappearing fissure. He had even more threads attached to his head. "What a pity," said Meng Hao, shaking his head. "Based on my understanding of karma, I can't do what G19 did and sever the karma. However," his eyes glinting fiercely, he waved the fishing rod out in front of him. Instantly, a fishing line flew out. It moved so fast that it didn't seem to move at all. It instantly appeared in front of the trembling old late nascent soul cultivator. The old man suddenly felt something infinitely terrifying. Others could not hear the blood-curdling scream that came out from his mouth, but Meng Hao could. Meng Hao saw the line wrap around the old man. When he pulled back on the line, the man's soul was ripped out of his body. His nascent soul rapidly withered, and his body turned pale white as he died. As the fishing line returned to Meng Hao, he reached out and grabbed the soul, then crushed it. As the soul dissipated, Meng Hao's mind filled with a roaring sound. All of a sudden, he realized that he had a much deeper comprehension of karma now, although he wasn't sure he could explain exactly how. When Hu Yanqing saw everything that was happening, he could only scream with intense terror. The other two mid-nascent soul cultivators were shaking as they fled madly. "It's really cold today here in Mudangjiang Prefecture. It snowed heavily and is -3°C. Next, however, the pursuing drops of blood caught up with their target. They stabbed through the cultivator, then exploded along with the man's body. As for the other cultivator, despite the incredible speed with which he moved, he could not move faster than the devil spear. It whistled through the air and then stabbed into him. Instantly, black mist enveloped him. Excited, ferocious faces pounced, and a blood-curdling scream filled the air. When it finally faded away, only a skeleton remained. All of this takes some time to describe, but actually, from the time the three men began to flee until the moment they were all dead only took the space of about 10 breaths. Meng Hao put the fishing rod away, and then turned to look at Hu Yanqing. When Meng Hao's gaze fell onto him, Hu Yanqing fell backward, trembling. He quickly bumped up against the back of the sedan chair. "Early nascent soul cultivation base," said Meng Hao coolly. "What a pity." This was actually the weakest early nascent soul cultivation base that he had ever seen. "All right, who's your father?" he continued, his expression the same as ever. He had long since matured to the point where he did not act impulsively. Naturally, he could tell that for this man to have such intrepid guards meant that he had a background beyond the ordinary. Furthermore, the thick, red threads attached to the heads of these people led to a lot of questions. Furthermore, earlier, the man had made a comment indicating that his father had praised the spell formation of that great circle nascent soul cultivator. He had revealed the information inadvertently in the midst of bragging arrogantly. However, Meng Hao easily put the pieces of information together. How could he not understand the underlying meaning? Hu Yanqing stared in shock. Originally, He had planned to roar out the information about his father in an attempt to shock Meng Hao. Who could ever have imagined that Meng Hao would actually ask for the information of his own initiative? My! Xianxia was perturbed and trembling. However, he still shouted out anyway. My father is Huyen Yunming, spirit-severing patriarch of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, from the Heavenly Court Alliance in the Black Lands. If you dare to kill me, my father won't let you go. It doesn't matter where you're from, or who you are. If you dare to hurt me, you're dead beyond the shadow of a doubt. As he blathered on, the words came more smoothly. This was what he had originally planned to say to Meng Hao. The fact that Meng Hao had asked for the information of his own initiative had thrown his rhythm into a bit of chaos. I have no plans to kill you, said Meng Hao with a chuckle. You may leave. Killing a few nascent soul cultivators was a small matter, and as for this man, Meng Hao had no feud with him. It wouldn't be worth it to kill him. Besides, he was the heir of a spirit-severing patriarch. He would definitely be equipped with life-saving magical items. If Meng Hao really did try to kill him, it would not only be troublesome, but his own identity would also surely be detected. It was not as if Meng Hao had just entered the cultivation world. He well knew that if Xianxia died, then Patriarch Huyen would track him down to kill him. Although he might be able to evade Patriarch Huyen, his identity could not be kept concealed. When that happened, the whole Golden Crow clan's safety would be in danger, and Meng Hao could not allow that to happen. That was the original reason why he had chosen to allow Sir Wu and the others to leave. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't know what was best for his own good and took advantage of his powerful bodyguards to attack Meng Hao. Meng Hao quickly slaughtered them, and now that Xianxia was left on his own, he would presumably be a bit more cool-headed. Even he knew that some people were not to be provoked. Meng Hao came to the conclusion that since he hadn't killed the man, he wouldn't harbor further resentment. Xianxia had obviously been completely shaken by the scene from earlier. In addition, Meng Hao left a strand of divine sense on Xianxia. Once he returned to his father, Patriarch Huyen, the divine sense would be discovered and provide a complete explanation. Only people of extraordinary intelligence can reach the point of becoming spirit-severing patriarchs. Meng Hao was confident that the man would accept the matter silently and not fly into a rage. You're not going to kill me? Asked Xianxia, staring in shock. All of a sudden, he got the feeling that the reason this person wasn't going to kill him had nothing to do with fear of his father, although he had no idea what the real reason was. Without hesitation, he clenched his teeth and shot away at top speed. As he did, he produced a jade slip which he quickly used to send a summons to other Heavenly Pursuit tribe members in the area. Meng Hao ignored Xianxia's departure. He once again crossed his legs and began to meditate quietly. He had already decided to wait here quietly before meeting up with Xianxia to go to the primordial demon Immortal plane. As he meditated and inspected his 7 nascent souls, a daring idea suddenly began to form in his mind. Right now I have 7 nascent souls, and a divine sense with a range of 29,999 meters. 30,000 meters is the range of spirit severing. I wonder if the possibility exists to form an 8th nascent soul. What about 9? If that happened and I had a breakthrough in divine sense, I would be comparable to the spirit severing stage. Could it be possible that doing so would aid in my understanding of spirit severing? Having reached this point in his train of thought, Meng Hao began to pant a little. His eyes suddenly began to shine brightly. After a moment, though, he realized that such a possibility wasn't very realistic. I really need to think about the matter more closely. After I give it a try, I'll have a much better idea of how feasible it is. The one-color soul procurement pill is quite interesting. Based on my understanding of the legends, it's only supposed to be effective once. However, it clearly worked twice for me. He had thought about this matter earlier, and had thought of a few possible explanations. Actually, the foundation he had built up would most likely be a rare thing even in ancient times. He had reached the 13th level of Qi condensation, had formed a perfect foundation with 10 Tao pillars, reached the great circle of the perfect gold core, and had successfully combined the 5 elements. Although you couldn't say it was completely unprecedented, it wasn't far off. Furthermore, the three great miraculous medicines are also rare. Even in ancient times, few people would have the chance to consume even one of them. As far as the one-color soul procurement pill goes, consuming two wouldn't really be very much different than consuming one. Only by consuming a large number would the cumulative effects be seen. Ancient cultivators would have no way to be so wasteful, so would naturally assume that it would only be effective if consumed once. That would of course be their understanding. Thus, the rise of the legends. Meng Hao continued to sit there, lost in thought. Xianxia fled for several days without stopping. By now, he had received replies from several Heavenly Pursuit tribe members, who were now speeding toward him. They should arrive within the amount of time it takes an incense stick to burn. As of this point, Xianxia could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Now that he knew Meng Hao really was going to let him go, he thought back to Meng Hao's fearsomeness and laughed bitterly. The grave terror that he had experienced had enlightened him quite a bit. He felt a touch of resentment, but recalling the terror that was Meng Hao, he breathed a sigh of relief. Might as well forget about it, he thought. To tell the truth, it was me who provoked him. He might be willing to let me go. But if I keep acting the way I did before, eventually I will run into someone who will kill me. Even if my father gets revenge afterwards, that wouldn't help me at all. This whole experience is going to be a major turning point in the life of Xianxia. From now on, I won't be like that ever again. I'm going to rise to prominence. His eyes filled with a stubborn glow as he made his decision. After he got back to the tribe, he would immediately go into secluded meditation. He would change his arrogant personality and would focus everything on increasing his cultivation base. He would never allow himself to experience such terror again in the future. However, even as Xianxia was murmuring to himself and making his decision, a cold laugh suddenly rang out from behind him. His face flickered as he spun around. What he saw behind him was a black-robed youth. The instant Xianxia saw his face, and the killing intent in his eyes, he could only hoarsely stammer, You said you were going to let me go." As soon as the words left his mouth, the black-robed youth grabbed Xianxia's neck and then crushed down viciously. A cracking sound could be heard. Xianxia's eyes went wide and filled with an unyielding regret, as well as confusion. He didn't understand why he had been told he would be set free, only to be then tracked down and attacked like this. He didn't understand why the life-saving treasures his father had given him didn't activate. As his eyes grew dim, death neared and the lights began to fade. He suddenly realized that this person in front of him was different than the fearsome cultivator from before. He looked the same, but in truth there were differences. However, he could not give voice to any of those thoughts. A boom rang out as his body exploded into a haze of blood. The black-robed youth smiled, and his eyes filled with a red glow. Just when he was about to make his way off, the violet sea beneath him suddenly surged with massive waves. He heard a distant roar of fury coming from within the seawater. Damn it! This far away and he can still sense things? So, he was in the midst of demonic transmigration earlier. The youth's face fell, and his heart began to pound. His body suddenly disappeared. However, in that moment in which he disappeared, 3 days' journey away, Meng Hao sat cross-legged on the surface of the sea, his fury burning. He suddenly shot into the air, the power of a rock exploding out within him. He flew forward at incredible speed. Sonic booms split the air as he shot toward the black-robed youth. "You dare to try to frame me?" Meng Hao's voice seemed to ring out from the violet sea itself. It roared like shocking thunder, causing the face of the black-robed youth to instantly fall. He turned and transformed into a streak of black that shot off into the distance. "If I'd known he could detect me, I would have held off for longer," said the black-robed youth through gritted teeth. "Damn it, I wasted an opportunity. Now he knows about me earlier than expected." His face flickered as he pushed forward with all possible speed. This was none other than the human-form Black Bat Cultivator. Years ago, he had been astonished by the will of Meng Hao's demonic transmigration and had fled. Later, after sensing that Meng Hao had returned, it cleverly did nothing to attract his attention. It knew that relying only on its own power to wrest the true spirit sword away from Meng Hao would be difficult. Therefore, it had decided to make use of one person to get rid of another. The result was the death of Hu Yanqing. Even though he detected me, my plan still worked. Patriarch Huyen will certainly sense his son's death. The black-robed youth's eyes glittered as he pushed forward even faster. Even as he fled, Meng Hao's face grew incredibly grim. The power of a rock exploded out around him, transforming into incredible speed. Sonic booms continued to echo out as he shot forward toward the location of the black-robed youth. The reason why he was able to lock down such a specific location had to do with the Violet Sea, as well as the strand of divine sense that he had left on Hu Yanqing. It didn't matter that the black-robed youth was quite a distance away. He was still directly within Meng Hao's line of sight. Who is this person? Thought Meng Hao, his face dark. Why does he look so much like me? It doesn't seem as if he's in disguise. That seems to be his true appearance. Meng Hao spent some more time to analyze the young man using the power of his locating technique. After enough time passed for an incense stick to burn, his eyes widened. The black bat. Although the black bat had changed a lot from before, there was still a faint branding on it, placed there by Meng Hao years ago, and impossible to wipe away. Meng Hao's eyes glittered with killing intent. Killing Hu Yanqing was obviously a bald-faced attempt to frame him, and would be difficult to explain. It would all come down to how Patriarch Huyen chose to react. Meng Hao's face darkened, and his eyes filled with determination. He chose not to spend any more effort thinking about the situation with Hu Yanqing. Instead, he focused all his killing intent on the black-robed youth. The distance between the two of them grew shorter. Meng Hao's speed seemed without limit. The black-robed youth was also incredibly fast, although he couldn't possibly compare to Meng Hao. I'm going to have to change my plan, he thought. I can't stay in the Western Desert anymore. In any case, even though he discovered my plan to frame him, he still won't be able to catch up to me for another day, no matter how fast he is. One day from now, I won't be in the Western Desert anymore. In the middle of speeding along, the black-robed youth suddenly stopped in place. He looked around, a cold smile on his face as he calculated something on his right hand. It should be near here. I discovered the teleportation rift leading to the Milky Way Sea in this area all those years ago. Even if it moved a bit, it can't be too far away. His body turned into a flash as he began to search the surroundings. After enough time passed for 2 incense sticks to burn, his eyes filled with a happy expression. He stopped in mid-air to perform a double-handed incantation, then pointed straight out. Instantly, the air in front of him filled with ripples which spread out in layers to reveal a dim, gray rift. The rift didn't seem to be anything remarkable. It was apparently sealed. Despite being visible, it flickered as if it were unstable. Damn it! The rift is on the verge of dissipating. I need some time to stabilize it before entering. If I remember correctly, there are 3 teleportation rifts like this in the Western Desert. The next closest one is about 7 days away. There's not enough time. The black-robed youth's face flickered and he ground his teeth. According to his calculations, Meng Hao wouldn't be able to catch up to him within a day. To repair this rift would take about 10 hours. His eyes flickering, the black-robed youth immediately sat cross-legged next to the rift. He spit out some blue-colored blood which he used to brand the rift. The blood transformed into magical symbols, which, when they landed on the rift, fused into it and began to repair it. Meng Hao sped along above the surface of the Violet Sea. As soon as he sensed that his target had stopped moving, he couldn't help but frown. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as he realized that the area around the black-robed youth contained the power of teleportation. Unless something happened, a teleportation portal would open up in the area very soon. Second anima. Boom! 2 of Meng Hao's nascent souls merged together, causing his battle prowess to leap up and his body to grow stronger. The power of 2 great circle nascent souls caused his speed to double. Such speed, combined with the wind power of the rock, caused Meng Hao to move with dramatic speed. Third anima. Fourth anima. Fifth anima. Meng Hao roared through the air with shocking speed. He went faster, his body grew stronger, and his battle prowess neared its peak. The combination of the 5 elements made so that the previous distance of 3 days between him and the black-robed youth was now reduced to only 14 hours. That wasn't good enough for Meng Hao, though. Every moment that passed was a moment in which his quarry might flee. Meng Hao's eyes glinted coldly with killing intent as he entered the 6th anima. Roaring could be heard as Meng Hao's body expanded again. The battle prowess of 32 great circle nascent souls surged through him, and his speed exploded, doubling yet again. Cracking could be heard as the air around him shattered. The speed with which he was moving was indescribable. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of meters away. As of now, he was only about 6 hours away from his target. I can still go faster. 7th anima. With the wave of an arm, he entered the 7th anima. Instantly, his appearance became that of an immortal devil. He now possessed the battle prowess of 64 great circle nascent souls. Yet again, his speed increased explosively. The speed of the 7th anima neared that of the spirit severing stage. After only 2 hours passed, Meng Hao seemed to almost teleport across the western desert's violet sea. Suddenly, he appeared in the region of the black-robed youth. By the time he arrived, the black-robed youth had only completed about 20% of the necessary repairs on the teleportation rift. Suddenly, he sensed something like a screaming wind. The violet sea down below roared and began to swirl into a vortex. An intense sense of deadly crisis suddenly filled the young man, and his heart began to race with fear. Not taking the time to even look behind him, he vanished as he shot off into the distance. Who's chasing me? Don't tell me it's Patriarch Huyen. Impossible. When I killed Huyen Qing, I used an ancient time restriction technique. Patriarch Huyen won't detect his son's death for another 2 days. The black-robed youth's heart trembled and his face fell. A gale-force wind screamed toward him from behind with shocking speed. Rumbling filled heaven and earth. Within the wind was a tall figure that looked like an immortal devil. He moved with shocking speed, and was on top of the black-robed youth in the blink of an eye. The hair on the body of the black-robed youth all stood on end as he looked over his shoulder. His eyes widened, and a grim face could be seen reflected in his pupils, along with an incoming fist. Having seen Meng Hao's face, the black-robed youth screeched, "Impossible!" Bam! Meng Hao's fist slammed into the young man's belly. It was a punch delivered when in the 7th anima, backed by the battle prowess of 64 great circle nascent souls. The power exploded out through the body of the black-robed youth. A massive roar lifted up into the air. Blood sprayed from the young man's mouth, and his body began to fall apart. His stomach completely caved in, transforming into a mass of mangled, bloody flesh. His entire person shot backward, and continuously coughed up multiple mouthfuls of blood. His expression was one of astonishment and utter disbelief, and his face was pale white. The power he sensed in Meng Hao was one that could annihilate anything. It was an indescribably fearsome aura that caused him to tremble with incredible fear. "What's impossible, bitch?" said Meng Hao, his body flickering to appear in front of the black-robed youth. "You dare to frame me?" His right hand clenched into a fist again. Bang! The black-robed youth let out a blood-curdling shriek as he was once again sent tumbling backward. This time, his abdomen literally exploded, ripping off the bottom half of his body, wiping it away in a haze of blood. The only thing left was his upper torso. Suddenly, his back ripped open, and 2 huge bat wings unfurled. They virtually blurred as he shot away at high speed. "Wanna run?" snorted Meng Hao, his eyes flickering with intense killing intent as he continued to stay within the 7th anima. The sound of the snort caused the black bat-turned black-robed youth to cough up more blood. Suddenly, Meng Hao disappeared, only to directly appear behind him. His heart trembled as Meng Hao reached out to grab onto him. The black-robed youth let out a miserable shriek. He didn't turn, but rather contracted his wings in an attempt to block Meng Hao's hand. Killing intent glittered in Meng Hao's eyes as he casually grabbed both the wings and then pulled hard. A blood-curdling scream could be heard as the two wings were completely ripped off of his body. Blood showered from the young man's mouth. He suddenly flashed, reappearing off in the distance. The bottom half of his body had been ripped off along with his wings. He was in a dire situation. However, it was at this point that within his left eye suddenly appeared the image of a corpse. "How can you be so powerful?" he said, his face pale. "This is impossible." Even as he spoke, he performed incantation gestures. Suddenly, a ghost image sprang up around him. Meng Hao flicked his hand to toss away the two wings, then looked coldly at the black-robed youth. "You backstabbing bastard," said Meng Hao. "I helped you unseal yourself that year, giving you the power to recover. Despite all that, you still try to secretly harm me." With that, Meng Hao blasted forward. He moved so fast that you couldn't even see him. The only thing that was visible was the black-robed youth tumbling backward again. It didn't matter that the black bat was something from ancient times. In front of Meng Hao's seventh anima, it was completely incapable of making a counterattack. As it retreated, its body suddenly broke up into countless pieces, transforming into thousands of bats. The bats instantly scattered in all directions in retreat. Meng Hao was currently consumed with the desire to kill. He gave a cold snort and then waved his right hand. The devil spear appeared in front of him. He slapped it, sending power from his cultivation base exploding inside. The spear instantly exploded. The resulting black mist expanded out, filled with innumerable vicious faces that shot toward the fleeing bats and began to consume them. In the blink of an eye, countless miserable shrieks filled the air. After only a few breaths of time, there were only a few hundred bats left from the original group of thousands. The remaining bats quickly reformed. A pop rang out as they transformed back into a physical form. This time it did not look like the black-robed youth, but rather the enormous black bat. The black bat's eyes were filled with terror. The instant in which it appeared, it tried to flee, but Meng Hao shot forward, appeared directly in front of it. The black bat gave a cry of despair as Meng Hao lifted his hand up and pushed a finger down into its forehead. The power of extermination exploded out. It was like layered ripples of destruction that swept through the body of the black bat. Booms rang out ceaselessly as the black bat screamed. Its body directly exploded into a haze of blood which spread out in all direction. Only the head remained, which Meng Hao grabbed and put into his bag of holding. After the death occurred, the surroundings slowly grew quiet and peaceful. Meanwhile, nearly a year's travel away in the western desert north region, far down at the bottom of the sea, a corpse sat cross-legged. Half of its body was human, the other half beastly. This was the creature from which Meng Hao had acquired the third wooden sword in the Crow Divinity Holy Land all those years ago. It was also the same creature that the black-robed youth had absorbed into his left eye and then suppressed. Now, however, the corpse looked different than before. It had conspicuous bat wings sticking out from its back. It sat there motionless on the seafloor, lifeless, filled with an aura of death that was much like the violet sea around it. Suddenly, the empty eyes of the corpse began to glow with light. The glow grew more and more obvious as an aura of life suddenly rose up within its body. Cracking sounds could be heard as it suddenly moved its neck. Its rotten lips suddenly curved into a cold smile. "Petty cultivator," said the corpse in a grating voice. "He thinks he's clever and shrewd, but compared to a spirit like me, he's nothing." In the moment he was congratulating himself on his victory, I managed to slip out like a cicada shedding its skin. He's definitely powerful, though. Thankfully, I was doubly prepared with an extremely realistic second body. Even the will of that body actually wasn't aware that my true self was doubly prepared. Too bad it really was killed. However, that's also a good thing. Because he thinks that I've perished, I can watch on secretly to see what conflicts develop between him and Patriarch Huyen. When the crane and the clam fight, it's the fisherman who benefits. And I am the fisherman. The corpse's smile grew even colder and grimmer. This corpse was the true black bat. Even as it sat there at the bottom of the sea, Meng Hao was back at the location in which he had killed the black-robed youth, frowning. Everything had happened too smoothly, almost like water being poured down a gutter. It was like nothing had even happened at all. The profundity of Meng Hao's cultivation base made everything incredibly simple. However, Meng Hao still felt as if something weren't right. Muttering to himself, his eyes flickered as he pulled out the G-Clan fishing rod. The instant he touched the rod, a strange light flickered in his eyes. He watched as the bits of flesh and blood which were scattered around, the remains of the black bat, suddenly stopped moving. On each piece of flesh or blood, karma threads could be seen. Shockingly, almost all of the karma threads were heading in the same direction. Meng Hao's eyes flashed in concentration. His will began to follow the karma threads through the air until they sank into the violet sea. They continued onward north to the seafloor, where he finally saw the corpse with its grim smile. As soon as his gaze fell upon the corpse, its face flickered and it looked up in disbelief. At the same time, Meng Hao's will vanished from the karma threads. He returned to his normal state and put the fishing rod away, his face extremely dark. "So, something was going on," he said, looking toward the western desert north region, killing intent flickering in his eyes. Back in north, the black bat's eyes shone with a mysterious light, and its expression was one of fear, then suspicious. Finally, it grew even grimmer than before. "I mustn't underestimate this guy. Just what method did he use to find me so easily? It gives me a very strange feeling." It rose to its feet thoughtfully, then shot up out from within the violet sea. "It doesn't matter. I can't stay here anymore. I need to go hide in the Milky Way Sea. This Meng Hao is too bizarre." His body flickered as it flew off into the distance. A year's travel away, Meng Hao took a deep breath and then slowly sank back down into the violet sea. He sat down cross-legged on the seafloor, his eyes shining with an intense desire to kill. "I might be far away, but I still have ways to kill you." He closed his eyes. In that instant, he sent his will out to combine with the violet sea. As of now, Meng Hao was being incarnated into the violet sea in a way much similar to what had occurred when he was in the midst of demonic transmigration. This time, he was fundamentally awake, so he would not lose himself. Because of that, however, he would be incapable of wielding the complete power of the violet sea. The instant in which Meng Hao's will fused with the violet sea, the entire sea instantly churned with enormous waves, and roaring filled the air. In the western desert north region, the corpse was speeding along. All of a sudden, streaks of blood appeared on its body. Down below, the violet sea roared and transformed into a whirlpool. The corpse's face instantly fell. At the same time, a powerful roaring voice could be heard coming from within the whirlpool. "You want to frame Meng Hao and get away scot-free? I don't think so." The voice became a roar like that of thunder, causing the corpse's face to fall even further. Took a deep breath. After pausing for a brief moment, it shot off as fast as possible. As it fled, the water on the surface of the violet sea in the western desert north region began to congeal together. A gigantic hand suddenly began to stretch up out from the deep waters. The hand shot up toward the fleeing corpse. The instant that the hand touched the corpse opened its mouth to speak strange, complex words. The words transformed into a power that seemed to be of a different world, filled with ancient archaicness. Boom! The explosive power of the words caused ripples to surround the corpse. Within the ripples could be seen reflections of an ancient world that had existed an indefinite amount of years in the past. The view was indistinct, but a roaring sound filled the air nonetheless. The violet sea hand collapsed. However, the corpse's aura had clearly been weakened. Without hesitation, it shot away at top speed. However, even as it did, 8 more enormous hands suddenly began to rise up out of the sea, stretching out toward the fleeing corpse to reach toward it. Booms rose up into the sky and echoed out across the sea waters. The corpse, its face filled with astonishment, spit out some life chi. It performed a double-handed incantation, causing an undulating power to appear, some type of magical technique Meng Hao had never seen before. It was formed of numerous bizarre magical symbols, each one of which seemed to pulse with a unique power that the violet sea was incapable of resisting. Down in the violet sea, Meng Hao gave a cold snort. Even as the black bat corpse grew weaker and weaker, an enormous face suddenly began to bulge out of the surface of the sea. The face was none other than Meng Hao's. Meng Hao might have been submerged on the bottom of the seafloor, but his will was engaged in fierce battle with the black bat corpse. Meanwhile, back in the Black Lands, in a mountain valley filled with peach blossoms, was the enormous temple gate of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. The valley was filled with birdsongs and the lovely fragrance of flowers. It was like a realm of immortals. In one particular pavilion were two middle-aged men. One was sitting in meditation, the other was standing. One wore a black robe, the other a white one. However, their facial features were exactly alike. The white-robed man sat cross-legged in meditation, unmoving. It seemed as if his will were eternally fused into the world. Unless some shocking event occurred that rocked the entire Heavenly Pursuit tribe, he would remain there, unwaking. He was completely immersed in secluded meditation, having spent years stabilizing himself after severing his first spirit and recovering the damage to his body. Generally speaking, daily affairs were handled by his divine clone, who was of course the black-robed man who stood there across from him. The black-robed man's face was extremely grim as he looked down at the shattered jade slip he held in his hand. His eyes radiated grief and then a towering viciousness. Someone dared to slay my only son. He was a bit arrogant and often handled himself poorly. But he was my only son, the only son of Huyen Yunming. It doesn't matter what he did. No one is qualified to chide him, much less kill him. The white-robed man who sat there in meditation was none other than Huyen Qing's father, the only spirit-severing cultivator of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, Patriarch Huyen. The black-robed man, the divine clone, was also the translucent figure that Huyen Yunming had sent after Meng Hao that year to rob him of the demon spirit. If someone cuts off the line of Huyen Yunming, then I will exterminate his entire clan. The black-robed man flicked his sleeve and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in mid-air above the Black Lands. His body flickered, and he was then outside of Black Gate Fort. Shockingly, he used greater teleportation again, and was now in mid-air above the Violet Sea. His divine sense shot out, sweeping about the area, looking for the location where Huyen Qing had been killed, as well as the person who killed him. A few hours later, he found the location. As he floated there thoughtfully in mid-air, his face grew grimmer and grimmer. He waved his hand, causing Huyen Qing's life slip to transform into ash. As the bits of ash floated out to fill the area, they began to glow. The softly glowing lights began to interlock, transforming into a screen. Visible on the screen was none other than the black-robed youth. This chapter was sponsored by TF. Patriarch Huyen looked down at the screen which was formed from the dust of the jade slip, and his eyes began to shine brightly. There was something about the person depicted that seemed familiar. He studied the face for a moment, whereupon his aura suddenly grew dark and cold. It's him, the totemic sacred ancient of the Golden Crow tribe. He had a second demon spirit which I went after, only to be stopped by that strange woman. She left me with no choice but to flee. He thought for a moment before his eyes suddenly glittered and he suppressed the grief in his heart. He had suddenly noticed a few odd things. Before Qing'er died, none of the life-saving treasures that I gave him activated. That's the first strange thing. Furthermore, he clearly died a day ago. However, something was deliberately preventing me from detecting the death until now. This image is very clear, almost as if this person were deliberately making sure that Qing'er would remember his face. After thinking for a moment, Patriarch Huyen began to perform an incantation with his right hand. After a long moment passed, he looked up and then vanished. It wasn't long before he reappeared in the location where Meng Hao had destroyed Sir Wu and the others. He looked around carefully for a while before his eyes began to glow with killing intent. Wu Huai died here, as well as the others. Clearly, they were killed by a cultivator of the Great Circle of the Nascent Soul Stage. His battle prowess is beyond ordinary. However, Qing'er was killed in a different location. Patriarch Huyen had lived for many years, and was as crafty as a fox. Were he not incredibly intelligent, he would never have been able to achieve the illustrious position of tribal patriarch. Based on the clues, he was immediately able to piece together what really happened. It was obvious to him that the Great Circle nascent soul cultivator had only killed the men in this location. Afterward, he had allowed Huyan Qing to leave. Let's check the appearance of the person who killed Wu Huai and the others, and everything will be made completely clear. Patriarch Huyan waved his sleeve, causing the air to ripple. Moments later, another screen appeared, upon which was visible the image of Meng Hao killing Wu Huai. Although the image was not incredibly clear, Patriarch Huyan recognized Meng Hao at a glance. At the same time, he could see some differences between Meng Hao and the black-robed youth. So, it wasn't the totemic sacred ancient of the Golden Crow clan who killed Qing'er. Now that he understood this, Patriarch Huyan turned and sent his divine sense shooting out in all directions across the Violet Sea. Unfortunately, he was incapable of sensing Meng Hao down at the bottom of the sea, nor could he detect the fighting that was occurring a year's travel away in the Western Desert North region. After searching the immediate area, Patriarch Huyan gave up. Face grim, he began to fly back to the Black Lands. Although this Meng Hao wasn't the actual perpetrator, the fact that he was being framed by that strange person shows that the two of them have some sort of connection. If I can't track down the true killer, then I need to find Meng Hao. I'll use Soul Search on him to discover the identity of the killer. That is how to solve this problem. As for Meng Hao, there's no need to go looking for him. I can force him to be a good boy and come out. Whether or not he lives through the Soul Search has nothing to do with me. He can only blame his own bad fortune. Patriarch Huyan's eyes flickered with killing intent. His plan to force Meng Hao to show his face was simple. He would simply put some pressure on the Golden Crow clan. With a cold harumph, Patriarch Huyan turned. His body flickered as he shot toward the Black Lands. Meanwhile, booming roars filled air in the Western Desert North region. Meng Hao's face rose up from the water. His eyes glowed with a bright light as he stared fixedly at the corpse which hovered in midair. Soon, the somewhat indistinct face had completely emerged from the water. Beneath it was an enormous column of water that surged up toward the corpse, which was incapable of avoiding it. The column of water instantly enveloped the corpse. There was a boom, and then popping sounds could be heard from inside the body. The corpse's eyes flickered brightly. It suddenly used some unknown technique to cause its body to shockingly be surrounded by 8 glittering magical symbols that resisted the manifestation of the Violet Sea. After the space of 4 or 5 breaths, the water cascaded back down into the sea. Trembling, the corpse spit out a large mouthful of life chi. Its body was beginning to fall apart. One of its legs directly transformed into ash. Its expression was ferocious as it turned and shot off into the distance. Meng Hao's will was locked onto the corpse. Were his true self here, then the corpse would have no hope whatsoever of getting away. At the moment, his will was fused with the Violet Sea. However, because he had not completed the demonic transmigration which would have resulted in him losing himself in the process, then the battle prowess he could wield was not sufficient to restrain the corpse. If you want to get away, you'll have to pay the price. Meng Hao's face once again appeared on the surface of the water. The eyes of the face flickered, then closed, and suddenly the entire face disappeared. At the same time, drops of violet seawater began to rise up into the air. Meng Hao's voice then rang out, filled with killing intent. Blood rising. Massive amounts of water shot up, covering the sky as it shot toward the corpse. The corpse's eyes widened and it immediately began to perform an incantation gesture. Magical symbols poured out of its body, swirling out to meet the incoming seawater. Incredible booming echoed out. The corpse fell back, spitting out mouthfuls of life chi. In the end, the seawater dispersed, and the corpse heaved a huge sigh. It was just about to continue fleeing off into the distance when suddenly, a gigantic fist shot out from within the sea. The previous mass of water had concealed its presence, so as it moved with incredible speed, the corpse was instantly overwhelmed. Cracking sounds could be heard, and the corpse emitted a miserable shriek. As it tumbled backward, its other leg exploded, forcing it to flee with only half of a body. Unfortunately, Even as it made to leave, a huge wave appeared in front of it. The seawater then congealed together into an enormous head. The facial features of this head belonged to none other than Meng Hao. This was not just a face, but a full head, fully 3,000 meters wide. It rose up out of the depths of the sea to block the path of the black bat corpse. Damn it! The heart of the black bat corpse was completely shaken, and its scalp was numb. It began to tremble as it turned and changed directions. It was now thoroughly in fear of Meng Hao. Back when it had planned to frame him, how could it possibly have imagined that even being doubly prepared, it would still be powerless to prevent Meng Hao from killing it? In fact, Meng Hao wasn't even here in person. By merely fusing his will into the Violet Sea, he was still able to push the black bat into this difficult situation. Because of this, it felt incredible fear of Meng Hao. Before it could even employ any divine abilities, a roaring sound could be heard as the sea suddenly began to churn. Two gigantic arms composed of vast quantities of seawater rose up from within a boundless whirlpool. The two arms moved with astonishing speed as they suddenly clapped their hands toward the black bat corpse. Each of these speeding hands was several hundred meters long and kicked up a huge wind, along with mighty waves. It was as if the entire area was sealed. The black bat corpse was terror-stricken. The shadow of death seemed to loom up within its heart. In this moment of grave crisis, the black bat corpse suddenly lifted its head back and let out a mournful shriek. Bat Azura, true spirit. Suddenly, a black beam shot out of its forehead. As soon as the beam appeared, everything began to tremble. The Violet Sea shook, and something like a ghost image of the entire world suddenly appeared. A power that seemed to stem from an otherworldly aura instantly shot out from the forehead of the black bat corpse. Meanwhile, in the starry sky outside of planet South Heaven was an enormous altar. The altar had been circling around South Heaven for innumerable years. This was planet South Heaven's most mysterious, immortality bestowal dais. The vast collection of names carved into the immortality bestowal dais suddenly began to flicker with glowing light. An archaic aura was awakening. The rumble of an ancient voice, filled with countless years, suddenly could be heard. The will of a true spirit, an actualized body in South Heaven. So, a true spirit immortal murdering sword must have appeared in the world. As to whether or not I am a false immortal, I should be able to find out after receiving a stab from that sword. Meanwhile, back in the western desert, the black bat was letting out a miserable howl. The black beam emanating from its forehead gradually expanded, enveloping its entire head, seemingly growing weaker as it did. At the same time, the two arms of seawater grew closer. Two gigantic hands slapped down onto the black bat corpse. A huge boom could be heard. An intense aftershock spread out, causing the two hands to collapse into pieces, along with the arms. The water cascaded back down into the sea. The head of Meng Hao, which appeared almost to be bleeding from its orifices, also shattered. Simultaneously, the black bat corpse completely exploded, with the exception of its head. Its head continued to emit a black glow as it shot off like a meteor. A shrill, hateful shriek could be heard as it disappeared. The instant it disappeared, the huge waves on the surface of the sea died down. Everything returned to normal. Meng Hao retracted his will from the Violet Sea. Back in the location where his true self sat cross-legged in meditation, a tremor suddenly ran through his body. His face was pale white as he retreated from the seventh anima to the first. His eyes snapped open. It's too bad I couldn't completely destroy that demonic thing. If my true self had been there, it would have been a different story. That having been said, it was seriously injured. It's going to take it quite a bit of time to recover. Next time we meet, I'll definitely kill it. His eyes shone with a bright light, and his jaw was set with determination. Just what power was it that it used at the end? It was very strange. Lost in thought, he looked down at his bag of holding. As of this moment, he could clearly sense that one of his immortal murdering swords was filled with an intense, trembling yearning. Perhaps I can get some answers about these wooden swords from that black bat. Meng Hao shot up and was about to emerge from the sea when suddenly, his eyes widened and he sank back down. Without hesitation, He fused his will into the violet sea, concealing himself. It was at this moment that an ancient divine sense from far up in the heavens suddenly began to sweep across the western desert. It seemed to be looking for something, but was thankfully obstructed by the violet sea. Because Meng Hao was currently merged with the violet sea and also concealed inside of it, the intrepid divine sense passed by and didn't detect him. Instead, it began to move in the direction the black bat had fled in. The power of the divine sense reminded Meng Hao of the 8 immortals he had seen outside the realm of the bridge ruins that year. What was it looking for? He thought, his eyes glittering. He did not leave, but rather sat there for several more days. During that time, the divine sense appeared 3 more times. Clearly, it was looking for something. However, after several more days passed, it completely vanished. Meng Hao waited even longer. When he was sure that the divine sense was truly gone, he shot up out of the sea to stand on its surface. By this point, he had a vague sense that the divine sense from up in the heavens had been looking for the immortal murdering sword. Meng Hao slowly reached up to slap his bag of holding. Instantly, a head appeared in his hand. This was the head of the black-robed youth form of the black bat. Although, at this point it actually didn't look much like a human, but rather more like a bat. Its eyes were blank, but there was still a bit of terror and despair visible within them. Anyone who looked at it would definitely have an indescribable, violent reaction. Meng Hao had intentionally kept the head for the purpose of resolving any unnecessary disputes. Huyan Qing's death had been perpetrated by the black bat with the specific intention of framing him. Meng Hao had no idea of knowing whether Patriarch Huyan would be able to sort through the clues. Therefore, he kept the head to be able to answer any questions. His body turned, flickering as he headed toward one of the western desert violet sea's 10 outpost cities that he had become aware of when his consciousness was merged with the sea. The nearest one was the 7th outpost. All of the outposts are guarded by Black Land's cultivators. Obviously, the only people who would have the resources to build such towering outposts as these would be backed by the Heavenly Court Alliance. I'll deliver the head up there. There will certainly be people who can then send it to Patriarch Huyan. Meng Hao moved along at top speed for 3 days. It was at that point that off in the distance, he noticed a collection of what looked like airships floating above the water, roped together to form a crude outpost. There were quite a few wooden structures built on top of them, and what appeared to be over 1,000 cultivators. The hubbub of voices and conversations echoed out across the waters, making the whole scene very lively. There were a handful of cultivators patrolling the perimeter with cold expressions. They wore black robes embroidered with decorations of butterflies flying within layers of clouds. These were, of course, the city guards. Cultivators often engaged in trade here. The powers in the Blacklands planned to use these outposts as a foundation to build hundreds more such locations in the coming years. There were, of course, spell formations protecting the outpost from divine sense. Unless Meng Hao went past the first anima, he would have difficulty extending his divine sense inside. Meng Hao neared the city at around noontime. His approach instantly attracted the attention of the cultivators in the outpost, especially the city guards, whose eyes went wide. Meng Hao's Great Circle nascent soul cultivation base instantly put them on guard. They did nothing to block his way, instead allowing him to enter the city unobstructed. As soon as he entered the city, Meng Hao could feel the power of a spell formation sweep over him, much like divine sense. It covered his entire body, then suddenly paused, as if it were preparing to lock him down in place so that he couldn't move. Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. He had come for the Heavenly Court Alliance. If the people here were looking for him specifically, then it meant that in response to Huyan Qing's death, Patriarch Huyan had made advanced preparations. It would also mean that he knew Meng Hao's identity. If nobody was specifically seeking him out, then that would provide some additional food for thought. Even as Meng Hao arrived, 2 old men sat meditating in a particularly luxurious airship among the numerous airships that made up the outpost. One of the men wore a long red robe and was of the late nascent soul stage. The other old man next to him wore a black gown and had some brightly colored totem tattoos on his face. His eyes were closed, and he emanated the fluctuations of a nascent soul cultivation base that was nearing the Great Circle, but was still some distance away. These two men were the most powerful experts dispatched to this location by the Heavenly Court Alliance. As soon as Meng Hao stepped foot into the outpost, a flickering, glowing screen suddenly appeared in front of the two old men. They both opened their eyes to look at the screen, whereupon they saw Meng Hao. On the screen, Meng Hao was surrounded by pulsing red lights. The lights were not coming from Meng Hao, but rather, the outpost spell formation. They were marking out his location, level red on the wanted list. This person. It's him. That's the guy that Patriarch Huyen personally put onto the wanted list a few days ago. The eyes of the two old men widened as they looked at each other. Both of them had expressions of concentration and thoughtfulness. I remember that according to the information on the wanted list, if you notify Patriarch Huyen, you can acquire a magical item personally created by him. And if you capture this man alive, then Patriarch Huyen will owe a personal debt. The fires of anticipation burned within the eyes of the two men. They were clearly both thinking the same thing. They looked at each other for a moment, and their faces filled with determination. As cultivators, they did not fear danger. What they feared was lacking the courage to face danger. After all, great rewards come only from facing great danger. Earning a personal debt from a spirit-severing patriarch was definitely worth facing danger in this situation. Even though this cultivator seemed to have a strange cultivation base that was at the great circle of the nascent soul stage, they had the cooperation of other nascent soul cultivators, plus the spell formation. It was not an impossible task. Activate the spell formation. All nascent soul cultivators. The time has come to make our move. Almost at the same moment in which all the nascent soul cultivators in the 7th outpost were receiving the message of the two old men, Meng Hao was walking through the crowds in the middle of the outpost. He looked around at all the hustle and bustle, somewhat in a trance. Now that he thought about it, he had just emerged from more than 100 years of secluded meditation. More than 100 years. He sighed softly. Memories slowly flooded up like the tide. Suddenly, he recalled all the familiar faces he had seen when he was fused with the violet sea. He thought about that teardrop. Filled with melancholy, he walked through the outpost until he was nearing its far edge. It was at this point that he suddenly stopped in place and looked up. For the first time in more than 100 years, a tremor of anger ran through his body. Up ahead of him, hanging from a rack, were more than 50 people. More than 50 people. Many were gasping and on the verge of death. Half, though, were actually dead. Their corpses hung there, exposed to the elements, surrounded by an aura of death. Their bodies were covered with scars and bruises. It was impossible to say how much torment they had endured. Those who hadn't died wore vacant expressions, as if they were looking at something far, far away. None of them emitted any wails or screams. All of them maintained silence. One of the people was an old woman. Her face was wrinkled, her body withered and covered with lash marks, her hair pure white. She was clearly in very sore straits. However, if you looked closely, you could tell that when this woman had been young, she had been beautiful. She gazed off into the distance, her eyes filled with despair. It was hard to tell what she was thinking. However, her heart clearly burned with an ever-burning life force. It was as if her heart raged with incredible hatred. A roaring sound filled Meng Hao's mind, and an intense, unprecedented coldness filled his face, the likes of which hadn't appeared for more than 100 years. Even when facing the black bat, Meng Hao's fury was nothing compared to the feeling he was experiencing now. His body trembled as his rage began to reach a pinnacle, a place where he could not control it. Coldness began to radiate off him in pulses. Ice appeared on the wooden planks beneath his feet, and enormous waves began to roll across the surface of the violet sea outside the outpost. His brain suddenly filled with memories of the past. "Senior, this is my older sister, Wu Ling. If you dare to deceive my little brother, then I won't rest until you're dead. Senior, I, Wu Ling, am willing to do anything for my younger brother. Anything. I can even be your..." The echoing voice in his mind seemed to transform into the old woman in front of him. She had once been nothing but a young girl. The passage of time, however, had transformed her beauty into ancientness. Meng Hao was just barely able to recognize this old woman as none other than Wu Ling. As for the other people who were hanging on the racks, Meng Hao recognized 4 or 5 of them. They were none other than members of the Golden Crow tribe. As Meng Hao looked at the members of the Golden Crow tribe, some of the surrounding cultivators watched on and sighed. They glanced at the hanging Golden Crow tribe members and talked about them in low voices. There are members of the Golden Crow Black Dragon clan hanging in all of the 10 outposts. They shouldn't have provoked the Heavenly Pursuit tribe and Patriarch Huyen. The real one to blame is their former totemic sacred ancient. He actually killed Patriarch Huyen's only son. That's simply too much of a provocation. All of the powers in the Black Lands were completely astonished when it happened. Heh. This collection of corpses and half-dead cultivators is all to force the old Golden Crow tribe totemic sacred ancient to show his face. If I remember correctly, his name is Meng Hao, right? I even heard that the Heavenly Pursuit tribe made an announcement that for every day Meng Hao doesn't show up, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe will kill 100 members of the Golden Crow tribe. The words stabbed into Meng Hao's heart like sharp knives. His heart felt as if it were being ripped open. His face was pale white, and the ice beneath his feet grew even thicker. His breath came in sharp stabs, and his eyes filled with veins of blood and a glow of red. He had never imagined that Patriarch Huyen would actually do something so heartless. Such deeds showed that he completely disregarded Meng Hao. This was the action of someone who felt himself to be in a position of vast superiority. Even though he knew that the crime had not been committed by Meng Hao, he still dragged him into the issue. Golden Crow tribe. The roaring of the Violet Sea grew even more intense. Quite a few of the cultivators were looking out in astonishment. There were also some who had noticed that something seemed a little bit off about Meng Hao. Among the group of 50 hanging on the racks, Wu Ling suddenly seemed to sense something. With great effort, she turned her head and looked at Meng Hao. The instant she saw him, an expression of shock filled her face. Slowly, a smile spread out. Meng Hao looked at her, his expression one of guilt, but mostly of unsurpassable fury. As of this moment, the hushed conversations in the area had been interrupted by the churning of the Violet Sea. There were 2 sentences, however, which rung out into Meng Hao's ears. The Golden Crow Black Dragon clan actually split because of this matter. The Black Dragon tribe took the opportunity to once again stand on their own. The Golden Crow tribe barely managed to escape complete calamity. I heard that the Heavenly Pursuit tribe actually went to war with them, and that the war is still raging even as we speak. There is no clear winner right now, but recently, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe managed to capture about 500 members of the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow tribe is still amazing, though. They are even more powerful than the Heavenly Pursuit tribe anticipated. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe has suffered quite a few casualties, and finally mobilized their entire tribe to go to war. After hearing these words, the roaring Violet Sea outside the outpost suddenly exploded up. The coldness beneath Meng Hao's feet swept out in all directions, covering the entire outpost. Everything had changed. Meng Hao's body trembled and his mind filled with roaring. Intense fury exploded out from within his heart. Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Huyen Yun Ming, you cretin. The Violet Sea roared and coldness spread out in all directions, causing something that appeared like snowflakes to appear in the air. Within the outpost, all of the cultivators were incapable of preventing a shudder from passing through their bodies. As for the ones near Meng Hao, they started to shake as they looked over at Meng Hao. Figures appeared, surrounding Meng Hao, 9 nascent soul cultivators. The 2 old experts who were in charge of the outpost also appeared, floating in midair. Next, the spell formation in the outpost activated completely. Roaring sounds echoed about as the entire area was enveloped with an enormous pressure that constantly pushed down on Meng Hao. Meng Hao, said the black-robed old man, you ruthlessly slaughtered conclave members of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Now you dare to show your face in this outpost? "We have come here today to take your head." Even as his voice echoed about the city, dozens of Alliance members appeared in the area. They sat there cross-legged, maintaining the rotation of the spell formation. Meng Hao's eyes were bright red, and his heart dripped with blood. He did not kill Hu Yanqing. In fact, in an attempt to prevent any misunderstandings, he annihilated the black bat and brought its head to offer explanation. He simply didn't believe that Patriarch Huyan, with his level of cultivation base and powers of insight, would not be able to read the clues surrounding Hu Yanqing's death. Now he could see clearly that the damnable Huyan had no intention of discussing matters rationally. "Patriarch Huyan, since you're so dead set on dragging me into the matter, then go ahead and consider Hu Yanqing to have been killed by Meng Hao." Setting his jaw with determination, he slapped his bag of holding to produce the head of the black bat. Before, he had viewed the head as all the proof needed to explain things clearly. Now he simply waved his hand, causing it to explode into ash. As the head transformed into ash, the killing intent in Meng Hao's eyes exploded to incredible heights. His aura suddenly became icy to a shocking extent. "Heavenly Pursuit Tribe, as long as I, Meng Hao, am alive on this earth, I will wipe out your tribe and all your bloodlines." With that, Meng Hao waved his sleeve, causing a powerful wind to kick up. It swept the dozens of Golden Crow tribe members up off the racks and then deposited them on the ground. After that, the wind transformed into life force, which nourished Wu Ling and the others, restoring them to health. As for the dead tribe members, there was nothing that could be done for them now. Including Wu Ling, there were 4 or 5 original Crow Divinity tribe members who had traveled the long campaign trail with Meng Hao. When they saw Meng Hao, their bodies trembled and their eyes filled with intense excitement and determination. They immediately knelt and kowtowed to Meng Hao. In the loudest voices they could possibly muster, they shouted out, releasing all the pressure and hope that existed within their hearts. "Greetings, Sacred Ancient." The other tribe members were people who had been born in the past 100 years. They had never seen Meng Hao before, but they had seen his statue. Now that they were able to personally lay eyes on this most senior member of the tribe, they began to tremble. Their faces pale, they ignored the weakened state of their body to drop to their knees and kowtow. They too shouted, "Greetings, Sacred Ancient." Their voices echoed out in all directions. When you added the words spoken by the black-robed old man, whose tone made it sound as if he were facing a mortal enemy, the rest of the cultivators in the 7th outpost felt their hearts shaking. Their eyes went wide as they looked at Meng Hao. Now that they thought about it, all of them had heard legends about Meng Hao during the past 100 years. Without a single exception, the legends spoke of how Meng Hao had single-handedly led his tribe out from the Western Desert North region. That really is Meng Hao, the totemic sacred ancient of the Golden Crow tribe. So, that's him. As Meng Hao's aura billowed up, and the surrounding cultivators recognized who he was, cries of alarm could be heard. The faces of the 9 nascent soul cultivators from the Heavenly Court Alliance, as well as the 2 old men, instantly changed. They clenched their teeth and attacked, shooting directly toward Meng Hao. At the same time, the roaring power of the spell formation descended onto Meng Hao. It was like some sort of intense pressure that caused his cultivation base to weaken, limiting him to the mid-nascent soul stage. This was the full power of a spell formation that had been constructed by a spirit-severing patriarch of the Heavenly Court Alliance. His power was extraordinary. Were it not, it wouldn't have been set up as the ultimate weapon of the Great Outpost. Even someone of the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage would be severely weakened by the intense pressure from the spell formation. It was also this incredible power that caused the 2 old men stationed here to be so confident in being able to fight Meng Hao. At the same time that the power of the spell formation descended, 11 nascent soul cultivators appeared near Meng Hao, filled with killing intent. A blast of brilliant color could be seen as magical items, divine abilities, magical techniques, and totems were all unleashed in attack. You might be a totemic sacred ancient, but once you enter our outpost spell formation, your fate is sealed. You're dead for sure. Cold laughter rang out. only to be interrupted by a shocking roar that exploded out from none other than Meng Hao. As the sound roared out, Meng Hao's voice could be heard, filled with sinister coldness and killing intent. Third anima! His voice could be heard almost at the same time that the attacks of the incoming 11 nascent soul cultivators appeared. These men were clearly going all out against Meng Hao. It was also then that all of their faces instantly flickered, and their hearts filled with an unprecedented feeling of terror. The feeling was such that they had no choice but to instantly retreat. As they retreated, the light caused by the various divine abilities and magical items dissipated to reveal, right there in the middle of the spell formation, a man who looked somewhat like an immortal devil. Meng Hao! His hair whipped about his head. Now that he was in the third anima, he was filled with the power of 4 great circle nascent soul cultivators. The spell formation which enveloped him, while previously invisible, could now be seen in the form of a large net. The net glittered brightly and emitted groaning sounds as if it were under great strain. Popping sounds rang out, and fissures appeared. As the fissures spread out, Meng Hao's aura exploded out fearsomely. The aura caused all of the cultivators in the city to be completely astonished. That was especially true of the 11 nascent soul cultivators. Their faces immediately filled with looks of disbelief, and they gasped. They couldn't imagine how a nascent soul cultivator could possibly fight back so strongly against the spell formation. From the look of it, the spell formation would be able to pin him down for only a very short period of time. Unfortunately for them, their guesses were incorrect. Even as their faces fell and they speculated that Meng Hao wouldn't be held in the spell formation for very long, the gigantic web suddenly collapsed into pieces and vanished. As the spell formation vanished, the entire outpost suddenly shook. Blood sprayed from the mouths of the 10 Alliance tribe members who had been maintaining the spell formation. A moment later, their bodies directly exploded, transforming into hazes of blood and gore. The spell formation was simply not qualified to hold out against Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, it was completely destroyed. The moment the spell formation was wiped out, Meng Hao strode forward and waved his arm toward the astonished 11 nascent soul cultivators. The waving of his arm caused 4 times the battle prowess of a great circle nascent soul to explode out. It fused into the raging wind and exploded out. Blood-curdling screams drifted out as 9 of the 11 nascent soul cultivators were incapable of avoiding a force like that of crushing mountain. They could not dodge, nor could they resist. The wind cleaved the flesh from their bones and wiped away their screaming nascent souls. 9 people, dead in an instant. Blood sprayed from the mouths of the most powerful cultivators, the 2 old men, as they tumbled backward. Just what kind of cultivator is he? That's not an ordinary great circle nascent soul cultivation base. That's halfway to spirit severing. As they tumbled backward, their physical bodies were shredded into pieces, leaving behind only their nascent souls. Letting out unprecedented shrieks of regret, they spared nothing in their attempts to flee at top speed, their hearts filled with ultimate terror. The scene caused the rest of the cultivators in the city to be filled with shock. They began trembling, their gazes filled with intense alarm and astonishment as they looked at Meng Hao. He stood there, tall, hair flying about, his aura shocking to the extreme. The berserk aura of an immortal demon rose up, filled with killing intent. All of his fury had transformed into the desire to kill. All of that killing intent was focused on one thing: wiping out the heavenly pursuit tribe. If you kill one of my people, I'll kill 100 of yours. You kill 100 of mine, I will wipe out all of yours. I didn't want to fight. I wanted to resolve the issue. I even came to this place with the head of the black bat for that very purpose. But you place yourself on a pedestal. You believe yourself to be invincible. You saw no reason to talk reasonably with me. Well then, I might as well go to war. Meng Hao's body suddenly flew up into the air. His eyes were red as he looked toward the 2 fleeing old men. He did not pursue them. Instead, he closed his eyes. His fury, his desire to kill, his determination, all transformed into an intense stimulation. It was a stimulation like tidewaters which poured into the blood-colored mask that rested inside his bag of holding. It reached inside and touched the blood mastiff, which had been asleep for nearly 200 years. It had now slept until the point that it was ready to awaken. The sensation had continued to grow stronger to Meng Hao after the heavenly tribulation. At that time, he felt that even without outside stimulation, the mastiff would awaken within a few months. I need you, my mastiff. Awaken, my blood mastiff. Together we will bring war to the heavenly pursuit tribe. Mastiff, awaken. In that moment, the blood-colored mask inside his bag of holding began to shudder. The mastiff could sense Meng Hao's wrath. It could feel how much he desired to slaughter the heavenly pursuit tribe. Could tell that Meng Hao needed it. In that moment, a tremor ran through the mastiff's body. The blood-colored eyes, which it had not opened for nearly 200 years, suddenly, completely opened. The mastiff had awakened. As soon as it opened its eyes, a boundless bloody glow erupted out from Meng Hao. It filled the sky in all directions, rapidly covering the entire area. Before the two fleeing nascent souls could get very far, they were covered over by the bloody light. Piercing screams could be heard as the nascent souls melted into nothingness. There is a phrase that goes like this: rewards come only with risk. However, there is a second line to the phrase: risk can also bring death. Even as the two nascent souls died, the red glow, which filled the surrounding tens of thousands of meters, transformed into a red mist. The mist churned and seethed, rising up into the air in shocking fashion. It changed. No longer was it wide and flat, but rather spherical. In fact, from a distance it looked like an enormous red eyeball. Anyone who looked at the eye would feel extreme fear and shock, and would even lose the ability to think clearly. The sight would cause the brain to fill with roaring, as if one were in the middle of a sea of blood, incapable of freeing oneself. It seemed as if in this instant, all lives became the color of blood. The eye was incredibly realistic, and was filled with a strange, demonic air. Red mist seethed, as if the eye were blinking. It was frightening to the extreme. In the very center of the gigantic eyeball appeared a vortex. It spun rapidly, transforming into a black hole. The black hole seemed capable of consuming anything and everything. As soon as it appeared, the air in the area distorted, as if all the light in the area were being sucked in. Anyone who could see the scene would be horrified. As the vortex spun, the black hole grew larger. 30 meters, 150 meters, 300 meters, 900 meters. In the end, it expanded outward until it was no less than 3,000 meters. A red eye 30,000 meters wide. A black hole 3,000 wide, like a pupil. The vortex was the border between the pupil and the eye. All of this completely shocked everyone who was in the outpost. The local cultivators were trembling, their expressions that of utter astonishment and disbelief. What is that? The nascent soul cultivators are all dead, and it only took a moment. This Meng Hao, he's... Just what level cultivation base does he have? Just what horrifying thing is he summoning? Cold sweat began to drip down the foreheads of everyone present, and their breath came in ragged pants. A profound sense of deadly crisis filled their hearts. As of this moment, they were filled with an indescribable dread of Meng Hao. It was like they were in a nightmare from which they couldn't awaken, something that would be forever branded in their souls. The surrounding violet sea was covered with huge waves. From within the black hole in the enormous eye, a roar could suddenly be heard. Oh! The roar sounded like the howl of some type of beast. Everything shook and the air vibrated. The pupil within the gigantic red eye seemed to contract and then rapidly expand. Everything distorted, and the crowds of people in the outpost felt their hearts shaken. It was a single roar, but it was as shocking as thunder. As it echoed out in the world, half of the people within the outpost began to bleed from their eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, and then passed out unconscious. They were simply incapable of resisting the roar, which contained a cultivation base power capable of filling the heart and mind with shock. One sound was filled with such intense pressure that it rendered people unconscious. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from the airships and wooden planks that made up the outpost. the entire structure began to sink down. The surrounding violet sea churned violently, as if it, too, were roaring in response to the howl coming from the red eye. The remaining cultivators, who had not been rendered unconscious, all had extraordinary cultivation bases. However, their faces were pale as they expended incredible effort to endure. Their cultivation bases rotated and they panted as they stared at the scene up above. The instant the roar could be heard, a gigantic paw began to stretch out from the black hole. It had razor-sharp claws and luxuriant, long fur. The paw continued to stretch out, revealing an entire limb. The long hair flowed loosely and was filled with a barbaric, wild air, and the claws seemed capable of ripping the air open. Another ear-splitting roar could suddenly be heard from within the black hole. A second paw appeared from within the black hole, and then a gigantic head. The roar shook everything. The head was incredibly large, red fur, ferocious fangs, and a savage, barbaric aura that exploded out. The head was clearly that of a dog. It waved back and forth, as if it were using all the power it could muster to emerge from the black hole. It surged forward, emerging in full, accompanied by a heaven-shaking roar. All that could be seen was a beam of red light that shot out violently from within the black hole. A vast, red mist rose up, and then just as quickly, disappeared. When it did, an enormous red figure could be seen standing there, straight and mighty. It was huge, covered with loose, red fur. Bone spurs stuck out all over its body, making its appearance even more ferocious. Its gaze was filled with bloodthirstiness, like a chelan or a blood lion. The level of incredible fierceness that it emanated was difficult to describe. This was the blood mastiff. As soon as it appeared, an aura similar to the spirit-severing stage exploded out from its body, and even emanated the feeling of a domain. Meng Hao knew that this domain was not inherently the mastiff's, but rather branded to it by the blood immortal as part of its bloodline, and the blood immortal legacy. Such a brand existed in all blood spirits. However, because of the unprecedented fusion it had experienced, it was able to completely manifest it. It was for the same reason that the mastiff had fallen asleep for nearly 200 years. Now, though it was fully awakened, the mastiff lifted its head and roared, a sound which shook heaven and earth. The sky dimmed and everything trembled. The violet sea seethed. All of the cultivators who remained conscious in the outpost passed out. Meng Hao looked at the mastiff, at its enormous frame, its fierce appearance, and its intrepid cultivation base. However, even if the mastiff grew more fierce in appearance, to Meng Hao, it was the same fluffy little puppy that had run along at his side all those years ago. It was still his partner, the partner who had fought with him in the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament, and had refused to leave his side. It was the same mastiff who had stood guard over him atop that lonely mountain in the Blood Immortal Legacy Tournament. No matter how exhausted or injured it grew, even when it was on the verge of death, it refused to leave, put its own life on the line to protect Meng Hao. Even when exhausted and nearing the point of death, all it wanted was for Meng Hao to lift his hand and pet its head. Meng Hao would never forget all of that. He had watched as the mastiff, its body broken and nearly destroyed, crawled over to him and then exerted all the effort it could muster just to lick his hand. Then he thought about how it had saved him during the encounter with the Li clan patriarch, using all its power to fling him out of the portal. Innumerable hands had stretched out to grab it, and it was pulled down into the sludge. Just before it disappeared, it had stuck its tongue out, as if in a final attempt to lick its master. How could Meng Hao possibly forget such things? Blood mastiff, he said softly, looking at the gigantic, ferocious mastiff. He saw the shocking spurs, and the astonishing aura it emanated. His voice was soft, but the instant it left his mouth, the mastiff suddenly trembled. It turned its head and looked in confusion toward Meng Hao. But then, its expression turned gentle, even happy. It slowly lowered its head, allowing Meng Hao to rub its nose. It carefully extended its tongue to lick Meng Hao's hand. As Meng Hao rubbed its nose, it emitted a contented growl, just like it had when it was tiny. Meng Hao smiled as he gently pet the mastiff. He thought about that time outside the rebirth cave when the mastiff, despite being asleep, had exerted all the power it could to extend a single paw. "Hey buddy, I haven't seen you for more than 100 years, he said softly. "Let's go wipe out that damned heavenly pursuit tribe." His killing intent suddenly boiled up. At the same time, the mastiff's killing intent exploded to the sky. It roared, the sound of which was like thunder. Meng Hao leaped up into the air, flying up to stand on the mastiff's head. He waved his right hand, causing a massive wave to sweep out and pick up the Golden Crow tribe members, as well as the bodies of their dead. Under Meng Hao's control, the Violet Sea's power of extermination was restricted, ensuring that the Golden Crow tribe members would not be harmed in any way. Meng Hao looked at Wu Ling and the others. "We're going together. There's a debt of blood that can only be paid back with blood." As soon as the words left his mouth, the mastiff roared again and then shot up into the sky, taking Meng Hao with it. Wu Ling and the other old-timers felt their blood beginning to grow hot, just like it had in the old days. They and the other tribe members shot forward within the wave. They did not leave for the Black Lands. Instead, they went to the nearest outpost, the 9th. Under the orders of Patriarch Huyen, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe had gone to war with the Golden Crow tribe in order to force Meng Hao out. It had cost them quite a bit, but in the first battle they had managed to capture 500 prisoners. Those captives had been subjected to endless forms of torture. Their cultivation bases had been ruined, and they were then sent to the 10 outposts in the Western Desert Sea to be strung up. They were hung out in the open, exposed to the elements. The entire purpose was so that Meng Hao would see it. In Patriarch Huyen's estimation, once Meng Hao saw, he would be forced to appear. If he didn't, then his totems would be severely weakened and he would lose his faith power. In actuality, Meng Hao had long since reached the point where he didn't need either of those. He had successfully formed his nascent soul. As such, he was both a totemic sacred ancient and wasn't. In any case, Patriarch Huyen had severely miscalculated. Meng Hao would definitely appear. However, the reason was because of sentiment and because of the Golden Crow tribe. "Our slaughter will begin with the 10 outposts on the Violet Sea." The mastiff roared as it shot forward with the incredible speed of spirit severing. Meng Hao stood on top of its head, the wind whipping his clothes about. The killing intent in his eyes only continued to grow thicker, and his determination to exterminate the Heavenly Pursuit tribe grew even stronger. Boom! The second outpost soon became visible. After consulting with the former members of the Crow Divinity tribe, he now knew that although the 10th outpost belonged to the Heavenly Court Alliance, it was mostly controlled by the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. The 2nd, 5th, and 9th outposts were all the same. As for the 7th outpost, which Meng Hao had already destroyed, the blame for that could be placed squarely on the shoulders of the 2 old men who had tried to kill him. "I don't care what tribe they belong to," said Meng Hao, his eyes glowing coldly. "Anyone who dares to string up my Golden Crow tribe members deserves to die." There was no need for an order from Meng Hao. The blood mastiff's eyes glowed with red light as it neared the 2nd outpost. The sound of the roar created a sonic boom which sent mad, invisible power sweeping out. As it slammed into the outpost, a spell formation activated. However, it could only stand up to the roar for the space of a single breath before it collapsed into pieces. At the same time, the cultivators of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe within the outpost began to fly into the air, looks of shock on their faces. Before they could even react, a gale-force wind swept toward them. Each and every cultivator was instantly shredded into pieces, completely destroyed in body and soul. An off-kilter roar of despair rose up from within the outpost. It belonged to a cultivator who was at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. His body was trembling, and he was surrounded by the reek of blood. To see so many people slaughtered in front of his eyes was like something from a nightmare. He knew that for a single roar to do that could only mean that he was facing spirit severing. "Your Excellency, who are you?" "We are cultivators from the Heavenly Pursuit tribe of the Heavenly Court Alliance. I am the totemic sacred ancient of the Golden Crow tribe, Meng Hao." I'm here to save my people and to eradicate the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Meng Hao's voice was like a cold wind that blasted out in all directions. He pointed with the index finger of his right hand, causing a massive collection of violet chi to amass up ahead and form into the shape of a blade. It shot forward directly toward the peak late nascent soul cultivator who had just spoken. The cultivator's face fell as he heard Meng Hao's cold, echoing words. His scalp went numb and he shot backward in astonishment, both hands performing an incantation gesture. Vast quantities of magical items appeared as he attempted to fight back. When all of his defenses met Meng Hao's violet chi guillotine, it was clear that they were so weak they couldn't stand up to a single attack. One after another, they shattered into pieces. Booms could be heard as the violet chi guillotine sliced through the body of the cultivator. Blood exploded out into the air. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe cultivator trembled and looked down to see that his body had been completely cut in two. Even his nascent soul was destroyed. The corpse splashed down into the violet sea and the mastiff let out another astonishing roar. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe city guards in the outpost began to bleed from their eyes, ear, nose, and mouth. One by one, regardless of the level of their cultivation base, they dropped dead. Regarding the other cultivators in the city, Meng Hao didn't kill them. He strode down from off of the mastiff until he stood in front of the 50 Golden Crow tribe members strung up within the outpost. More than 20 of them were already dead. The rest slowly opened their listless, sallow eyes. When they saw Meng Hao in front of them, they gaped. Among the group were two old ones whose bodies began to tremble. Their eyes filled with unprecedented emotion. Exalted, exalted sacred ancient. Senior, it's you. These two old ones had accompanied Meng Hao during the long migration and campaign of war of the Crow Divinity tribe. They almost didn't dare to believe what they were seeing. They had never imagined that it might be possible to see their sacred ancient once again during their lives. Meng Hao looked back at them, and his expression softened. It's me. I've returned. He waved his right hand, sweeping up all the Golden Crow tribe members into a wind that gently placed them onto the ground. The wind carried life force which nourished them. Wu Ling and the others who were being carried along by the wave instantly rushed over. Excited shouts instantly could be heard from the members of the Golden Crow tribe. Many of these people had never seen Meng Hao before, only his statue. However, as soon as they heard his words, indescribable emotions filled the hearts of everyone present. Exalted sacred ancient, we offer our sincerest greetings. As for the old people, it suddenly caused them to recall all the struggles of the past years. Meng Hao looked at them with similar thoughts. However, when he saw the corpses of the tribe members who had not survived, his heart filled with stabs of pain. His rage toward the Heavenly Pursuit tribe grew only more intense. I've returned to take you with me, to collect a blood debt. He turned and flew back up into the air. The violet sea roared as it swept up the tribe members. Together they moved onward. Shortly thereafter, the blood mastiff roared toward the first outpost. Massive paws rose up to attack the spell formation. A boom could be heard as it shattered into pieces. The Heavenly Court Alliance cultivators who were maintaining it instantly exploded, destroyed in body and spirit. As soon as Meng Hao arrived, the slaughter began. It didn't matter the cultivation base involved. Core formation, nascent soul. Any member of the Heavenly Court Alliance in the 10 outposts who had dared to string up the Golden Crow tribe members were swept over by Meng Hao and exterminated. The tribe in control of the first outpost was the Wild Flame tribe of the Heavenly Court Alliance. They watched the slaughter in shock. Two middle-aged men with the highest cultivation bases recognized who Meng Hao was and knew of his hatred and desire for revenge against the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. It was without hesitation that they instantly turned and fled. However, before they could get very far, two enormous arms suddenly stretched up from within the violet sea. The men were grabbed and then violently crushed. Blood-curdling screams rang out, but were quickly cut off. The wooden planks of the outpost ran with blood, which then flowed down into the violet sea. After rescuing the Golden Crow tribe members, Meng Hao led them all to the third outpost, then the fourth and the fifth. Everywhere he went, the slaughter rose up to the sky. However, no amount of killing appeared capable of lessening Meng Hao's fury. Instead, he began to grow even more berserk. The reason was because each outpost he went to, he found more and more corpses of the Golden Crow tribe and fewer survivors. In fact, at the 8th outpost of the group of 50, all had passed away. The corpses had even begun to rot. The sight of it caused Meng Hao's body to tremble. He felt as if his entire person were on fire. Among the dead tribe members were 5 whose faces he recognized. They had died with their eyes open, and within those eyes could be seen an enmity and desire for revenge that could not be wiped away even by death. They would not close their eyes, nor would Meng Hao force them to. He would allow these dead Golden Crow tribe members to watch with their own eyes as the Heavenly Pursuit tribe was eradicated. Only then could they close their eyes in death and be content. Meng Hao flicked his sleeve and then headed toward the 9th outpost. By now, several days had passed. Meng Hao was sure that his appearance had been noticed by certain parties. If his suppositions were correct, Patriarch Huyen would be arriving soon. And that was exactly what Meng Hao was waiting for. Patriarch Huyen was of the spirit-severing stage, but so what? With the Mastiff here, and Meng Hao being the master of the Violet Sea, he could battle with the spirit-severing stage. Not fighting was something he couldn't comprehend. Not fighting would leave his heart unsettled. Not fighting was something he refused to do. You want to drag me into the matter? Well, since there is no way to avoid a fight, then all of my explanations are useless. Fine, then, let's fight. Patriarch Huyen, I am in the Violet Sea, waiting for you. To Meng Hao, the Violet Sea was the most advantageous location to do battle. That was why he had exterminated the members of the Heavenly Court Alliance in the outposts. He wanted the battle to be fought in the Violet Sea, not the Black Lands. You forced me to fight, Patriarch Huyen. Well then, I will force you to fight on my home ground. Despite the fact that his fury boiled up into the heavens, Meng Hao was as calm as ever. He knew that his current actions would quickly be relayed to Patriarch Huyen, who would personally come, and soon. The Devil Spear appeared in Meng Hao's hand. He hurled it out, causing a towering mist to appear as it shot toward the 9th outpost. By this point, Meng Hao had possessed the Devil Spear for more than 100 years. Despite the fact that he had been in secluded meditation most of that time, the spear had continued to fade away. Even still, after 100 years had passed, it had not faded away completely. The power of the spear slammed into the spell formation, inside of which were the Heavenly Court Alliance cultivators of the 9th outpost, all ready to do battle. It was impossible to tell exactly how the Heavenly Court Alliance had pulled it off, but there were even cultivators inside who were not of the Alliance, staring out at Meng Hao with intense killing intent. Within their eyes was also greed. There were 700 people in total, all of them brimming with the desire to slay Meng Hao. Obviously, they had been promised of an enticing reward by the Heavenly Court Alliance if Meng Hao were to be killed. As the Devil Spear neared, an arrogant voice rang out from within the outpost. Pour full power into the spell formation. Patriarch Huyen knows that this villain is here, and is on his way. Bang! Even as the voice echoed out within the spell formation, the sound of an explosion rang out, interrupting the words. The spell formation shook violently. At the same time, vast quantities of black mist spread out, causing the spell formation to erode. Countless vicious faces could be seen consuming everything. In only the space of a few breaths, the spell formation grew incredibly weak because of the corrosion of the Devil Spear. The faces, filled with excitement and persistence, suddenly burst through and shot toward the 700 cultivators. Miserable screams suddenly lifted up into the air. The area of the spell formation that the Devil Spear had struck corroded away until there was a huge hole. The black mist suddenly congealed together into the form of a face. Exactly the same face that had belonged to the devil construct from years ago. The face, filled with a greedy thirst for blood, transformed into a devilish mist that spread out to cover the entire 9th outpost. The only safe place was the location where the Golden Crow tribe members were. Meng Hao floated in midair. This was the first time he had completely wiped out the population of an entire outpost. In this case, these cultivators had made their own choice to deliver themselves up to death. The Black Devil spear mist-roiled and churned. Intense, blood-curdling screams could be heard for a few moments. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures shot out from inside. Even as they did, Meng Hao waved his hand, causing them to scream and then explode into pieces. The surrounding violet sea surged up with huge waves that submerged the outpost. The black mist shrank down to surround the Golden Crow tribe members and bring them to Meng Hao. There were only 8 tribe members who were still alive. As Meng Hao treated their injuries, his killing intent grew even more intense. He turned, returning to stand on the mastiff's head. A great wave rose up in the violet sea to take the Golden Crow tribe members as they headed toward the last of the outposts. Almost in the same moment in which Meng Hao headed off, a black beam suddenly appeared near the Black Lands. It employed speed that far exceeded the nascent soul stage, even employed greater teleportation as it moved. Within the black beam was a man wearing a black robe. This was apparently nothing more than Patriarch Huyen's clone. His face was grim, and he did not speak. His body flickered as he teleported, growing ever nearer to the 10th outpost. "Qinger," he murmured. "Today, Father will achieve only half of the vengeance you deserve. Soon I will find the person who actually killed you, and that person will die the most cruel death imaginable. Qinger, no one in the world is qualified to kill you. Only me, only I have that right." His eyes were filled with kindness. For some reason, however, the kindness was bizarre. Anyone who saw it would feel cold, and their hair would stand on end in terror. The 10th outpost was waiting, its spell formation fully activated in preparation to meet this deadly foe. It was night now, and the light of the spell formation was not soft, but rather resplendent. It shone out onto the waters of the sea with brilliant colors. The radiance of the light emanated a mighty aura which made it clear that this spell formation was far more powerful than the formations from the other outposts. In fact, there was no way to compare them. The spell formation of the 10th outpost seemed so incredibly powerful that it would surely make it very difficult for Meng Hao to break through it. In the middle of the spell formation, the cultivators waited vigilantly, their chi settled and their minds calm. There were 16 nascent soul cultivators present who sat cross-legged, meditating. 3 were at the peak of the late nascent soul stage. Those 3 sat in 3 different directions, each sharing a portion of the recoil caused by the spell formation. There were even more cultivators maintaining the general operation of the spell formation. The entire outpost was completely silent. They knew of the destruction of the other 9 outposts, and of the slaughter carried out by Meng Hao. They knew that they were about to face up against something completely terrifying. However, they weren't very afraid. They knew that Patriarch Huyen was coming, and so had made up their minds to not leave the spell formation. They had quite a bit of trust in its strength, and believed that as long as they stuck together, Meng Hao would not be able to quickly break through. As long as they could hold out until Patriarch Huyen arrived, then the sky would become clear after the storm, so to speak, and everything would return to normal. Meng Hao would assuredly be killed. Virtually everyone in the 10th outpost felt the same way. Also within the spell formation was a tall rack, upon which hung the corpses of 50 members of the Golden Crow tribe. Not a single one remained alive. They were all dead. They had died days before, actually. Especially noteworthy was that one of the dead tribe members had no body, only the head, that of an old man. His cultivation base had clearly been destroyed before he died, rendering him nothing but immortal. Also within the spell formation were 2 enormous war chariots shaped like crossbows. They glowed with a black radiance, and had an indistinct, fierce aura. Cultivators were mounted on the chariots, ready to use them at a moment's notice. Time passed. Soon, the deepest hour of night approached. The sky was pitch black. The only sound that could be heard was the gentle rise and fall of the waves. All of a sudden, a beam of bright light appeared in the sky. It instantly caught the attention of all the cultivators. "He's here. This Meng Hao has really got some guts. However, it doesn't matter that he dares to attack us. He'll never be able to break through the spell formation. Quite a few people were looking up with cold smiles on their faces. However, even as they looked up at the red glow, the violet sea around the 10th outpost suddenly surged into a huge whirlpool. The whirlpool spun faster and faster, causing the faces of everyone in the outpost to flicker. The water seethed and the airships bobbed up and down. Booming filled the air. Next, the bright beam of light in the air neared, and the mastiff's enormous frame became visible. The crowds could also see Meng Hao standing on its head. He wore a long green robe, and his face was extremely grim and dark. An astonishing killing aura rose up around him. Meng Hao's eyes swept across the 10th outpost, then suddenly came to a stop. His pupils constricted as he stared at the corpses of the Golden Crow tribe members hanging from the rack, and the head. When he saw the head, his heart filled with stabs of pain. It was Gu La, Patriarch Huyen, he murmured. Heavenly Pursuit Tribe. The killing aura in his eyes changed, becoming ruthlessly dense. He looked down at the 10th outpost and pointed his finger. Instantly, the violet sea roared as the whirlpool that surrounded the 10th outpost suddenly rose up into the air. A massive pillar of seawater, 3,000 meters in area, completely enveloped the outpost. Roaring filled the air. It was like the eruption of a geyser. The outpost's spell formation was utterly incapable of standing up to such power. It immediately exploded. At the same time, the vast collection of airships began to shatter into pieces. The crowds of cultivators in the outpost were screaming miserably. They couldn't even control their own bodies as they were swept into the seawater. As soon as they touched it, the death will in the seawater collided with their life forces, causing the power of extermination to erupt. In the blink of an eye, before any of the cultivators could even use a divine ability, their bodies burst. They could not fight back or block or evade. All of their power had been focused in defending against attacks from above. All their plans had been based on the reports regarding Meng Hao's cultivation base and the fearsomeness of the mastiff. They hadn't prepared for an explosive attack by the Violet Sea. How could they ever have imagined that someone could actually control the Western Desert's apocalyptic Violet Sea? It was impossible to believe that someone could even enter into the Violet Sea. Therefore, the outpost's seemingly fierce and powerful spell formation had a fatal flaw. It had no bottom. Roaring filled the air as the entire 10th outpost was completely scattered and smashed. All the advanced preparations that had been made were crushed like dry weeds under the power of the apocalyptic Violet Sea. The 2 war chariots weren't even able to make a single attack before they were crushed by the seawater and destroyed. Crowds of people died without Meng Hao having to make a single attack of his own. A mere thought on his part caused the Violet Sea to explode out, completely burying the 10th outpost. This was his home ground, the Western Desert Violet Sea. The corpses sank down, and the wreckage floated about. Not a single person in the 10th outpost was capable of existing within the exterminating power of the Violet Sea. All of them were dead. Death is oftentimes quite simple. Life is oftentimes quite fragile. People who have never witnessed death might not understand these 2 statements. Sometimes, only after witnessing many deaths can one truly understand life. Meng Hao hovered in midair looking down at the death below him. He said nothing. The waters of the Violet Sea that had shot up into the air now transformed into a violet rain that slowly fell back down onto the wreckage below. Meng Hao slowly lifted his head to gaze off into the distant sky. In the gigantic wave on the Violet Sea, there were now more than 100 living members of the Golden Crow tribe. The rest were all corpses. The living members were only there because Meng Hao had saved them. Had only a few more days passed, all of them would have been dead. This number of deaths was actually somewhat trivial when compared to how many people had died during the migration. However, these deaths were fundamentally avoidable. Furthermore, the entire matter actually had nothing to do with the Golden Crow tribe. Even Meng Hao was a victim in this case. By now, Meng Hao was certain that Patriarch Huyen knew the truth of what had happened. He stood there silently atop the mastiff, glancing around coldly. He was waiting for Patriarch Huyen to arrive. Before too much time passed, A black beam appeared in the sky that was even blacker than the night. As it approached, it kicked up a shocking windstorm. Within the windstorm was a middle-aged man dressed in a black robe. His hands were clasped behind his back as he strode through the air. His long hair whipped about in the wind, and his eyes were piercingly bright. The aura that he emitted made him seem as if he were fused with heaven and earth. It seemed to contain its own law of nature that, in the blink of an eye, made the man suddenly translucent. Suddenly, a domain which exterminated emotion began to interfere with heaven and earth, enveloping everything. Around Meng Hao, black snowflakes suddenly began to flutter down. This was Patriarch Huyen. "Meng Hao," he said coldly as he strode through the air. Cracking sounds could suddenly be heard from the violet sea beneath him as layers of ice formed. Even the surrounding air began to freeze as a black snowstorm surrounded Patriarch Huyen. Another sound rang out, something that was like tens of thousands of voices all calling out Meng Hao's name. A power Meng Hao had never encountered before suddenly descended. It was like a natural law within the area. It appeared in Meng Hao's mind and then transformed into an unprecedentedly loud noise that exceeded that of thunder and lightning. It was as if it were calling out to deceased souls, trying to collect together the broken spirits. Actually, Patriarch Huyen's divine ability could better be described as a shocking call of broken souls. The coldness in the area seemed to be filled with emotionlessness. The coldness of the voices seemed to contain a heavenly might based on the lack of emotion. The sounds fused together, transforming into something like a rule of law that could not be ignored. This was the spirit-severing stage. A simple sound was enough to exterminate all nascent soul cultivators. Even someone of the great circle of the nascent soul stage was puny to the extreme in front of a spirit-severing cultivator. Boom! Meng Hao's mind trembled, and his soul felt as if it were going to shatter and explode out of his body. The flame of his life flickered, as if it were about to be snuffed out. However, he was not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. He had a perfect nascent soul cultivation base with divine sense that had a range of 29,999 meters. His 7 nascent souls sat cross-legged in his Dantian region, eyes closed, almost as if sleeping. Suddenly, all of their eyes snapped open. In that instant, the power of Meng Hao's divine sense exploded up within him, fighting back against the power of law that was being levied against him. Roaring filled the air as Meng Hao retreated backward. He lifted his head up, and his eyes were bright and clear. "So, you're Patriarch Huyen," he said slowly, looking at the approaching middle-aged man. Meng Hao's eyes shone with a fierce glow. He had seen this man before, of course. It was the same person who had tried to kill him when he left the Black Lands. Even as he spoke, Meng Hao's expression began to radiate killing intent. He remembered hearing Xianxia say that this man was merely a clone. Patriarch Huyen's eyes glittered, as if he found it very strange that Meng Hao was able to recover from his power of law. He continued forward nonetheless, not stopping for a moment as he approached Meng Hao. Such action had a lot to do with his personality and Huyen Yunming's special fighting style. Anytime he fought someone, he would push down on them with an intense pressure. As he neared Meng Hao, it seemed as if his aura grew even stronger, fusing together with the surroundings, becoming inseparable. The might of spirit severing was impossible to overlook. The surroundings seemed to be changing only because of him. Patriarch Huyen didn't even look at the wreckage floating on the surface of the violet sea, as if he didn't care about it at all. "Answer me. Who killed my only son, Huyen Qing?" He suddenly stopped in mid-air. His voice echoed out, and his expression was calm, even cool. He glanced over Meng Hao and then the mastiff. At that point, his pupils constricted. After hearing Patriarch Huyen's words, Meng Hao's expression was the same as ever. That was his personality. The more he wanted to kill someone, the less he spoke. From the words Patriarch Huyen had spoken just now, it was obvious that he was well aware of what had actually happened. "What's the point in more talk?" said Meng Hao coolly. "You want to fight? Let's fight." As he spoke, he lifted up his right hand and made a snatching motion. Instantly, the black devil spear appeared in his hand. He hurled it out, causing a boom to ring out as the spear shot forward at an incredible speed. As it screamed through the air, roaring sounds could be heard coming from the spear as boundless black mist appeared. Within the mist were innumerable vicious faces. Their bloodthirsty smiles were filled with greed. In some indistinct way, the mist actually seemed to be forming into an enormous head. It was the head of the devil construct. The devil spear had now completely unleashed the explosive power of demon weapon Lonely Tomb's devil construct. It shot through the air with a droning sound. The spear had nothing to do with Meng Hao's cultivation base. Its mightiness was completely self-contained. However, it was still nothing but a strand of a devil construct that couldn't even compare to the real demon weapon Lonely Tomb. Even still, when the devil spear exploded out, it was powerful enough to slay any nascent soul cultivator. As for spirit severing, Meng Hao wasn't sure. Therefore, he had decided to test it out. "Area," said Patriarch Huyen, his voice calm and his expression unchanging. He lifted his right hand and then gestured forward. Instantly, everything within 300 meters turned into his own area world. This divine ability was little different than natural law. It was a magical ability belonging to the spirit severing stage. The area was not large, only 300 meters. A 300-meter area which was a world only his own. Within that world, Patriarch Huyen had ultimate power. No divine abilities or magical techniques would be capable of breaking open the area to harm him in any way. This is what sets spirit severing completely above nascent soul. In the spirit severing stage, divine abilities become natural laws. Nothing within the 300-meter area seemed unusual. However, in that instant, Meng Hao could sense that Patriarch Huyen had turned the space surrounding him into his own world. A boom could be heard. As soon as the devil spear entered the 300-meter region, it was defeated and transformed into a black mist. The mist spread out as if it were trying to infect the area, but Meng Hao could tell that it was actually fighting back against the world around it. Such formidableness, such usage of natural law, was the first time that Meng Hao personally experienced the mightiness of spirit severing. Patriarch Reliance ran away without fighting. At Holy Snow City, he had been fused with the Agarwood legacy. Outside of Blackgate Fort, Xianxia had stepped in. This was the first time Meng Hao was truly facing up against a spirit-severing expert. "Childish," said Patriarch Huyen. He moved forward, causing the sense of pressure to grow even more intense. He didn't even attack, he simply advanced. As he did, the 300-meter space went along with him. The mist that was the devil spear seemed to be completely suppressed by the world around it. Popping sounds could be heard from inside as it shrank down on itself. The countless faces sucked inward, transforming into the head of the devil construct. The expression on its face was one of unprecedented seriousness. Underneath the suppressive pressure, it began to howl. It then started to back up, dissipating the entire time, as if it were on the verge of being destroyed. Patriarch Huyen neared it, and it was at this moment that the devil construct exploded into action. Suddenly, demonic chi began to shot toward it from all directions, transforming into ripples that fought against the area world and enabled the devil construct to successfully escape. It fled, surrounding by roaring sounds, to return to Meng Hao. The black mist was now extremely faint, as if it were on the verge of dissipating completely. Meng Hao collected it up grimly. As of this point, Patriarch Huyen was about 300 meters away from Meng Hao. Meng Hao backed up. Even at this distance of 300 meters, he could clearly sense the fearsomeness of a spirit-severing expert. "There's no need to feel resentment," Patriarch Huyen said calmly as he looked at Meng Hao. "I understand how karma works. If you want to blame something, blame your own bad fortune." At this moment, the mastiff lifted its head up and howled, the sound of which caused everything to shake. Suddenly, power exploded out, revealing its spirit-severing aura. As soon as the aura appeared, Patriarch Huyen's pupils constricted. He looked over at the mastiff with a serious look. At the same time, a bloody glow began to shine out from the mastiff's eyes. It suddenly shot forward, entering into Patriarch Huyen's 300-meter area. As soon as it entered, the area began to distort. It roared again, causing red-colored ripples to emanate out from its body. They spread out in all directions, coming into contact with Patriarch Huyan's area. Patriarch Huyan's face went pale, as if all the blood in his body were suddenly flowing in reverse. A fierce glow shone up from his eyes. This entire time he had been moving forward, but now he stopped. He gave the mastiff a closer look and then slowly said, "One moment of contact, and it cost me 10% of my essence blood. This immortal beast isn't bad at all. It clearly has gained enlightenment from a spirit-severing legacy, but isn't of spirit severing itself. Still, such a will of undeath is truly rare." A tremor ran through the mastiff's body as it was suddenly pushed back several paces. It let out a threatening growl as it stared fixedly at Patriarch Huyan. The blood mastiff's domain was exactly as Patriarch Huyan had said. It was acquired via a legacy and had not been gained from personal enlightenment. However, the legacy domain of the blood immortal was no trivial matter. It was a will of undeath. The first severing had been a severing of blood. All the blood in the body severed. Blood represents life. Therefore, severing blood is equivalent to severing life. Life without death is undeath. Therefore, this domain of undeath could affect natural laws and create a world in which blood was prohibited. Almost in the same moment in which the invisible struggle between the blood mastiff and Patriarch Huyan unfolded, Meng Hao's eyes glittered. Having tested out Patriarch Huyan's strength, he was now able to form somewhat of an image in his mind, clarifying the differences between himself and spirit severing. "I can fight it." He strode forward 2 paces. With those 2 steps, roaring filled his body as he entered the second anima. The power of 2 great circle nascent souls exploded out in his body. His aura radiated out like a whirlwind. His body grew taller and more intrepid. He took a 3rd step and instantly entered the 3rd anima of his 7 animus soul transformations. The combination of 3 nascent souls caused his body to explode with battle prowess equivalent to 4 great circle nascent souls. He grew taller and even more powerful. "Even if you do possess some temporary way to magically power up," said Patriarch Huyan coolly, "it is still thinking far too much of yourself." He waved his sleeve, causing the 300-meter area to distort in ripples toward the mastiff. The mastiff let out a growling roar as bloody light exploded up from its body. It also manifested an area world to fight back, although it was only about 250 meters. Battles of spirit severing were different from those of nascent soul cultivators. All spirit severing cultivators have area worlds. Without breaking the area world, the spirit severing cultivator is incapable of being harmed. Between the mastiff and Patriarch Huyan, the area worlds opposed each other. Meng Hao's wind whipped about, and his aura shot up. He took a 4th step forward. For nascent souls combined. Popping sounds rang out in waves as Meng Hao's body grew even taller and stronger. The aura of a scholar was now gone, replaced instead by the evil sense of an immortal devil. The battle prowess of 8 full-circle nascent souls exploded out. Such battle prowess, such energy, caused the wind in the area to scream into a vortex that swirled around Meng Hao. His clothes danced in the wind, and his eyes shone with a blinding light. At this point, even Patriarch Huyan couldn't help but be visibly affected by such power. Patriarch Huyan had never encountered another great circle nascent soul cultivator as powerful or shocking as Meng Hao. Such fearsome strength would enable him to sweep across the entire nascent soul stage. "You have an excellent temporary power-up magic," said thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing. It was at this point that Meng Hao took a 5th step, his eyes fixed dead on Patriarch Huyan. As of this point, he had now entered Patriarch Huyan's 300-meter area. The instant it happened, Meng Hao felt an incredible sense of pressure weighing down on him from the area world. It felt like a mountain had suddenly been dropped onto his body, to crush it into a pulp. As soon as that incredible pressure weighed down on him, however, Meng Hao's body emitted a roar as 5 colors united, and he entered the 5th anima. With the 5th anima came 16 times the battle prowess of a great circle nascent soul. Such explosive power fought back against the enormous pressure exerted by the 300-meter area, causing distortions to ripple out. The sight of it made Patriarch Huyen to feel thorough astonishment. The 300-meter area was something that would make the heads of any nascent soul cultivator bow, even one of the Great Circle. All Patriarch Huyen would have to do is exercise a thought, and that person would be crushed into pieces. Meng Hao, however, was using some astonishing technique to make himself terrifyingly powerful and fight back against his 300-meter area. I can't let him live, thought Patriarch Huyen. He's only at the Great Circle of the nascent soul stage, and already has such terrifying power. If he ever severs his spirit— It was the first time he seemed to be taking the situation seriously. His killing intent grew, and he let out a cold harumph. He immediately took a portion of the 300-meter area which was resisting the blood mastiff, and sent it crushing down onto Meng Hao. You'll be reaching your limit any second now, won't you? In front of spirit severing. It doesn't matter how powerful your nascent soul. You're nothing but an insect. Even as Patriarch Huyen sent the area pressure bearing down onto Meng Hao set his jaw. A tremor ran through his body, and his eyes shone with a cold, fierce light. Sixth anima. Boom! 6 colors combined. Meng Hao grew taller and looked just like an immortal devil. An indescribably aura of valiance skyrocketed up. He now possessed a cultivation base equivalent to 32 Great Circle nascent souls. This was a level of nascent soul power that had never been seen before in the cultivation world. This chapter was sponsored by David Tang, Devin Silva, Von Neumann, and Anonymous. As he faced up against the pressure from the 300-meter area, Meng Hao focused all the power of his 6th anima cultivation base into his hands. He lifted them up and then made a ripping motion. In response, the air in front of him distorted, and a snapping sound could be heard. It was as if some shapeless obstacle had suddenly been torn. Meng Hao's body suddenly grew more relaxed, as if the invisible pressure had suddenly been removed. Mastiff, said Meng Hao, charging forward. The mastiff howled, causing its 250-meter area to focus around Meng Hao, following him as he shot toward Patriarch Huyen. For the second time, Patriarch Huyen's expression changed because of Meng Hao. He gave a cold harumph. As Meng Hao and the mastiff neared, he lifted his right hand and flicked his sleeve out in front of him. No magical item appeared, nor any divine ability. The sleeve was flicked casually. However, for a spirit-severing patriarch, the simple flick of a sleeve would explode out with incredible power. The 300-meter area shrunk down to only 150 meters, causing its strength to double in intensity. The area pushed down on everything with an incredible pressure that could suppress all divine abilities. Roaring filled the air as it slammed into Meng Hao and the mastiff and the 150-meter mark. Booming sounds rose up into the sky. Meng Hao's right hand clenched into a fist and punched down. Roaring filled his body, as if this fist was capable of causing mountains to tremble. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth, but his eyes glittered with a cold light. Thanks to this battle, he was now forming a much better understanding of spirit severing. The mastiff's entire body trembled as it exploded with increased ferocity. The bloody light emanating from it pierced into the 150-meter area. It also surrounded Meng Hao, forming a mighty power, allowing him to push forward with irresistible force. Meng Hao shot directly toward Patriarch Huyen. He stabbed clean through the 150-meter area until he actually made contact with Patriarch Huyen. Bam! Blood flowed out from Patriarch Huyen's mouth, and he was forced to retreat several paces. The bright glow in his eyes grew more intense. His 150-meter area suddenly shrunk under the power of the attacks against it. It rebounded into a 75-meter area before finally counterbalancing the attacks from Meng Hao and the mastiff. This immortal beast is incredibly devious. It was actually concealing its true power. Patriarch Huyen's eyes glittered with killing intent. His expression gradually became tranquil again. However, despite the calm look, he was shaken inwardly. To encounter a nascent soul cultivator who could shake his spirit-severing area in such a way caused his desire to kill Meng Hao to grow even stronger. Before Meng Hao could back up, Patriarch Huyen advanced toward him along with his 75-meter area. "After I kill you, I'll skin this immortal beast and then deb-one it," he said, his voice calm. Although his words contained no ripples of power, the killing intent they contained was incredibly obvious. The 75-meter area was like a restricted zone. Entering it would result in immediate injury. As it moved forward, the air vibrated. Seeing that it was about to reach Meng Hao, the mastiff howled, and its eyes filled with a fierce glow. It had grown up with Meng Hao, so in terms of conning people, you could say that it had inherited the ability from its master. Its own area shrank and then shot forward. Its paws lifted into the air as it charged in a vicious attack. Its claws were incredibly sharp. They slashed through the air toward Patriarch Huyen's advancing area. Booms filled the air, and Patriarch Huyen's entire body shook. He suddenly stopped moving. At the same time, the blood mastiff trembled and coughed up a mouthful of life qi. Then, without even the slightest fear of death, it charged again. This time it didn't attack with its claws. It did not use its teeth either. Instead, it butted viciously with its head. This was Meng Hao's mastiff, and even if it died, it would protect Meng Hao and kill his enemies. Bang! More blood oozed out of Patriarch Huyen's mouth, and he was forced backward again. He looked at the fierce and increasingly vicious mastiff, and his killing intent soared to the heavens. He now felt an unprecedented jealousy regarding Meng Hao. Damnable immortal beast! It was hiding even more power than it revealed before. Immortal beasts as treacherous as this are hard to come by. Even as Patriarch Huyen defended himself yet again, Meng Hao's cold voice suddenly rang out. "Seventh anima." Boom! Meng Hao's body grew rapidly once again. A violent, raging tempest sprang up around him. The sky dimmed and everything shook. His fleshly body grew even more powerful, to an astonishing degree. He now had far more power than 32 Great Circle nascent souls. Now he had 64. A nascent soul cultivator like this was unparalleled in history. Most likely, there would never be someone similar in the future either. Meng Hao's hair whipped about. He was incredibly tall now, like an immortal demon. The strength of his fleshly body, his majestic battle prowess, and his incredible aura could shake the heavens and earth. As of this moment, he was the most powerful of nascent soul cultivators, someone who could fight the spirit-severing stage. He was now over half a meter taller than his original height. His shoulders were broad, his posture ramrod straight. He looked like a devil divinity, emanating an aura that would cause anyone to pant. His eyes were cold and sharp in such a way that made it seem as if everything in the area would surely freeze. Impossible! Patriarch Huyen's face fell. As of this moment, Meng Hao was emanating an unprecedented pressure, something that Patriarch Huyen would only expect to see when facing up against someone of the same stage as himself. At the same moment in which Patriarch Huyen's 75-meter area neared Meng Hao unhesitatingly shot forward. Relying only on the strength of his fleshly body, he charged directly into the 75-meter area. Bang! Distorted ripples spread out through the 75-meter area. It shrank down, turning into a 30-meter area. Meng Hao, the spitting image of a devil divinity, immediately appeared 30 meters away from the shocked Patriarch Huyen. He clenched his fist and punched. This was not a divine ability or a magical technique. There was no magical item involved. This was just the terrifying power of his fleshly body. The battle prowess of 64 Great Circle nascent souls, fused together. It formed a shocking punch that had never before been seen in the nascent soul stage of the cultivation world. Boom! Meng Hao's punch completely shattered the 30-meter area, breaking it up into countless pieces that exploded out in all directions. A spirit-severing area shattered. In the same moment, the mastiff howled and shot forward like lightning. Even as the spirit-severing area collapsed, it charged Patriarch Huyen, its sharp, awe-inspiring fangs savagely biting down. Bam! Patriarch Huyen waved both hands forward to block. His body shook violently, and he was sent tumbling backward, his face filling with an expression of utter disbelief and shock. He could never have possibly imagined that his spirit-severing area would be broken to pieces by a nascent soul cultivator. Even as it was happening, he could scarcely believe it. As of now, his desire to kill Meng Hao had reached a pinnacle. In fact, deep in his heart, he had begun to regret provoking Meng Hao. A powerful expert like this, someone from the nascent soul stage who could battle against the spirit-severing stage, was like a nightmare to any cultivator. If he were not killed, it would likely result in the calamitous extermination of an entire tribe. "You will die this day," howled Patriarch Huyen. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Meng Hao, who was currently behind the mastiff. Meng Hao's intrepid fleshly body caused Patriarch Huyen to pause momentarily as feelings of jealousy rose up within him. He suddenly performed an incantation gesture with his right hand, causing the image of an enormous wheel to suddenly appear in front of him. It was in this moment that Meng Hao shot forward through the air with another punch. In the blink of an eye, he was closing in on Patriarch Huyen. Wheel of Time, Universal Death. First rotation, Time Destruction. He performed a final incantation and then pushed his hand forward. The illusory image in front of him suddenly became clear. It was a black chariot wheel. It emanated the archaic feeling of time, and was branded with countless magical symbols. The magical symbols flickered with light as the wheel suddenly began to rotate. Meng Hao's fist descended, and was just about to slam into the wheel, when suddenly an intense feeling filled his mind. The mastiff sensed it a bit faster. It suddenly grabbed him with his mouth and shot backward with him in retreat. At the same time, boundless time power exploded out from the wheel. This type of power was different than the type that Meng Hao wielded. This power was that of reversal. Meng Hao was astonished to see that even as he retreated, the area which he had shattered was being restored. After having retreated more than 60 meters, Meng Hao's seventh anima was beginning to dissolve. Patriarch Huyen smiled coldly, and his eyes shone with a cold disdain. He suddenly vanished, then shockingly reappeared right behind Meng Hao. He reached out and then gestured forward with his finger. The mastiff howled, and red light expanded as it shot forward to block the finger attack. Patriarch Huyen frowned and cursed inwardly as he forced the attack to complete. Booms could be heard as the red light shattered. Ignoring the incoming blood mastiff and its gaping mouth, Patriarch Huyen continued to stab his finger toward Meng Hao's back. The finger attack landed, and a roaring could be heard. However, what it hit was layers of eyeless larva silk. The silk prevented 90% of the force of the blow from hitting Meng Hao. The remaining 10% slammed into Meng Hao, causing blood to spray from his mouth. As he tumbled forward, Patriarch Huyen was just about to pursue when the mastiff bit down. Patriarch Huyen trembled violently and blood sprayed from his mouth. He was forced to retreat backward several paces and abandon pursuit of Meng Hao. "Tough little bastard," said Patriarch Huyen through gritted teeth. He could only watch as Meng Hao sped away from him, while he was held up by the frenzied, crimson mastiff. Unable to pursue, he could only let out a cold harumph. He knew that the power of time was still going to envelop Meng Hao, and that there was nothing he could to do escape it. "Since that's the case," said Patriarch Huyen, performing an incantation gesture, "I'll just slaughter this little animal of yours." Booming filled the air and the mastiff howled as its area was shattered. However, the red glow coming off of its body suddenly transformed into countless red spikes that shot toward Patriarch Huyen. The battle between the two instantly exploded out. At the same time, Patriarch Huyen's eyes flickered as he continuously sought an opportunity to kill Meng Hao. All of these things happened in the time it takes a spark to fly up off of a piece of flint. The blood that had sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth as he was sent tumbling suddenly seemed as if it was about to return into his mouth. This power of time gave Meng Hao an intense sense of grave crisis. As the blood moved backward toward him, violet light suddenly flickered in his eyes. The East Pill Division Catalysis Technique, the time magic from Han Bei of the Black Civ sect, and the technique he had learned from the Jade Page, all combined into a branding mark that Meng Hao placed onto the mouthful of blood. This was also a power of time. However, instead of causing time to flow backward, it did the opposite. The power exploded out, fighting back at the power from the Wheel of Time. Roaring rose up into the air. At the same time, Patriarch Huyen was incapable of avoiding the Mastiff, which teleported in to once again wound him with its slashing claws. Meng Hao's body was currently recovering. He suddenly transformed into a green smoke and a black moon, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Patriarch Huyen made a slight sound. By this point, Meng Hao had already reappeared in midair, blood seeping out of the corners of his mouth. There was no time to wipe it away. He looked over at Patriarch Huyen. His eyes glittered with killing intent. "Blood Mastiff!" bellowed Meng Hao. He shot up into the air, performing an incantation and then waving his arm. Instantly, an enormous face appeared. Simultaneously, the Mastiff began to glow with a bright, bloody light that merged into the blood-colored face. Combining the Blood Immortal divine ability with the power of the Blood Mastiff resulted in a true Blood Immortal magic. Before the Mastiff had awakened, what Meng Hao could utilize could be counted as skills lacking true magic. Now, however, he was using true magic, a true divine ability. The fact that Meng Hao was able to evade the Wheel of Time left Patriarch Huyen amazed yet again. That was especially so because the method he had used to escape the time reversal technique was also time. "Your name isn't Meng. It's Han," said Patriarch Huyen. This caused Meng Hao's pupils to constrict and gave birth to a new idea. He did not respond to the words. Instead, he caused the battle prowess of 64 nascent souls to explode out. Instantly, the blood-colored face transformed into 64 separate faces, which transformed into ghost images that then superimposed over each other. Then they combined and shot toward Patriarch Huyen. As the blood-colored faces whizzed forward through the air, Meng Hao slapped his bag of holding to produce his wooden time swords. He did not employ their power of time, but rather treated them as ordinary flying swords. They stabbed through the blood-colored face and then shot toward Patriarch Huyen. Patriarch Huyen frowned. He had a sneaky suspicion about what was going on. His right hand lifted up as he flashed an incantation gesture, then pointed toward the Wheel of Time. Instantly, the ancient, black chariot wheel began to spin again. The power of time then exploded out. A massive roaring sound could be heard. Ripples caused the violet sea down below to seethe. Meng Hao's Blood Immortal divine ability face suddenly began to wither. In the blink of an eye it transformed into gray ash. It was at this point that the time sword formation appeared. The formation trembled as it shot out. For some reason, the formation seemed somewhat different than it had in the past. It was as if encountering this new power of time had somehow changed the time sword formation. At the same time, Patriarch Huyen's Wheel of Time suddenly stopped moving and seemed to fade. The time power inside of it was as boundless as ever, though. Patriarch Huyen performed an incantation and pointed, causing the black wheel to fly screaming through the air toward Meng Hao. Meng Hao continued to shoot backward in retreat. He spit out a mouthful of blood and then produced a medicinal pill which he immediately consumed. He then made a grasping motion with his right hand, causing the devil spear to appear. Although it appeared to be much more faint than before, there were still countless vicious, howling faces within its mist. Without hesitation, Meng Hao shot backward, hurling the devil spear out. It buzzed through the air as it headed toward the black chariot wheel. Next, Meng Hao's eyes began to shine with a strange light. He flicked his right sleeve, and at the same time, sent his divine sense into the Blood Immortal mask. Considering that he was currently in the 7th anima, as soon as his divine sense touched the flag of 3 streamers, he was able to fully employ the true power of the first streamer of the flag. The air around him vibrated and distorted as a streamer as red as the color of blood suddenly appeared in Meng Hao's hand. It rippled in the air as Meng Hao waved it, causing a blood-like wind to suddenly rise up. This was different from the times Meng Hao had wielded the flag of 3 streamers on previous occasions. This was the true manifestation of the first streamer, and was not illusory like before. The blood-colored tempest that the treasure gave rise to caused Patriarch Huyen's face to fill with astonishment. That flag! Damn it! How could you have an immortal treasure like that? Even as Patriarch Huyen was expressing his disbelief, the flag unfurled, transforming into a red banner that stretched out in front of Meng Hao toward the Wheel of Time. Although it takes some time to describe, the Devil Spear and the flag of 3 streamers instantly shot toward the Black Chariot wheel. There was no hesitation on Patriarch Huyen's part as he performed a double-handed incantation in an attempt to control the wheel treasure. However, even in the middle of the incantation, the Mastiff suddenly pounced toward him. It had reached a frenzied state, as if it didn't fear death at all. As it neared, the bloody light shining off of it flickered in intensity and transformed into countless threads that slashed toward Patriarch Huyen. Patriarch Huyen was cursing inwardly. His hatred for the Mastiff had already sunk deep into his bones. Yet again, he realized that if it weren't for the damnable immortal beast, the battle would have gone much more smoothly. While Patriarch Huyen was being pinned down by the Mastiff, Meng Hao's eyes glittered with a red light. His aura exploded up into the heavens. He was utilizing 64 times the battle prowess of a great circle nascent soul, and divine sense with a range of 29,999 meters. Together, they formed into a divine ability. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. His hair whipped about and his cultivation base rotated rapidly. Demonic chi in the area seethed as he lifted his hand up and pointed his index finger straight out ahead of him toward Patriarch Huyen. As he pointed, blood oozed out of Meng Hao's nose, ears and eyes. Popping sounds could be heard within him, and his brain and body filled with a roaring sound. Meng Hao's eyes were awash with madness. However, beneath that madness was utter calm. He was sealing a powerful spirit-severing expert, so he would of course have to pay a heavy price. But why did that matter? A tremor ran through Patriarch Huyen's body. The demonic chi in the area was boundless and majestic, and formed into something like a sea. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around Patriarch Huyen, transforming into a seal. His cultivation base was suppressed and he suddenly ceased all movement. What divine ability is this? Patriarch Huyen was completely shocked. The Mastiff seized this opportunity to strike out with its paw. Roaring could be heard, and blood sprayed from Patriarch Huyen's mouth. His expression was one of savageness. However, the brief pause imposed upon him damaged his connection to the Wheel of Time, almost as if his divine sense had been severed. Only a tiny connection remained. However, it was at this moment that the Devil Spear bore down onto the wheel. It stabbed directly into it, causing a massive explosion to ring out. Even though the spear was greatly weakened, vast quantities of mist still poured out of it, causing the wheel to tremble violently and then move about 1/3 of a meter to the side. It was a small movement, but it instantly weakened the final scrap of divine sense which connected the Wheel of Time and Patriarch Huyen. This caused Patriarch Huyen's face to flicker once again. It was in this moment that the flag of 3 streamers hit the wheel. A boom rose up into the air. Meng Hao shouted and the flag, completely wrapped around the wheel, then heaved it to the side. Booms could be heard. The wheel turned into a black, trembling beam of light that moved a full 30 meters off to the side. The movement caused any remaining connection with Patriarch Huyen to be completely destroyed. All of this took place in the amount of time it takes for a spark to fly up into the air. The effect of the 8th demon sealing hex was already vanishing from Patriarch Huyen. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth as he once again used the 8th demon sealing hex, ignoring any injuries he would receive in the process. Just when Patriarch Huyen recovered use of his cultivation base, it was once again sealed. At the same time, the blood mastiff, in response to Meng Hao's divine sense, roared. Bloody light shot up, and the power of its spirit-severing cultivation base rocketed out as it charged again toward Patriarch Huyen. As of now, Meng Hao was completely ignoring Patriarch Huyen. Instead, he shot directly toward the Wheel of Time. The single flag streamer teleported to join him. A fierce light gleamed in Patriarch Huyen's eyes. In this critical moment of the battle, the power of his cultivation base suddenly exploded out. He raised his head up and howled as the demonic chi seal surrounding him collapsed. He had extricated himself and restored his cultivation base. But now the mastiff was upon him, and he was forced to fight. Temporarily, Patriarch Huyen was incapable of completely freeing himself. His fury burned like raging fires, consuming him as he howled in rage. As for Meng Hao, he was just now slamming into the wheel of time. He flicked his sleeve, causing the single streamer to wrap up the wheel of time, which Patriarch Huyen had lost control of. Then he collected up the streamer and put it into his bag of holding. He shockingly captured Patriarch Huyen's precious treasure. Earlier, when Patriarch Huyen had claimed that his surname was actually Han, it instantly made him think of Han Bei. He also thought about that patriarch of the Han clan who could control the power of time. All of the various threads of information formed together to give Meng Hao the audacious idea of stealing Patriarch Huyen's treasure. All of his actions up to this point had been aimed at snatching away the treasure. He even allowed himself to be injured in the process. The benefits of acquiring such an item were indescribable. "Meng Hao!" roared Patriarch Huyen, his eyes filling with veins of blood along with killing intent. He wanted to pursue Meng Hao, but the howling blood mastiff then attacked him once again. Pinned down, Patriarch Huyen could do nothing but be consumed by his indescribable rage. This mastiff, which seemingly didn't fear death in the least, had the power of spirit severing. Patriarch Huyen wasn't capable of killing it, nor even sealing it. He could only watch helplessly as his treasure was stolen away by a great circle nascent soul cultivator. The shame and rage that he felt were virtually driving him insane. In all the years he had practiced cultivation, he had almost never been put into such a difficult position. His rage could not grow anymore. Meng Hao's eyes flickered with killing intent. He had made a lot of preparations with the intent of facing Patriarch Huyen. As of this moment, his preparations had been used by about half. He still had more tricks up his sleeves. His trump card of fusing with the Violet Sea had not been brought into play yet. Meng Hao's expression was calm. He had no time to personally do anything about the effects of the Wheel of Time. He let the flag of 3 streamers suppress it, then turned and lifted up his hand. The tip of his finger turned bright red. It then transformed into a red-colored totem tattoo. This was the G-clan blood clone aspect of his water-type totem. After absorbing it and gaining enlightenment regarding the blood-type totem, it hadn't disappeared. Rather, Meng Hao had completely suppressed it inside of his own body. It was now that, without hesitation, he released the blood clone. A bloody light shone out from his finger, flying out into mid-air to transform into the G-clan blood clone. As soon as it appeared, its body exploded with bloody light that shot up into the sky. It turned its head to look at Meng Hao, as if it planned to attack him. In that moment, Meng Hao gave a cold snort. The sound of it sent rippling tremors through the body of the blood clone, as if it weren't stable. Actually, when Meng Hao suppressed the clone within his body, he had also branded it with vast amounts of restrictive spells. An expression of struggle appeared on the blood clone's face for a moment. Then it turned, howling as it shot toward Patriarch Huyen. It seemed it planned to vent its frustration with Meng Hao onto Patriarch Huyen. The instant the blood clone appeared, Patriarch Huyen once again looked shocked. He could not help but tremble inwardly at Meng Hao's continuous succession of shocking methods. First was his astonishing 7 ominous soul transformations, then his time sword formation and the flag of 3 streamers, and finally this blood clone. All of it left Patriarch Huyen thoroughly shaken inwardly. The blood clone shouted as it neared. Together with the blood mastiff, it had Patriarch Huyen essentially flanked on both sides. Patriarch Huyen's face fell. He raised up his right hand and pointed out in front of him. Instantly, the blood clone exploded, only to reform a moment later. Damn it! It also has a will of undeath. Patriarch Huyen's face flickered as the blood mastiff pounced toward him from behind. He was not in a position to evade. The mastiff's razor-sharp fangs sank into his body, ripping open a wound from which blood sprayed out unimpeded. At the same time, Meng Hao made his move. As he neared, a divine ability suddenly manifested. Without a face, a single word, flames of war unify. More than 60 enormous faces appeared. They superimposed over each other, transforming into a divine ability backed by the power of 64 great circle nascent souls, a power that could rock spirit severing. The face's eyes opened, and its mouth moved. Roaring sounds pulsed out within Patriarch Huyen's mind. Streams of black smoke suddenly rose up from his body, 64 in total. They billowed up into the air as Meng Hao's divine ability closed in. One man, one clone, one dog, battling spirit severing. Booms continued to explode out. Patriarch Huyen's aura expanded out to transform into an enormous vortex which slammed into Meng Hao, the mastiff and the clone. Roaring filled the area and kicked up huge waves on the surface of the sea. The air itself seemed to be on the verge of splitting open. Patriarch Huyen was infuriated. Never since reaching the spirit-severing stage had he ever been in such a bad position. His spirit-severing area had been shattered, his wheel of time stolen. And to top it all off, his opponent was only a great circle nascent soul cultivator. Even though he had a spirit-severing immortal beast, even though he had a strange blood clone, this was all a complete humiliation to Patriarch Huyen. "My Tao," said Patriarch Huyen. He took a deep breath, causing all of his emotions to disappear. He became completely calm. "My Tao of severing emotions." When speaking of human emotions, love for one's family is the most powerful. By severing family love, one can sever the Tao of a lifetime. A freezing, emotionless cold suddenly rose up from Patriarch Huyen. This coldness was unfeeling, almost like it was a funeral for the 7 emotions and 6 pleasures. "My parents died when I was young," murmured Patriarch Huyen. "So there was no way to sever them. My feelings for my beloved are dispensable as far as I am concerned, so that severing would have been useless. Only my feelings for my sons would conform to my Tao of severing emotions. My first severing was of that Tao of feelings. It is common knowledge that I have an only son. What is not common knowledge is that I actually had 9 sons in total. I killed the first 8 with my own hands in order to create my Tao of extinguishing emotions. I placed all my hopes in my final son, Huyenqing, and did everything for him. I concentrated all my fatherly love on him. When that love reached its pinnacle, I would kill him, and the resulting pain would be intense to the extreme. Only by experiencing such pain and grief could I complete my first severing and become totally emotionless. By killing my son, you have ruined my Tao. Nothing could possibly compare to the towering hatred which I feel toward you. My Tao is a severing of emotion." Patriarch Huyen's aura suddenly exploded out. His spirit-severing domain, his first severing, was of emotion. That emotion was not romantic love, nor friendship. Instead, it was the most powerful of all emotions, the love for blood relatives. Before spirit severing, Patriarch Huyen had been an emotional and loving person. Afterwards, he chose to slaughter his own sons for the sake of his Tao. The only one that remained was Huyenqing. His choice for the spirit-severing Tao was actually very similar to that of Patriarch Hanxue of the Frigid Snow Clan. However, in the end Patriarch Hanxue chose not to continue with the severing. Patriarch Huyen, on the other hand, was more resolute. He concentrated all of his fatherly love onto his son, Huyenqing, holding none in reserve. It was like he took all of the family love that existed within his person and focused it solely on Huyenqing. As far as Huyenqing was concerned, Patriarch Huyen had indulged him in every way, tolerated anything. It had been a boundless fatherly love. Only in that way could he sever pain, sever his heart, and truly complete his first severing. By extinguishing family love, he could form his Tao of extinguishing emotions. But now Huyenqing was dead, killed by another. Because Patriarch Huyen hadn't killed him, it meant that Patriarch Huyen's first severing could not be completed perfectly unless he spent much time reversing the setback. The easiest method would be to slay the person who had killed Huyenqing, to get revenge. But that wasn't enough. What he needed was a rain of blood that would allow him to express all of his fatherly love and release himself from worldly cares. "Severing emotions," he said, his voice low. Instantly, everything in the area became extremely cold. An emotionless domain erupted out from him. This was a unique divine ability of the spirit-severing stage, the domain. Patriarch Huyen's domain was one in which the only thing that could exist was an extinguishing of emotions. Any scrap of emotion or passion would be extinguished inside, dispersed. As the domain spread out, the blood clone trembled. It recovered a moment later, not having been affected very much. That was because it was innately an emotionless creature. As for the mastiff, however, it began to shake violently. The bloody light which surrounded it began to flicker. The will of undeath which filled it fought back fiercely, but was clearly not a match. It began to tremble more and more violently, and emit fierce howls. The one to be affected the most, though, was Meng Hao. Meng Hao's mind filled with roaring. Blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. His eyes shone with confusion. Suddenly, his mind began to fill with images. His childhood and his parents. His friendship with Fatty and the others. The blur that existed between Su Qing and Chu Yuyan. The emotional connection between apprentice and master that he felt for Pill Demon. All of these things completely filled his mind, transforming into a blade that hung there within his mind. An archaic voice suddenly filled his mind. Sever your emotions and you can exist. Emotions are a hindrance. They burn away at your flame of life. Sever them. Sever them. The voice seemed to carry some mysterious power. Caused Meng Hao's entire body to tremble. He felt as if his soul were about to be shredded into pieces. He couldn't help but let out a scream of anguish. At the same time, all the images in his mind, all the people began to distort. They transformed into black flames that set Meng Hao's mind on fire. He felt pain. The kind of pain that comes from watching your parents dying and being helpless to save them. It was the pain that comes from watching your beloved coldly turn away into the embrace of another. It was the pain of watching your best friend smile maliciously while plunging a knife into your back. It was a pain formed from all of those various emotions, rising to the pinnacle. The pain transformed into black flames which burned at Meng Hao's very soul. Sever them. Sever the emotions and you can exist. Refuse, and your soul will be destroyed. The voice echoed out in Meng Hao's body as he trembled. It seemed as if he were existing in an illusion, but was unable to distinguish the difference between the illusion and reality. Confusion filled his eyes. Blood oozed out of his mouth. He lost control and fell down into the violet sea. This was Patriarch Huyen's emotionless domain, which severed both emotions and pain. It severed the emotions of the enemy, smashed the soul, crushed the fleshly body. Facing Patriarch Huyen with emotions led only to death. Giving in to the demands of the domain led to becoming a puppet. Refusing to give in led to death in body and spirit. Meng Hao sank down into the violet sea. As he did, his mind's eye was filled with various images from his life. The joys, the sorrows, the partings, the reunions, pain, betrayal. They all seemed to swirl into a cycle of pain. When Meng Hao's body suddenly hit the seafloor, his eyes opened. As of this moment they were clear. However, it was a clearness filled with exhaustion. Emotions are not a hindrance, he murmured. Emotions are what make life complete. He closed his eyes. In the instant that he did, the violet sea began to roar, and its surface roiled. The mastiff was trembling in mid-air, its eyes bright red. The blood clone was actually not impeded at all. However, as it neared Patriarch Huyen, confusion suddenly filled its eyes. Patriarch Huyen hovered there in mid-air, his domain spreading out, filling the entire area. It was at this moment that the violet sea began to roar, causing Patriarch Huyen's brow to furrow. As he frowned, the waters of the violet sea began to collect together. An enormous head suddenly began to emerge, then a body, then two legs. In the shocking blink of an eye, an enormous giant made of seawater rose up from within the violet sea. The giant looked like Meng Hao in every way. His closed eyes suddenly snapped open. They emanated a bright glow as it lifted up its right hand. The gigantic hand, formed of massive quantities of water, formed into a fist and then punched out toward Patriarch Huyan. A massive boom echoed out across the waters. Patriarch Huyan's face fell and he instantly retreated. He managed to avoid the fist, but his domain was completely shattered. Emotionless? You actually transformed into something emotionless. No, this isn't you. This is the Violet Sea. He actually fused with the Violet Sea. This. Patriarch Huyan's eyes went wide and filled with disbelief. Only emotionless beings could exist within his domain. This Violet Sea giant was just such an emotionless creature. After all, the Violet Sea was fundamentally death. In death, what dies is not just the body, but also emotion. Currently, far up above in the air, 3 streams of powerful divine sense were paying very close attention to battle down below. These streams of divine sense far exceeded the nascent soul stage. Each one seemed to contain different natural laws and different domains. Shockingly, these were 3 streams of divine sense belonging to spirit-severing patriarchs. All 3 were from the Black Lands. 2 were from the Great Wild Flame Tribe and Great Demon Butterfly Tribe respectively. The other was a patriarch from the Great Cloud Sky Tribe, the tribe Zhou Dikun was a member of. The streams of divine sense hovered there in mid-air, staring down at the battle with both concentration and shock. Patriarch Huyan's clone is going all out. This kid has really got some extraordinary battle prowess. Patriarch Huyan's clone is different from our clones. Our clones only possess 30% of the battle prowess of our true selves. Patriarch Huyan's clone, however, possesses its own nascent divinity spirit Immortal. It's a divine clone with 70% of the battle prowess of his true self. It's like a second life for Patriarch Huyan. It required years of refinement to create something he can exchange his life with. 7 superimpositions. A spirit-severing immortal beast. The will of the Violet Sea. This kid is incredible. As the 3 streams of divine sense discussed the goings-on, they only continued to grow more serious. Down on the surface of the sea, booms echoed out into the air. Meng Hao, in the form of the Violet Sea Giant, clenched his hand into a fist again. He punched out into the air, which kicked up a violent tempest that swept out in all directions, with the power to destroy all domains in the area. The mastiff howled, and bloody light exploded up from its body, transforming into 18 sharp fangs which then shot directly toward Patriarch Huyan, seemingly capable of ripping holes in the air. A boom could be heard and blood sprayed from the mouth of Patriarch Huyan. He fell back once again. Even as he did, the giant form Meng Hao slapped his hands together in exactly the same way he had when he killed the black bat. Next, another giant began to rise up from within the Violet Sea. Then a third, followed by a fourth, a fifth, and then a sixth. In total, 7 giants towered above the Violet Sea, each one of them thousands of meters tall and shocking to the extreme. Each of the giants looked exactly like Meng Hao. As soon as they appeared, they charged toward Patriarch Huyan. This was a divine ability that Meng Hao could employ after fusing with the Violet Sea. 7 giants roared. The Mastiff's cultivation base exploded out with all its power. The blood clone trembled, then exploded with killing intent. All of them charged directly toward Patriarch Huyan. As they approached, destructive power exploded up. The power of extermination raged. Patriarch Huyan's domain was no longer effective, having been shattered by Meng Hao using the Violet Sea. Patriarch Huyan's eyes were red and his hair was in disarray. He looked completely out of sorts as he suddenly howled. Instantly, a divine ability magically manifested. It coalesced into a 3,000-meter-long heaven saber. As the blade chopped down, it caused roaring sounds to fill the air. Of the 7 giants, 4 exploded. Of the fangs shooting toward Patriarch Huyan from the Mastiff, 5 were shattered. All the rest continued on to slam into Patriarch Huyan. Patriarch Huyan's entire body shook violently, and he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. He tumbled backward in astonishment, his hair flying around, his eyes filled with madness. "You're good, Meng Hao, I'll give you that. To be able to fight back against me to this extent shows that you are truly powerful. However, You are not of the spirit-severing stage. Not yet. You have no nascent divinity spirit immortal. You are doomed. You cannot slay me. Instead, you have assured your own death. Spirit-severing. Patriarch Huyen lifted his head up and roared. Along with the sound of the roar, his aura exploded up, revealing the power of his spirit-severing cultivation base. As this happened, his body began to wither. In the blink of an eye, it withered up and he began to disappear. Instantly, his body completely turned into ashes and was gone. However, as his fleshly body disappeared, what appeared in its places was a spirit body. It was like a nascent soul but fundamentally different. It was translucent and possessed immortal will. This was the spirit immortal of Patriarch Huyen's clone. Spirit severing can also be referred to as mortality severing. Everything beneath spirit severing is mortal. However, spirit severing and above can be considered immortal. After severing mortality, the nascent soul disappears and is transformed into a nascent divinity. This can also be referred to as a spirit immortal. This nascent divinity spirit immortal is not something that is easily revealed. Only by casting off the fleshly body would it be able to appear. Actually, a nascent divinity spirit immortal can only truly connect properly with one's true physical body, not a clone. Therefore, by casting off the clone's physical body, the nascent divinity spirit immortal would be able to truly employ spirit-severing divine abilities. Bright glows appeared in the eyes of giant form Meng Hao. He stared at Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity spirit immortal. Meng Hao had actually gained quite a bit throughout the course of this battle. His understanding regarding spirit severing was now much deeper. So, there is no nascent soul in spirit severing, but rather, a nascent divinity spirit immortal is formed. Meng Hao's eyes glittered as his enlightenment deepened. Thanks to this battle, the path of spirit severing was now much clearer in his mind. Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity spirit immortal began to perform an incantation gesture, touching its left thumb with its right forefinger, and vice versa. This formed a rectangle which it used to surround Meng Hao's image. Spirit-severing banishment, it shouted. As the words left its mouth, rumbling filled heaven and earth, and the sky dimmed. Giant form Meng Hao began to shake, as if explosive power from heaven and earth were forming to expel him. Such an expulsion made it seem as if the entire world, as if all the lands of South Heaven, viewed Meng Hao as an enemy. It was as if in this moment, all living things, even the plants and animals, all existence, were filled with an intense desire to expel Meng Hao. All of a sudden, a sound like countless murmuring voices suddenly joined together to form an echoing shout. "Be gone!" The sound was such that it seemed as if the will of the entire world was focused on expelling and banishing Meng Hao. Meng Hao's giant form exploded into countless pieces, as did the other remaining giants in the area. The mastiff whined as roaring also filled its body, and its life force rapidly began to drain away. It, however, did not explode. After all, it was of the spirit-severing stage. Such a banishment could only be resisted by the spirit-severing stage. Anything beneath spirit-severing would be killed by this banishment. That was the power of a nascent divinity spirit immortal. The blood clone also exploded, although it quickly reformed, only to explode once more. The violet sea churned. Deep beneath the surface, blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth. Roaring filled his mind as he heard all living things roaring. "Be gone!" More blood exploded from his mouth. Popping sounds rang out from his body as he shot up from within the waters. The voices continued to echo in his ears. "Be gone! Be gone from this place! Be gone from these lands! Be gone from South Heaven!" An indescribable power of expulsion caused Meng Hao to retreat at full speed. He coughed up blood continuously. The magic of this divine ability was incredibly powerful, far beyond anything Meng Hao could have imagined. The power of expulsion continued to grow more intense, causing an enormous vortex to appear in midair. The gravitation force of the vortex latched onto Meng Hao, as if it intended to completely banish him from the lands of South Heaven. "I live in the lands of South Heaven," said Meng Hao. "This is my home. "You trifling spirit-severing cultivator. What gives you the right to banish me?" A look of determination filled his eyes as he slapped his bag of holding to produce the blood-colored mask. After entering the seventh anima, Meng Hao didn't actually need the mask. However, now that the mastiff had awakened, Meng Hao could actually sense that within the mask was a shocking divine ability. Originally, Meng Hao had planned to keep this divine ability as a trump card, but now he had no other options. Without hesitation, he placed the mask onto his face. When that happened, his green robe instantly turned the color of blood, as did his hair. In the blink of an eye, a glow of blood rose up from him. "Blood Mastiff, my blood immortal spirit, my Tao protector, use the primordial blood immortal law to merge with this mask. Make your cultivation base. My cultivation base. Let the domain change. Let the primordial transform. Let the image of the blood immortal come." As Meng Hao spoke, his voice seemed to carry an archaic will. The mastiff trembled, and a strange glow appeared in its eyes. Without hesitation, it shot toward Meng Hao. As it did, its body transformed into a red glow. It shot like lightning toward Meng Hao and then merged directly into the mask. As soon as the mastiff merged into the mask, a tremor ran through Meng Hao's body. His aura suddenly expanded out, and his hair whipped about him. His robe fluttered madly. His divine sense suddenly was no longer 29,999 meters, but rather 30,000. It was only an increase in 1 meter, but that meter made all the difference compared to the previous 29,999 meters. That 1 meter gap represented the difference between mortality and immortality. Meng Hao's cultivation base suddenly exploded up. Shockingly, a blood-colored figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was a figure seated on a throne of bones, wearing a mask, hair floating in the air. Also, it was a woman. The woman was none other than the blood immortal of the Doom clan. In this moment, Meng Hao was fused with the cultivation base of the blood mastiff. On top of his great circle nascent soul cultivation base appeared another cultivation base that did not belong to him. It fused with his, causing thunderous roars to fill his body. His aura exploded out with the power of spirit severing. In this moment, it seemed as if Meng Hao suddenly came to a new realization. He looked up into the sky, but then just as quickly retracted his gaze. At the same time, the 3 streams of divine sense belonging to the spirit-severing cultivators emanated powerful ripples, caused by the shock of realizing that they had been spotted by Meng Hao. "He saw us. I would never have imagined that he could actually borrow the power of spirit-severing. It seems Patriarch Huyen's divine clone is going to perish. This kid. Well, perhaps we shouldn't call him that. This fellow Taoist Meng Hao might not know us personally, but he is qualified to sit as equals with us at the same table." The 3 were now paying rapt attention to Meng Hao. Ripples of spirit-severing power expanded out in all directions. Meng Hao's hair whipped about as his cultivation base roared upward. The spirit-severing power did not belong to him. He could only possess it temporarily. Even the domain was not his, but rather that of the blood immortal. After the spirit-severing cultivation base growth, shockingly, an area world appeared around Meng Hao. Within his mind, he could also faintly sense the domain of the blood immortal. However, he could not utilize them. All he could do was vaguely sense them. The domain actually had nothing to do with blood. Strangely, it contained a sense of waiting, as well as of glorious pursuit. It was like a blooming, blood-colored flower. In the moment that Meng Hao borrowed the spirit-severing power, the expulsion power around him instantly grew weaker by more than half. The vortex in midair vanished without a trace. An expression of disbelief appeared on the face of Patriarch Huyen. Never could he possibly have imagined that the battle would go the way it had, or that he would end up being so shaken by Meng Hao. How is this possible? How can he be so terrifying? Don't tell me that he's a Tao seeking reincarnation? Or maybe he's an immortal soul in a mortal body? Even as Patriarch Huyen was reeling in shock, Meng Hao looked up. He could sense the undefinable power that was surging within him. He couldn't sustain such power for long, only about the space of 12 breaths. Therefore, he didn't hesitate. The glow of blood surged up around him as he lifted his right hand up and performed an incantation gesture, then pointed forward. Sundered clouds, a bloody rain, seas that cover the sky. 3 forms of the blood immortal legacy divine ability. The body of the blood immortal. A spirit severing cultivation base. In this moment, the power of all of these things exploded out. The sky was now the color of blood. Beneath the red glow, the violet sea turned black. From a distance, all that could be seen was a black sea and a red sky, with just a glimmer of violet in between the two. Even an expert artist would have a hard time depicting such a scene. There were clouds in the sky, sundered clouds. There was rain as well, a rain of blood. A sea of blood roared with huge waves that seemed to wish to fly up to the heavens. The sea of blood merged with the violet sea, transforming into black blood. Sundered clouds, a bloody rain, seas that cover the sky. These 3 things were blood immortal divine abilities, majestic and shocking. The sundered clouds surged into motion, causing vapor to instantly rise up around Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity spirit Immortal. From within the thick clouds emerged, sundering. A boom could be heard as the sundering mist exploded. Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity spirit Immortal emitted a shrill cry. It was shocked to discover that it couldn't evade and was powerless to fight back. The natural law in the world seemed to have completely changed. These rules did not belong to him but rather to Meng Hao, or perhaps to the woman who sat behind Meng Hao on the throne of bones. The sundered clouds surged endlessly. That was because they were propelled by a wind of sundering. Roaring filled the air as, within the short space of time of a few breaths, Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity spirit Immortal was battered dozens of times. He was forced backward several hundred meters. Explosions and booms echoed out. It seemed as if the nascent divinity spirit Immortal was on the verge of being destroyed. He was shocked, filled with disbelief as well as an intense sense of deadly crisis. In this moment, a rain of blood appeared in the midst of the sundered clouds. It carried with it a shocking power, seemingly another expulsion power. The raindrops fell down from all directions toward Patriarch Huyen. A blood-curdling scream could be heard. Patriarch Huyen was flabbergasted and shaking with fear. Booming could be heard as his body began to fall apart. He quickly pulled it back together, only to have more blood rain whistle toward him. As of this moment, the entire world, everything in the area, was transformed into a world of blood rain. Within that world, all life would be submerged, buried in the blood rain. But this was not the greatest danger. The greatest danger was within the Black Sea. The sea roared up into the sky. The sky roared down into the sea. The blackness of the once violet-colored sea merged with the blood rain, turning it black. The Black Sea rose up into the sky, making it impossible to determine what was the sky and what was the sea. It was as if everything had been turned upside down, as if everything had been twisted about. Within all the booming and roaring, the sundered clouds, the blood rain, the Black Sea, became blood death. Patriarch Huyen was filled with a sense of grave danger. He had the intense premonition that if he didn't do something immediately, then he would definitely die. If someone had told him before that he would die at Meng Hao's hands, he would have mocked and ridiculed that person to no end. But now, such a scene was playing out in front of his own eyes. As of this moment, though, there was no time for shock and astonishment. Heart pounding, he suddenly looked up into the sky and roared, "Fellow Taoists, the 3 of you must help me slay this man. Regardless of whether you succeed or not, I vow to present you with precious treasures as gifts in return." Hearing this caused the streams of divine sense to instantly reveal intense glows. They immediately began to discuss the matter. "There's really no need to continue watching the battle," said the spirit-severing patriarch from the great cloud sky tribe. "The clone is doomed to perish. This Meng Hao has fused his will with the violet sea. He's not someone to be provoked lightly." His words contained deeper meaning, which was obvious. "Fellow Taoist Yunlian, don't worry. True, we're allies, and therefore can't go back on our word to help each other. However, the best thing to do would be to leave with the promise of treasure from Patriarch Huyen, and at the same time get Meng Hao to owe us a favor. Sowing some good karma would be the best outcome. That's right. It was of his own accord that Patriarch Huyen provoked a powerful foe. He can't blame anyone else. If the Heavenly Court Alliance loses the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe, but then gains the Great Cloud Sky Tribe, it will still be a Heavenly Court. After discussing the matter, the three streams of divine sense began to chuckle. Three forms began to take shape out of nothing. In the blink of an eye, three figures could be seen. One was a white-haired old man. Another was a middle-aged man with a luxuriant beard. The third was a young boy in a red robe. As soon as they appeared, they exchanged smiling glances. These were all clones, the likes of which most spirit-severing cultivators possessed. They were different from Patriarch Huyen's clone, which was a type that was rarely seen. Moments later, the three figures appeared in front of Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity. Without even a pause, they charged Meng Hao. Each of these clones possessed roughly 30% of the power of the cultivation base of their true selves. However, even 30% should be enough to crush someone of the nascent soul stage. They instantly turned into three fierce beams of light that shot toward Meng Hao's three great blood immortal divine abilities. Meng Hao's eyes glittered in response to the attack. For these three people to make a move wasn't something unforeseen. He waved his sleeve. The sundered clouds roared, the blood rain howled, and the black sea screamed. The three forces slammed into the three clones. This guy is incredible. Now that I'm experiencing his power, it's obvious that he's far stronger than I imagined after simply observing him fight. If our clones met him by themselves, and he unleashed his full power, it would only take a few moves for him to completely eradicate us. The three exchanged another glance, then performed incantation gesture, causing their own divine abilities to blast into Meng Hao's blood immortal divine abilities. During the space of a few breaths, booms filled the air. The three clones exploded, completely destroyed. Before they completely vanished, all of them cast meaningful glances toward Meng Hao. Patriarch Huyen stared in shock, and then began to tremble. He lifted his head up and howled. How could he not see through the plan the three crafty old foxes had just carried out? The three clones weren't as strong as Patriarch Huyen's clone, so if they were fighting solo, they might be destroyed relatively quickly. But how could it be possible for them to be defeated so quickly while fighting together? The only explanation was that all three had actually been unwilling to attack. Everything they had done was just an excuse to get their hands on the treasure that he had promised. Patriarch Huyen's expression was one of livid fury. If I'm going to die, there's no way I'll die by his hand, he roared. Totems combine, he cried. Suddenly, 5.5 totems appeared within this nascent divinity and then suddenly flew out. Within the half totem could be seen several souls that bore an eerie resemblance to Patriarch Huyen. They formed together to form the 8 sons that had been personally slain by Patriarch Huyen. Unfortunately, because Huyen Qing had died in the way he did, the totem was incomplete. With the appearance of these totems, Patriarch Huyen's expression was suddenly one of complete resolve. Ancestral awakening, commence! As Patriarch Huyen roared, the 5 totems shattered, transforming into countless fragments that instantly fused into the nascent divinity spirit Immortal. Patriarch Huyen's roar turned into a wail as the nascent divinity began to turn blurry, and then suddenly exploded. The exploding pieces almost looked like human flesh. They shot out, but then just as quickly began to form back together. In the blink of an eye, an indescribably gruesome aura suddenly spread out to fill the area. At the same time, Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity was reforming, turning into a body formed out of countless chunks of flesh. It looked like innumerable patches of flesh were sewn together, as if the body were covered with countless centipedes. It was thoroughly savage in appearance, especially the forehead, where 3 golden scales could be seen that emanated blinding golden light. The bizarre, gruesome aura completely matched the bizarre, gruesome body. This was Patriarch Huyen's ancestral awakening body, the result of the most powerful divine ability that his clone could employ. The head had no facial features, only the 3 golden scales which were almost like eyes. They glowed with golden, flickering light that transformed into an enormous vortex. The vortex spun, seemingly powerful enough to shatter the air. As it expanded out, everything for thousands of meters around instantly began to shatter. The sundered clouds shattered, the blood rain dissipated, and the Black Sea was destroyed. Meng Hao's 3 blood immortal divine abilities were completely dispelled. Patriarch Huyen was burning his life force. His cultivation base was blurry, and his appearance bizarre in this ancestral awakening form, which could explode out with power to destroy anything and everything. After the blood immortal divine abilities were destroyed, Patriarch Huyen's strange body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was directly in front of Meng Hao. He lifted up his hand and pushed out. Meng Hao's eyes flickered. Without hesitation he waved his sleeve, borrowing explosive spirit severing power to shoot backward. I only have about 7 more breaths worth of time before I run out of spirit severing power. His eyes glowed with coldness. Setting his jaw, he stared at Patriarch Huyen. From the look of it, this version of Patriarch Huyen was not sentient but rather was acting on instinct. The strange divine ability would only last for a certain period of time before it ran out of life force power to burn. "Going all out?" said Meng Hao with a cold laugh. "Unfortunately for you, I still have a lot of tricks up my sleeve." Seeing that Patriarch Huyen was going all out caused killing intent to flicker within Meng Hao's eyes. Patriarch Huyen was in a state of mindless madness, but his battle prowess had leaped up, and was now completely beyond what it had been before. Considering that Patriarch Huyen had entered such a state, Meng Hao had the option of simply dodging his attacks, then waiting for enough time to go by for this version of Patriarch Huyen to dissipate naturally. However, the desire for battle was thick in Meng Hao's eyes. This was a fight to prove the power of his cultivation base and achieve mastery of his divine abilities and magical arts through actual use. To Meng Hao, this battle was a way to gain understanding and control over himself, to grow more perfect. Now that he was facing Patriarch Huyen's most powerful divine ability, Meng Hao had absolutely no desire whatsoever to flinch away. He would fight. Even as the desire to engage in battle overflowed from Meng Hao's eyes, Patriarch Huyen's body flashed in yet another charge. Meng Hao's lips turned up in a vicious smile as he did not retreat, but rather counterattacked. They slammed into each other, making continuous attacks that sent shocking booms to fill the area. The violet sea churned violently, and the air rippled with distortions. As the battle continued, popping sounds rang out from within Meng Hao's body. He was suddenly sent tumbling backward. His borrowed spirit-severing power was now growing unstable. According to his calculations, he had only 3 breaths of time left before it was gone. In the final critical moment, Meng Hao suddenly rocketed up into the air. He looked down toward Patriarch Huyen, who was shooting toward him from the surface of the Violet Sea. "I've gained a lot from this battle. Therefore, I think I'll use the trump card that I recently mastered to bury you." A strange light burned in Meng Hao's eyes as he spoke the words. In the final moment in which his borrowed spirit-severing power was about to disappear, he took a deep breath. The image of a magical symbol suddenly flickered within his eyes. It seemed as if his entire person had slipped into some indistinct state. He lifted his right hand, causing an enormous illusory image to appear behind him. That image was a magical symbol. It was blurry, but in the instant it appeared, the Violet Sea roared as it was pushed away. It was as if some shapeless pressure was pushing it away, forming a huge crater down below. The air all around twisted with distortions. It was as if in the entire world, nothing existed except for this magical symbol. The symbol's origin was Meng Hao's eyes and his heart. This was none other than the magical symbol that Meng Hao had been trying to gain enlightenment regarding for years and years. The magical symbol from the Black Land's celestial soil. Its true origin was the talisman from the heavens that was destroyed, falling onto the Black Lands, where it transformed into black magical symbols. Meng Hao still had not gained complete enlightenment. Therefore, to employ it required forceful use of his cultivation base. However, with the borrowed power of the Mastiff, he was able to do just that. His expression was blank, as if he had lost use of his faculties. Within Meng Hao's mind's eye, he suddenly saw an image of a boundless starscape. In the middle of it all was an indistinct figure who bore the semblance of a transcendent being. The figure stood there above planet South Heaven, waving its finger to summon talismanic paper. It began to write on the paper and then, with indescribable hatred, waved its sleeve, causing the talisman to shoot towards South Heaven. As soon as the talisman began its descent, an aura appeared from some unknown location in South Heaven. The two slammed into each other, causing vibrations to ripple out through space, filling planet South Heaven with an enormous roaring sound. Along with the roaring, the talisman began to burn into pieces, which then became ash. The ash fell down, transforming into the Black Lands. Within the remnants of the ash was the will of a celestial talisman. As Meng Hao hovered there in midair, he waved his right hand down. The magical symbol behind him turned black, then passed through Meng Hao's body as it shot down toward Patriarch Huyen. In that moment, Meng Hao seemed to have turned into the Immortal from all those years ago. As his hand descended, the magical symbol roared. At the same time, the blood-colored mask fell off of his face. The Mastiff flew out, and Meng Hao's cultivation base fell down from the spirit-severing stage to return to its previous level. Patriarch Huyen's body trembled. The 3 scales on his forehead flickered. It was as if his consciousness had been restored a bit in the face of this imminent crisis. However, even as he recovered his faculties, the magical symbol closed in on him, emitting shocking roars. It slammed into Patriarch Huyen, causing the sound of an enormous explosion to lift up into the sky. An intense howl of despair could be heard from Patriarch Huyen as the magical symbol shoved him down into the violet sea. The water seethed as it surged out in all directions. The magical symbol descended, shooting through the water until it slammed onto the seafloor. Everything shook. Patriarch Huyen's aura was nothing but a thread, and his body was virtually completely shattered, sealed tightly onto the bottom of the violet sea. His ancestral awakening body was disappearing. As it did, his nascent divinity slowly became visible. Struggling, it began to transform into glittering dots of light that slowly dissipated out into the violet sea. However, even as the nascent divinity spirit Immortal was about to disappear, Meng Hao made a grasping motion toward the violet sea. A power of sealing appeared. It branded down onto Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity before it could die, instantly sealing it within the blood-colored mask. Want to die? It's not that easy, said Meng Hao coolly as he sealed it. It would be too much of a pity to let a nascent divinity spirit Immortal like this disappear. I think I'll turn it into my 3rd soul of lightning. Next, he produced some medicinal pills which he immediately consumed. He then closed his eyes for a moment and hovered there in midair. After some time passed, his eyes snapped open, and they glowed with a brilliant light. He suddenly slapped his hand onto the blood-colored mask. The flag of 3 streamers appeared in Meng Hao's hand, as well as a glowing black wheel that resembled a chariot's wheel. As the surroundings returned to their normal appearance, Meng Hao inspected the wheel with glittering eyes. Then, he sent his divine sense inside it, branding it with multiple layers, to make it completely his own. It was an extraordinary treasure. Despite having its connection to Patriarch Huyen severed, Meng Hao still encountered some resistance when he was trying to brand it. He gave a cold snort, causing the time sword formation to appear and emanate intense pressure. He also entered the 7th anima, causing its divine sense with a range just a hair away from 30,000 meters to bore into the wheel of time. Meng Hao took a deep breath as the power of the successive brands caused the wheel of time to shrink down. It turned into a black glow that Meng Hao then swallowed. It sank down into his Dantian region, suppressed by the 7 nascent souls there. Meanwhile, back in the Black Lands, the same moment in which Meng Hao sealed Patriarch Huyen's nascent divinity spirit Immortal, Patriarch Huyen's white-robed true self was sitting cross-legged in meditation. Suddenly, a tremor ran through his body. His face grew red, and although his eyes did not open, he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. As he coughed up the blood, his features changed. Before, he looked like a middle-aged man. Now he seemed older. His hair was gray, and his skin wrinkled. An aura of decay suddenly emanated out from his body. The aura was intense, and seemed to cause the flame of Patriarch Huyen's life force to darken by quite a bit. For his clone to be sealed, and its connection to him severed, had caused severe internal injuries to Patriarch Huyen. Were it an ordinary clone, it wouldn't matter. Clones such as that were dispensable. But this divine clone was different. It was like a second life for him. As of this moment, his longevity was reduced, and his cultivation base sank. It was no longer at the peak it had been before, and he could no longer wield the same level of power as earlier. His face was pale. His body trembled as he took a deep breath. Even as he was about to begin treating his injuries, another tremor ran through him, and his eyes snapped open. This was the first time he had opened his eyes during his secluded meditation of 100 years. They did not open to shine with an expression of success. The entire 100 years of secluded meditation had been wasted, causing something that seemed like a tempest to appear in his eyes as soon as he opened them. He glared at the space in front of him where 3 figures were materializing. One was an old person, another sported a luxuriant beard, and the third was a young boy in a red robe. "So, fellow Taoist Huyen, where are the precious treasures?" asked the red-robed boy, smiling at Patriarch Huyen. Patriarch Huyen took a deep breath and suppressed his fury. These 3 people had obviously joined forces. That was the only way they could have gotten past the tribe's defenses. If Patriarch Huyen hadn't decisively given up on his secluded meditation by opening his eyes, who knew what other machinations they might have attempted? After all, despite being fellow spirit-severing cultivators who seemed to be on good terms with him, everything in such an arrangement had to do with mutual benefit. His divine clone had been destroyed, and his cultivation base had just slipped from its peak. Although they might not have come here to outright attack him, they would definitely think of some ways to extort him to their benefit. Patriarch Huyen's face was grim as he waved his right hand. Instantly, 3 glowing beams of light shot out toward the 3. One was a sword, the other a tree branch, and the third a medicinal pill bottle. The red-robed boy was the one to receive the pill bottle. It emanated a rippling aura, and was clearly very different from the other 2. As he tossed out the magical items, Patriarch Huyen coolly said, "As of this day, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe secedes from the Heavenly Court Alliance. However, are the 3 of you really so sure that I will perish by the hand of that Meng Hao?" The red-robed boy's eyes glittered. The other 2 exchanged a glance and smiled. No one said anything. The 3 of them turned and left, vanishing, leaving behind nothing but ripples in the air. After they disappeared, Patriarch Huyen coughed up a mouthful of blood, the price paid for forcefully ending his secluded meditation. His body suddenly grew blurry for a moment, and he aged even more. His eyes began to shine with a cold hardness. Considering how devious they are, they could obviously tell that I was willing to remove myself from the alliance in order to prevent the Patriarch of the Cloud Sky tribe from attacking me to get his way in. Furthermore, those 3 treasures were to ensure that the Wild Flame and Demon Butterfly tribes don't support that thieving Meng Hao. Patriarch Huyen was shrewd and astute. During his battle with Meng Hao, he had seen that he might not necessarily be a match if he fought alone. He also could tell that Meng Hao would definitely come to the Black Lands looking for him. His main goal all along had been to come up with a reason to give out the 3 treasures, and thus ensure that the other 3 did not side against him. Of course, everyone realized this. There was no need to point it out directly. "Meng Hao," growled Patriarch Huyen, grinding his teeth. He took a deep breath as he closed his eyes once more. He needed to restore his power to its peak so that he could battle with Meng Hao. As of now, not only did he hate Meng Hao down to his bones, he also felt unprecedented fear. Naturally, the Li clan patriarch was the first to receive the honor of becoming one of Meng Hao's souls of lightning. He had long since enjoyed quite a bit of freedom, and was quite comfortable in the blood immortal mask. As long as he wasn't being struck by lightning, or tormented by the meat jelly, he was actually quite happy. He had long since abandoned any expectations of Li clan members coming to rescue him. He felt numb toward any such hopes. Recently, his greatest enjoyment came from tormenting G19. Being able to take the pain he had suffered and inflict it exponentially on someone else made the Li clan patriarch more happy than he had ever been. Of course, G19 was fated to become Meng Hao's second soul of lightning, although not voluntarily. In fact, it had taken quite a bit of pleading on the part of the Li clan patriarch to convince Meng Hao to bestow such an honor upon G19. The third soul of lightning was of course Patriarch Huyen, who had just been pulled into the blood-colored mask, completely out of sorts and on the verge of dissipating completely. As soon as he saw Patriarch Huyen, the Li clan patriarch grew extremely excited, and his body started to crackle with lightning. Once the torment began, it naturally couldn't be minimized in any way. Meng Hao retracted his divine sense from his Dantian region, having finished his observations of his 7 nascent souls refining the glowing wheel of time. He floated there in mid-air, the blood mastiff next to him, licking its wounds. A brutal expression filled its eyes. It could sense that Meng Hao's killing intent had not faded, but instead had grown more powerful as they carried out their slaughter. Meng Hao's gaze swept across the violet sea. Patriarch Huyen's clone had not possessed a bag of holding. At first, Meng Hao did not understand why that was. However, after borrowing the power of spirit severing, he suddenly understood. Some spirit severing experts might use bags of holding, but most of them opened up a space in their nascent divinity. This was another difference between the mortal and the immortal. However, Meng Hao had destroyed 10 outposts and killed many cultivators. Within the bags of holding he had collected were a host of items, which helped make up for everything he had wasted to acquire his 7th nascent soul. Voices could be heard as the members of the Golden Crow tribe approached. They looked at Meng Hao with excited expressions. They had stayed off in the distance for the course of the battle, and hadn't been able to see what was happening. However, they could sense the shocking nature of the magical battle. I'm not sure what percentage of true cultivation base was possessed by Patriarch Huyen's clone. Meng Hao mused to himself. However, this clone was clearly different from the average clone. He smiled. It didn't really matter what percent power the clone had, or how much Patriarch Huyen's true self possessed. Meng Hao would not shrink back from a fight just because his opponent was powerful. Those other 3 spirit-severing experts sure were interesting. Patriarch Huyen seemed to have some ulterior motive in asking them to attack. It seems all spirit-severing experts are filled with schemes and foresights. I definitely cannot look down on them. After a moment's thought, he looked down toward the Golden Crow clan members down below, and his eyes glittered brightly. "Let us return to the Black Lands," he said. He waved his right hand, causing the entire violet sea to fill with a rumbling sound. An enormous violet sea giant suddenly rose up. Water poured off of its surface, crashing down onto the surface of the sea below. Next, a second, then a third violet sea giant appeared. In the blink of an eye there were 7 towering violet sea giants, each one 3,000 meters tall. Although their facial features were somewhat indistinct, it was obvious that they resembled Meng Hao. "Let's go!" Meng Hao sat cross-legged on the mastiff as it flew through the air. The violet sea giants began to run, kicking up huge waves, which swept the members of the Golden Crow tribe along with them as they headed toward the Black Lands. From a distance, it was also possible to observe the violet sea seethe as Meng Hao sent his will expanding out. A wave sped out across the violet sea, causing countless specters appear on the surface of the waters. By the time the wave reached Blackgate Fort, their numbers had grown into the hundreds of thousands. Some of the specters began to congregate around the 7 violet sea giants as they all charged toward the Black Lands. They proceeded forward with the power to crush anything. Nothing could possibly obstruct their path. Roaring echoed out constantly, to the point that the Black Lands were now on high alert. All the powers therein were sent into a commotion. When the 7 violet sea giants appeared off in the distance, the tens of thousands of cultivators gathered atop Blackgate Fort could only watch out as if they were facing an incredible foe. Down below, massive waves surged across the surface of the sea. It was in this moment that one particular enormous, furious wave smashed into Blackgate Fort. The resulting boom rose up to the sky, and Blackgate Fort itself shook. The surrounding mountains trembled, and massive rockslides occurred. The people gathered atop Blackgate Fort were astonished. At the same time, the blood mastiff screamed through the air, Meng Hao seated cross-legged atop it. A few dozen cultivators flew out to block the way. However, in the instant that they appeared, the blood mastiff let out a huge roar. A spirit-severing aura appeared, along with an area. Booms could be heard as the dozens of nascent soul cultivators were sent tumbling back, blood spraying from their mouths, their faces filled with astonishment. Their disbelief and terror couldn't be greater. A spirit-severing neo-demon. That's a spirit-severing beast. Even at the same time that the nascent soul cultivators were retreating, the mastiff roared again and shot through the great gate of Blackgate Fort and into the Blacklands. Simultaneously, 7 violet sea giants leaped out from within the waves, also passing through the gate into the Blacklands. What are those? They're giants made from the violet sea? He can actually control the violet sea. That's impossible. How could someone control the violet sea? Hey, I recognize him. That's the totemic sacred ancient of the Golden Crow tribe. When the 7 violet sea giants stepped foot onto the Blacklands, everything quaked. Even as the Blacklands cultivators atop Blackgate Fort were sent into an astonished commotion, Meng Hao's voice could be heard echoing out. I am the totemic sacred ancient of the Golden Crow tribe. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe wants to eradicate my Golden Crow tribe. That is the only reason I have come to the Blacklands this day. I will wipe out the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. I've already exterminated Patriarch Huyen's clone. If any tribes here stand in my way, I will see to it that the ruthless violet sea spreads throughout all the Blacklands. In response to his words, enormous waves rose up on the violet sea outside Blackgate Fort. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of specters whistled through the air to enter the Blacklands. Even as Meng Hao's words rang out, the 7 violet sea giants took booming strides forward. Hundreds of thousands of specters screamed through the air, obscuring the sky above. All of this caused the tens of thousands of cultivators to gasp. Not a single one of them made any move to stop Meng Hao. They were simply incapable of doing so. Whether it was in terms of the 7 violet sea giants, the hundreds of thousands of specters, the spirit-severing beast, or the roaring violet sea outside of Blackgate Fort, all of it was far beyond anything that they could do anything to resist. That was especially true considering what Meng Hao had just said. The fact that he had slaughtered Patriarch Huyen's clone transformed into a roaring that filled their minds and hearts. In fact, many of them simply couldn't believe it. Regardless, none of them could block Meng Hao's way. It was without hesitation that tens of thousands of cultivators immediately began to send news of what was happening back to their respective organizations. As to how each individual tribe would respond, that would be up to the leadership of the tribe. What happened next astonished everyone. Without exception, all of the tribes immediately responded to the messages with strict orders not to participate in any way in the conflict between the Golden Crow tribe and the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. As he moved on, Meng Hao did not meet any interference. All the Blacklands tribes made way for him. Booming echoed out as the 7 violet sea giants stomped through the land. Hundreds of thousands of specters obfuscated the sky as they flew along. As for Meng Hao's blood mastiff, wherever it passed, a matchless aura would spread about. On this day, Meng Hao's name thoroughly shook the entirety of the Blacklands. With Wu Ling providing directions, Meng Hao headed directly toward the area of the Golden Crow tribe, where the war was still underway. The Black Dragon tribe had left, reducing by 30% the force that had once been the Golden Crow Black Dragon clan. The Golden Crow tribe's battle power had been significantly reduced. Furthermore, they had already been fighting for more than half a month. It left the Golden Crow tribe with roughly 50,000 members, almost all of whom had been mobilized. Vast amounts of neo-demons fought viciously. Big Harry and the other totemic sacred ancients fought like mad, seemingly unaware of their own exhaustion. As for the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, they had mobilized nearly all of their forces. There were more than 100,000 cultivators, along with massive hordes of neo-demons, along with totemic sacred ancients. As the two sides battled back and forth over the days, heavy casualties had been inflicted on both sides. Originally, the Golden Crow tribe would not have been a match. However, the Thorn Rampart Vine had continued to follow the mission it had been entrusted with by Meng Hao all those years ago. It surrounded the Golden Crow tribe, causing thorns to spread out. Over and over again, it had blocked the deadly attacks of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Blood soaked the ground as the war between the two parties slowly raged into a fever pitch. Booming echoed about as people died left and right. The spell formation of the Church of the Golden Light was another reason that the Golden Crow tribe had been able to hold their ground for so long. The attacks of the Parrot, Meat Jelly and Outlander Beast also turned the battlefield with the Heavenly Pursuit tribe into a sea of blood. Both sides fought with bloodshot eyes. Neo-demons flew about in mid-air massacring each other. However, as time had passed, the situation for the Golden Crow tribe continued to grow more critical. Currently, more than 100 nascent soul cultivators of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe flew about in mid-air, emitting truly crushing pressure. There were also more than 20 totemic sacred ancients, who, although were not of the spirit-severing stage, only the great circle of the nascent soul stage, were still astonishingly powerful. When you added in the ordinary cultivators and the roaring neo-demons, it caused the sky to dim. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe was a great tribe after all, with deep, powerful resources. Considering that the entire tribe had been mobilized, the Golden Crow tribe fundamentally weren't a match for them. They had no choice but to slowly fall back into the perimeter of the Thorn Rampart. All the neo-demons and cultivators were deeply exhausted, but not in despair. Within the confines of the tribe members gathered around Meng Hao's statue and called out the name of their sacred ancient. It was at this point that they began to feel their blood burn with righteousness. They felt just the way they imagined the old-timers, who were now the leadership of the tribe, must have felt during the days of the migration. However, the situation continued to decline. The protective Thorn Rampart began to show signs of collapse, although it continued to hold on. Big Harry and the Wild Giant continued to fight on, absolutely no fear of death within their hearts. They fought with madness, with determination, also incapable of forgetting the mission Meng Hao had entrusted them with. Even if they died, they would continue to protect the Golden Crow tribe. Big Harry, covered in blood, howled as he fought. The Wild Giant lost an eye, but was still as fierce as ever. Meanwhile, within the forces of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, Zhang Wenzu looked coldly out across the battlefield. He then waved his right hand, snatching up a member of the Golden Crow tribe by the neck. He squeezed down violently. Cracking sounds could be heard as the neck was crushed. He suddenly cried out, "Tower Toppling Tribe, Cloud Mountain Tribe, 9 Crystals Tribe. The three of you attack the right flank. Flying Cloud Tribe, Vast Mountain Tribe, Peng Lai Tribe, attack the left flank. This battle is about to end. Members of the main Heavenly Pursuit tribe attack the center. Crush the Golden Crow tribe. Men, women, elderly, children. Don't leave a single one alive." Killing intent flickered in Zhang Wenzu's eyes. He, of course, was the Heavenly Pursuit tribe chosen who was taking the lead in the battle. Up in mid-air, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe's great father and high priest looked down coldly at the battlefield. They were exhausted, but their killing intent filled the air. They very much approved of Zhang Wenzu's plans. "This battle will be over soon," said the great father. In accord with the orders issued by Zhang Wenzu, the tribe slashed into the Golden Crow tribe from 3 directions. The sounds of slaughter immediately intensified. War chariots constructed from magical treasures pulsated with prismatic light as they crushed anything in their path, instantly putting the Golden Crow tribe in grave danger. The peak-level battle prowess of the more than 100 nascent soul cultivators and 20 totemic sacred ancients emitted crushing pressure that weighed down on everything. It was a force that would be equivalent even to a great sect from the southern domain. As the brutal battle raged, the Golden Crow tribe was forced to shrink back. The Thorn Rampart vines were in a frenzy, and the brilliant glow of magical techniques and divine abilities rose up into the sky. The parrot soared through midair, its eyes red. As more and more members of the Golden Crow tribe perished, the parrot felt worse and worse. Everything that was happening made it think of a painful memory from the past. The meat jelly trembled as it looked around. Although its body was indestructible, when it saw the cultivators dying all around, it felt grief similar to the parrot's. "Hey, old bird. Why the hell haven't you opened the seal and gotten rid of these enemies?" "I can't open it, bitch. It won't open," shouted the parrot, charging in attack. The Golden Crow tribe fell back again. Booming roars rose up into the sky. They had long since given up on the thought of advancing. Everything was focused on defense. They were completely surrounded by the forces of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. The combined power of more than 20 totemic sacred ancients and over 100 nascent soul cultivators caused the thorn rampart vines to begin to collapse. From the look of things, it wouldn't be long before they died completely. It was at this moment that suddenly, a roaring sound could be heard from off in the distance. 13 Heavenly Pursuit tribe cultivators came into view, carrying with them a black-colored pillar that even 5 people couldn't encircle with their arms. The pillar was carved with countless ferocious beasts and emanated a primitive, archaic aura that made it seem as if it had existed for countless years. The 13 cultivators slowly proceeded forward with the pillar, their faces red and dripping with sweat. Apparently the pillar was incredibly heavy, and even with their combined strength, it was difficult to bear it on their shoulders for very long. As it turned out, there wasn't just one column heading toward the battlefield. There were 3. They slowly approached the Golden Crow tribe from 3 directions, each one roughly 300 meters in length. From up above, the 3 black pillars looked like 3 gigantic spikes, pulsing with a black aura. They seemed to be filled with the rancor of countless ferocious beasts. Up in midair, Zhang Wenzu's eyes glittered and he suddenly cried out, "Crush them!" In response, all of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe members instantly began to cry out strange incantations. The sounds of their voices shook everything, creating a roar that turned into a sound wave. As it echoed out, the 3 gigantic black spikes responded to the power of the incantation. They suddenly flew up of their own accord to drift in midair. The Great Father and High Priest of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe lifted their hands to press down hard on their foreheads. Their bodies trembled and blood sprayed from their mouths. Their faces twisted bizarrely as they uttered the final, awkward-sounding words of the incantation, "Hong Mosen." The incantation sucked in some of their life forces. The sound of it filled the entire battlefield, causing anyone who heard it to suddenly feel bedazzled, as if their souls were being tugged at. Next, the 3 enormous black spikes suddenly shot downward. A rumbling bang could be heard as they stabbed into the ground. Instantly, a black field of light sprang up between the black spikes, connecting them and completely enveloping the Golden Crow tribe. In that instant, all of the members of the Golden Crow tribe, men and women, the elderly and children, even the neo-demons, all felt signs of withering within their bodies. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe's nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients split into 3 groups, each one of which moved into the direction of one of the black spikes. After arriving, they unleashed the full power of their cultivation bases to slam into the spikes. Each successive blast sent the 3 spikes further into the ground by several meters. The black field of light grew stronger, and countless bolts of lightning appeared. The Golden Crow tribe was completely enveloped, and the signs of withering grew stronger. The tribe members' faces filled with despair. It seemed as if what the Heavenly Pursuit tribe said was true. They really were going to eradicate the entire tribe and leave not a single person alive. 3 lives spirit extermination spikes, said the Heavenly Pursuit tribe's Great Father. They are precious treasures of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Were it not for the fact that the Golden Crow tribe has fought back the entire time and not given in a bit, we would never have used them. Hopefully the life forces of this tribe will be of some use to the Patriarch, said the High Priest. The 2 of them let out soft sighs. The war had gone on for roughly half a month, but now it was finally going to conclude. They weren't the only ones who heaved sighs of relief. Most of the surrounding Heavenly Pursuit tribe members were the same, with the exception of Zhang Wenzu, whose expression was cold. The desire to kill still flickered in his eyes. They really are tenacious. However, the more they struggle, the more quickly their life forces will be drained, and the sooner they will die. Roaring filled the air as the spikes were driven deeper into the ground. The Golden Crow tribe members were wasting away, even the Outlander Beast and Big Harry. There were no exceptions. There was despair, but as they struggled, their eyes were filled enmity and frenzy. They fused together to form a hatred that could only be washed away with the blood of their enemies. All their enemies. There's no need to struggle, said the high priest coolly. If you want to blame someone, said the Great Father, blame that totemic sacred ancient of yours. He killed someone he shouldn't have killed, and provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked, the patriarch of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. In fact, he's most likely already dead at the hands of Patriarch Huyen's clone. He smiled, his expression one of arrogance and scorn as he looked down at the Golden Crow tribe. The parrot flew in midair within the field of light. Who's dead, bitch? If anyone died, he wouldn't… In the middle of its cursing, the parrot suddenly stared in shock. It immediately stopped speaking and looked off into the distance. Even as the Golden Crow tribe was struggling on the verge of collapse, even as the parrot stared in shock, suddenly, the ground began to shake. The shaking was not caused by the spikes being driven down. No, this shaking was much more intense, much more large in scale. It was as if the entire world was being turned upside down. Off in the distance, huge forms could be seen, running with enormous strides that caused the entire land to quake. Soon, the aroma of salt water blasted against the faces of everyone present. A wild wind sprang up that caused dust to fly up all over the place. A towering killing intent spread out in all directions. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe cultivators sensed the shaking almost immediately. One after another, the more than 100 nascent soul cultivators and 20 totemic sacred ancients in midair looked up. What they saw was a gale force wind sweeping through the air. The wind was dark and sinister as it screamed toward them, and within it could be seen hundreds of thousands of specters. When they saw the specters, the nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients gasped. The rest of the surrounding Heavenly Pursuit tribe members were also shocked. At the same time, the shaking grew more intense. Finally, the crowds could clearly see the 7 giants leaping through the air. Every step they took slammed into the ground and caused it to quake. These were the 3,000-meter-tall violet sea giants. The aroma of salt water grew stronger. The appearance of these 7 violet sea giants caused all of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe members to gasp. What are they? Zhang Wenzu was dumbstruck, his eyes wide and filled with astonishment. Then his mind began to fill with a roaring sound as he realized what the giants were made from. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe high priest, his voice hoarse and filled with disbelief, said, "The Violet Sea. They're giants made from the waters of the Violet Sea. Violet Sea giants. And the one in the lead position is holding something in its hand. It's…" The Heavenly Pursuit tribe Greatfather's eyes narrowed as he looked off into the distance. It was at this point that the high priest and all the nascent soul cultivators also looked closely in the same direction. In that instant, they suddenly stopped breathing for a moment. Golden Crow tribe members. Those are the ones we captured and sent to the 10 outposts. Even as the Heavenly Pursuit tribe members felt complete and utter astonishment, an enormous red shape appeared in the approaching wind. It moved with incredible speed and emitted intense killing intent. The sky dimmed and the clouds were thrown into upheaval. An intense, hair-raising pressure radiated out toward the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. The intensity of the pressure felt to them like the strength of the heavens. It was an enormous, blood-colored mastiff. Standing on its head was a man in a green robe. His hair whipped about in the wind, and his eyes were as cold as ice. His expression was grim, and he suddenly exploded with seemingly infinite killing intent. Meng Hao! Zhang Wenzu's breath came in ragged pants. He recognized Meng Hao from that day outside Blackgate Fort. Meng Hao had left a deep impression on him at that time. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe Greatfather and High Priest also recognized Meng Hao, as well as some of the nascent soul cultivators. As soon as they saw Meng Hao, their minds filled with roaring. They were well aware that the Patriarch's clone had gone to kill Meng Hao. However, here was Meng Hao now. There was only one thing that meant, and everyone knew it. It was in this moment that among the trembling Golden Crow tribe members caught in the black field of light, older members of the tribe finally caught sight of Meng Hao, standing there atop the mastiff. These were old-timers who had accompanied Meng Hao during the long migration years ago. He looked almost completely the same as he had 100 years ago. Immediately, the old-timers began to tremble with excitement. Exalted Sacred Ancient, we welcome you back with deep respect. The other Golden Crow tribe members who had been born in the past 100 years, or perhaps had joined the tribe, all gaped in astonishment. The instant they saw Meng Hao, they connected his visage to that of the statue in the middle of the tribe. They too were filled with excitement. Exalted Sacred Ancient, we welcome you back with deep respect. Exalted Sacred Ancient, we welcome you back with deep respect. Their voices roared out in all directions, filled with hope and frenzy. As the sound echoed about, Meng Hao's voice could be heard. I've returned. The two simple words rang out from Meng Hao's mouth to fill the entire battlefield. When the Heavenly Pursuit tribe heard the words, the sound of countless gasps could be heard. As for the Golden Crow tribe members, their hearts filled with wild excitement. The two words contained guilt as well as killing intent directed toward the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Even as his words continued to echo about, Meng Hao's eyes fell upon the bedraggled, listless Big Harry. Then he saw the trembling wild giant, and many other faces within the crowd that he recognized from the migration. He saw Wuxia. He saw the remnants of his neo-demon horde. He saw the members of the Church of the Golden Light. Many images shone brightly inside his mind. More than 100 years of separation hadn't seemed like a long time to Meng Hao, but for the Golden Crow tribe, it had been like an eternity. I've returned, he murmured. The karma that existed between him and the Golden Crow tribe could not be broken. When he saw their sorry state, the killing intent visible on his face grew even more intense. At the same time, among the panting members of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, the Great Father's eyes glimmered with the desire to kill. So, you were able to evade the Patriarch, said the Heavenly Pursuit tribe high priest. You've clearly got some skill. However, since you've delivered yourself up, today will be the day you die. Heavenly Pursuit tribe cultivators, kill this man. Eradicate the Golden Crow tribe. As soon as they heard his words, the members of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe roared. Zhang Wenzu's eyes gleamed with the desire to do battle. So, you appear again. This time we will fight. Zhang Wenzu had been left with a deep impression of Meng Hao that year. Right now, his will to fight exploded out. Killing intent roared up from the more than 100 nascent soul cultivators and 20 totemic sacred ancients. They were just about to charge into battle when suddenly, the mastiff gave them a look of disdain and then let out a roar. The roar was backed by the mastiff's spirit-severing aura. As it exploded out, an invisible tempest sprung up with the mastiff at its center. All the Heavenly Pursuit tribe members that the aura touched, including the nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients, were filled with astonishment. Their faces fell. They almost couldn't believe that it was true. Spirit-severing. That's a spirit-severing neo-demon. At the same time, the 7 huge violet sea giants finally reached the battlefield, striding forward at top speed, the ground quaking beneath them. The hundreds of thousands of specters also neared, emanating grimness. The entire battlefield was suddenly filled with extreme coldness. As the mastiff sped forward, it turned into a beam of crimson light that shot toward the black field of light that was enveloping the Golden Crow tribe. Meng Hao's body flickered as he transformed into a green smoke and a black moon. Moments later, he appeared directly next to one of the black spikes. At the same time, he entered the third anima. The parrot and the meat jelly instantly flew out at top speed to perch on Meng Hao's shoulder. They seemed as if they had suddenly found their backbones. They looked around the battlefield, their expressions triumphant and arrogant. Come on, bitches. Well, what are you doing? Who's the tough one now? You dare to provoke Lord Fifth, bitches? Little Howie, get out there and screw them. Humph. Lord Third isn't going to convert you. Lord Third is going to beat you to death. Little Howie, get out there and screw them. Meng Hao's face was grim as he ignored the parrot and meat jelly. Now that he had entered the third anima, the power of four great circle nascent souls rose up within him, causing ripples to emanate out in all directions. Bang! As his cultivation base exploded out, he waved his index finger through the air. It looked like an ordinary movement, but suddenly violet chi boiled up. This was none other than Meng Hao's violet chi guillotine. The blade descended onto the body of one of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe nascent soul cultivators. His eyes went wide and a booming sound rang out as his body was cleaved entirely in half. Screw 'em! Screw them! Squawked the parrot excitedly, finally able to vent a bit after all this time. Meng Hao shot forward with a boom. At the same time, within the red glow surrounding the mastiff, countless bright red hairs suddenly appeared in the air. They began to rotate around the mastiff, shockingly transforming into a red tornado. It moved forward unimpeded, crushing anything that got in its way as easily as if it were dried weeds. It didn't matter if it was a sacred ancient or a nascent soul cultivator. Anything that it touched screamed and then exploded, destroyed in both body and soul. This was not a battle. This was a massacre. As for the hundreds of thousands of specters, they were grim and emotionless as they pounced on the ordinary cultivators of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. They could do nothing but tremble as their life force was exterminated. Most shocking of all were the 7 violet sea giants. After arriving on the battlefield, they sprang into motion. When their fists descended onto the surface of the ground, enormous craters appeared. Even more astonishing was the power of extermination that existed within them. Any living thing they touched was exterminated. The battlefield was instantly thrown into complete chaos. The sudden change caused the Heavenly Pursuit tribe Greatfather and High Priest to gasp with disbelief. Zhang Wenzu's eyes were wide as he stared, his mind a complete blank. Originally, he wanted to duel with Meng Hao, but now he could only watch as Meng Hao faced up against the nascent soul cultivators. Not one could last for more than a single breath against him. At the moment, he watched as one of the illustrious tribe elders, who was in the late nascent soul stage, was so weak that he exploded under a single finger attack. As the man's blood-curdling shriek echoed in Zhang Wenzu's ears, he began to tremble, and abandoned all thoughts of fighting a duel with Meng Hao. "Stop them from pulling up the spirit extermination spikes," he cried. Despite their shock and widened eyes, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe cultivators howled and charged toward Meng Hao. Currently, Meng Hao was surrounded by 30 nascent soul cultivators and 7 or 8 totemic sacred ancients, all of whom were attempting to prevent him from nearing the black spike. "Screw off," he cried. The killing intent in his eyes boiled as he waved his hand, causing a wild wind to spring up that was filled with the power of 4 great circle nascent souls. It shot out, causing 8 or so nascent soul cultivators in front of him to tumble backward, blood spraying out of their mouths. 2 of them even screamed and then directly exploded. At the same time, Meng Hao made a grasping motion. The devil's spear appeared in his hand, and he tossed it backward. It instantly became a black mist filled with vicious faces which began to consume 8 or so incoming opponents. Meng Hao didn't pause for even a moment. He next appeared in front of one of the totemic sacred ancients, which bore the semblance of a rhinoceros. The killing intent in his eyes sparkled as his right fist descended. Bam! The totemic sacred ancient's face was filled with disbelief in the moment before it exploded into a haze of blood and gore that Meng Hao passed directly through. Gasps could be heard from the other 8 or so nascent soul cultivators who had been attempting to block Meng Hao. They were filled with intense shock and their minds reeled. They suddenly stopped in their tracks, not daring to get in Meng Hao's way. Meng Hao proceeded forward as if he were walking through a field of dry weeds. In the blink of an eye, he was directly above the black spirit extermination spike. He reached down and grabbed a hold of it, then wrenched up. The spike let out an intense rumbling sound as it slowly moved upward. However, it was at this point that the Heavenly Pursuit tribe Greatfather approached. Intense killing intent filled his eyes. He knew that he must under no circumstance let the spirit extermination spike be pulled up. If he did, then the Golden Crow tribe would be able to charge out, which would be like adding snow onto frost, disaster upon disaster. Do not hold anything back. Stop him, roared the Great Father. The surrounding nascent soul cultivators gritted their teeth, and, joined by 8 or so totemic sacred ancients, charged toward Meng Hao. In the blink of an eye, they were bearing down on him. However, Meng Hao's mouth curved in a cold smile. Fourth anima. Roaring filled the air as he entered the fourth anima. Battle power equivalent to 8 great circle nascent souls exploded out within Meng Hao. As his enemies neared, they were blasted by the explosive aura. Blood sprayed out of the mouths of all of the surrounding nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients. Even the Heavenly Pursuit tribe's great father coughed up blood and was sent tumbling backward, his face written with shock. He watched with wide eyes as Meng Hao heaved up again. A booming sound reverberated through the air as the spike was wrenched completely up out of the ground. As it emerged, it began to shrink rapidly, until it fit completely in Meng Hao's palm. Now that one of the 3 spikes was gone, the black field of light which enveloped the Golden Crow tribe rippled and distorted. Some of the life force that the black field had stolen now began to descend back down toward the excited members of the Golden Crow tribe. The sight of it caused the Heavenly Pursuit tribe to be filled with shock. This man, just what level is his cultivation base? This isn't the great circle of the nascent soul stage. This is halfway to spirit severing. Even as everyone expressed their shock, another booming sound could be heard from the direction of the second of the spirit extermination spikes. The ground quaked as the mastiff completely destroyed all the nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients who defended it. Then the mastiff smacked the spike violently with its paw. The blow was filled with such power that the spike was torn out the ground and sent flying, leaving behind a massive fissure. Having lost 2 of the spikes, the black field of light was now covered in distortions. It was no longer sucking away life force, but restoring it. It took only moments for all of the life force it had stolen to be returned. As the black spike whizzed through the air, Meng Hao's body flashed and he waved his right index finger into the air. Immediately, the enormous black spike trembled and began to shrink. In the blink of an eye, it landed on Meng Hao's palm. Without pausing for a second, Meng Hao continued toward the 3rd black spike. Anyone who tried to block his way would suddenly notice a red glow speeding toward them. The mastiff would appear and bat them away with its paw. Of course, anyone who received a blow from the paw of the mastiff ended up being transformed completely into a haze of blood and gore. Boom! Meng Hao's hand slammed down onto the surface of the 3rd black spike. Rumbling filled the air, along with a popping sound, as he heaved it out of the ground. The black field of light completely shattered, and the Golden Crow tribe members, their bodies fully recovered, charged out, killing intent rising to the heavens. Kill them! The massacre intensified. The members of the Golden Crow tribe emerged with excited roars. This was especially true of the old-timers who had accompanied Meng Hao through the migration. Their veins burned with passion as they recalled the blood and fire they had experienced on that long road years ago. Ah, the glory of life! As for the new members of the tribe who had appeared throughout the last 100 years, they too felt their blood boiling. It was almost like the stories that they had heard from the elder generation were suddenly playing out right in front of them. Except it was all real. They were no longer the 5 crow divinity tribes that needed the protection of Meng Hao's neo-demon horde to survive. Even the great Heavenly Pursuit tribe needed to exert all their power to destroy them. Once they charged out an attack, their killing intent soaring up, and that old intrepid madness that existed deep in their bones once again exploded out. Tens of thousands of Golden Crow tribe cultivators charged directly into battle, joined by the Neo-Demon Horde, Big Harry, the Wild Giant, their nascent soul experts, and totemic sacred ancients. They instantly slaughtered their way into the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Booming roars filled the air. It was an awe-inspiring massacre. Meng Hao hovered in mid-air, looking down for a moment at the 3rd black spike as it landed onto his palm. He put it away, and then looked around, his eyes glinting with a cold glow. The blood mastiff roared, and then suddenly vanished. It didn't kill anyone, but rather transformed into a blinding red light that spread out like a gigantic blanket to cover the entire area. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe's path of retreat was now completely sealed off. The only strange thing was that before the mastiff transformed into the red seal, the parrot suddenly looked at it with gleaming eyes. It stared open-mouthed at the mastiff, its body trembling. A burning excitement suddenly appeared in its eyes. Meanwhile, the 7 violet sea giants continued to crash their way across the battlefield. Reddish glows emanated out from them as, everywhere they went, cultivators around them were exterminated. The hundreds of thousands of specters flew about, surrounded by icy coldness. Every place they visited on the battlefield, lives were extinguished. This was a complete and utter bloodbath. The members of the Golden Crow tribe became a blade of butchery that savagely attacked with complete determination to secure revenge. Meng Hao's body flickered and he suddenly reappeared next to a nascent soul cultivator. It was an old woman wearing a long, emerald robe. Her face was pale with shock because of everything that had happened. Meng Hao's sudden arrival to the battle had left her completely shaken. She looked around at the slaughter going on, and her scalp went numb. She had been just about to flee when Meng Hao appeared next to her. Her pupils constricted and she instantly bit down on her tongue and then spit out some blood. She slapped her bag of holding, causing 10 magical items to appear in front of her. In this moment of critical danger, the old woman did not hold anything back. Along with the appearance of her magical items, all the power of her totems magically manifested, transforming into a variety of totems. At the same time, her body grew even more withered as she burned a large portion of her life force. Rumblings surrounded the two of them. The old woman's face grew fierce, whereas Meng Hao's expression was cold. He did nothing to evade her attack, but simply strode forward and lifted his right hand into the air. The devil spear instantly shot forward. The spear roared through the air, shattering the magical items, destroying the old woman's totems. It stabbed into her forehead, passing completely through to the other side. The old woman's eyes went wide and she stared blankly at Meng Hao. Suddenly, her body exploded as her weakened nascent soul shot away in flight. Meng Hao reached out quickly with his left hand to grab it and crush it to pieces. The sight of all this caused 3 totemic sacred ancients who had just been planning to launch a sneak attack to gasp. Then they fell back in astonishment. Meng Hao turned his head, and his eyes flashed as if with electricity. "Lightning," he said, considering the massacre being carried out on the battlefield around him. It seemed at first as if Meng Hao's voice was not loud enough. However, in response, 7 enormous lightning bolts suddenly appeared out of nowhere. These were 7 red-colored lightning bolts which were filled with the will of heavenly tribulation. At the same time, they also contained Meng Hao's will. The lightning bolts shot toward the 3 totemic sacred ancients, filling the 3 neo-demons with astonishment. Without hesitation, they employed their various divine abilities, causing layers of multicolored lights to appear in the form of a shield. Demonic chi also swept out. However, in the blink of an eye, the 3 neo-demons let out miserable shrieks as the red lightning smashed through all of their magic. It didn't matter if it was divine abilities or magical techniques. All were crushed like rotten wood. The 3 totemic sacred ancients were not able to avoid the 7 bolts of red lightning, and were instantly inundated. The sound of crashing thunder caused everything to shake. Everyone on the entire battlefield could see what was happening, and all of them gasped, faces filled with astonishment. This was especially true of the members of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, most especially the nascent soul cultivators and the totemic sacred ancients. Their faces fell and were filled with terror. Some of them even began to flee the battlefield. However, as soon as they slammed into the red barrier, they screamed, and their bodies dissolved. This place had long since turned into a complete dead end for them. The high priest of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe was an archaic old man with the bearing of a transcendent being. He held an enormous wooden staff in his hand and wore a long gray gown. Right now, though, he was trembling in his boots, and his eyes overflowed with despair. However, that despair quickly vanished, replaced with determination. Members of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, hold on just a little longer. The Patriarch will definitely come to save us. As his words drifted out across the battlefield, the members of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe who had been so stricken with fear of Meng Hao suddenly felt flickers of hope burning within their hearts. The Patriarch is currently on his way here, cried the Great Father. He will eradicate this villain and destroy his tribe. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe will not fall. The Great Father was an ancient man who wore a long violet robe and whose eyes shone with a fierce light. His cultivation base was similar to a totemic sacred ancient, and he was in the great circle of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Wenzu took a deep breath. The words of the Great Father and the High Priest caused his heart to calm a bit. His face grim, his eyes suddenly shone with derision as he looked across the battlefield toward Meng Hao. The Patriarch will definitely come, he thought. Then what will he do? We are one of the 3 great tribes of the Heavenly Court Alliance. Meng Hao hasn't picked a fight with just the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, but the entire alliance. We have 3 spirit-severing patriarchs. This guy is definitely going to die. Meng Hao's body vanished. When he reappeared, his hand snaked out to latch around the neck of a totemic sacred ancient. This was a human-shaped neo-demon, which, after Meng Hao grabbed it, struggled fiercely. However, Meng Hao's Firehua character glowed, faintly, causing the thing to burst into black flames that burned with an indescribable temperature, causing it to emit a blood-curdling scream. In the blink of an eye, the neo-demon was turned into nothing more than ash drifting in the wind. Meng Hao didn't even look at it. Having heard the words of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe Great Father and High Priest, his mouth twisted into a smile. You're waiting for that Cretan Patriarch Huyen? He said, looking across the crowded battlefield at the Great Father, who was several 100 meters away. The instant his gaze fell upon the violet-robed Great Father, all the hair on the man's body stood on end, and his heart filled with a sense of deadly crisis. As he looked at Meng Hao, his mind trembled and filled with an ominous sense of foreboding. His action of looking over at Meng Hao was actually completely subconscious, but as soon as their gazes locked, the Heavenly Pursuit Great Father's brain filled with an intense pain. It was as if Meng Hao's eyes were sharp knives that stabbed through his eyes into his brain, preparing to eradicate him. Blood began to ooze out of the Great Father's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. He started backing up, his eyes widening. Meng Hao took a step forward and said, I have no idea whether or not that Patsy Huyen will be coming, but you won't be here to find out of that, I'm certain. Protect the Great Father, cried the surrounding tribe members. Alarmed, they formed a protective circle around the Great Father. Many of the group were nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients. Meng Hao smiled as he moved forward toward the Great Father. His path was one of explosions and annihilation. No one who stood in his way was able to impede him. For even a moment, his finger reached out to tap on the forehead of a nascent soul cultivator. Blood poured from the man's mouth and he was sent tumbling backward. By the time he exploded, Meng Hao had already moved more than 300 meters. He flicked his sleeve, and the character Windfeng appeared, transforming into a screaming wind that instantly became a cyclone. It raged out around Meng Hao, slamming into 7 or 8 nearby nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients. Blood sprayed from their mouths and they were sent flying back. There was not a single person on the battlefield who could do anything to stop Meng Hao. He proceeded forward another 300 meters. He gestured off into the distance, and immediately, a frosty soiltu appeared. It spread out rapidly toward the nearby cultivators. Booming sounds could be heard as their bodies quivered and then completely froze. Meng Hao moved a third time, another 300 meters. By this time, he was directly in front of the rapidly retreating Great Father. Even as the people surrounding him instantly charged in attack, the blank look on the Great Father's face was replaced with despair. Meng Hao lifted his hand up and pushed forward. Metal Gene. In response to this single word, a golden light exploded up around Meng Hao's right hand. The glow of it filled the battlefield, and, in the blink of an eye, the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe Great Father was completely transformed into a statue of gold. A bang rang out as the statue slammed into the ground below, where it came to rest unmoving. The look of despair was still clear on the man's face. The sight of it caused all of the remaining Heavenly Pursuit Tribe members to gape. Their bodies trembled and were filled with icy coldness. The Golden Crow Tribe members, on the other hand, were growing even more excited. Sacred Ancient! Sacred Ancient! Their roars echoed out in all directions, filled with anger and indignation, as well as their determination to eradicate the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe. You want to wipe out our tribe? Allow us to wipe out yours. Such enmity could not be reconciled. It was simply impossible to do so. The only option was for the bloodlines of one of these tribes to be completely removed from the lands of South Heaven. The Patriarch is on his way. The Patriarch will come to save us. Hold on just a bit longer. The death of the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe Great Father filled the other tribe members' hearts with despair. The only thing that kept them from completely collapsing was the hope that Patriarch Huyen would come to save them. They truly believed that Patriarch Huyen would come to save them. Huyen Yunming was their patriarch. The slaughter intensified yet again. The sound of killing rose up to the heavens. Meng Hao was the peak power on the battlefield. Not a single Heavenly Pursuit cultivator dared to get close to him. No totemic sacred ancient had the gall to attack him. Wherever he went, enemy cultivators scattered immediately. Finally, Meng Hao's gaze came to fall upon Zhang Wenzu. In that instant, Zhang Wenzu began to tremble, and without pausing for a moment, he fled backward. His mind was reeling with shock, and yet, even as he began to flee, Meng Hao turned into a green smoke and then appeared directly next to him. "I surrender to the Golden Crow Tribe," cried Zhang Wenzu, his face flickering. The pressure bearing down on him from Meng Hao was too intense, filling him with a sense of deadly crisis. Fearing that Meng Hao wouldn't believe him, he actually dropped all of his defenses. "I surrender," he gushed anxiously. "I'm the chosen of the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe. If I join the Golden Crow Tribe, then I can give you." Before he could finish, Meng Hao's hand flashed out like lightning to grab his neck with an iron grip. "I remember you," said Meng Hao. "You were there that year at Blackgate Fort." Zhang Wenzu's body trembled, and his face filled with fear. It felt as if an enormous vice were clamped down onto his neck. In response to Meng Hao's words, he instantly nodded. "Unfortunately," said Meng Hao, "the Golden Crow Tribe doesn't need turncoats." With that, he tightened his grip. Zhang Wenzu was the chosen of this generation of the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe. He had practiced cultivation for 200 years to reach the early nascent soul stage. Right now, a tremor ran through his body as his nascent soul was crushed and he died in both body and spirit. Meng Hao loosened his grip and turned. Currently, only 10,000 members remained of the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe. Of the previous force of 100 nascent soul cultivators, only 20 were left. As far as totemic sacred ancients went, only 5 remained. The Heavenly Pursuit Tribe could already be considered destroyed. However, with Patriarch Huyen still around, they could still count as a great tribe. Under the leadership of the High Priest, the members of the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe had all formed together. In fact, they were now in much the same position that the Golden Crow Tribe had been in before. They were surrounded by enemy tribe members, hundreds of thousands of specters, and 7 violet sea giants. In the very middle of the group from the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe was the High Priest. His face filled with grief, he held his staff aloft and then plunged it down into the ground. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he sat down cross-legged. His voice shrill, he cried, "Patriarch, why haven't you come? The Heavenly Pursuit Tribe is about to be destroyed. Of 80,000 tribe members, only 10,000 are left. Patriarch, why haven't you come?" Even as he howled up to the heavens, the staff in front of him began to glow with a white light that then shot up into the sky. As soon as it slammed into the red light of the mastiff, it vanished. However, despite the fact that it vanished, it was still able to use a special bloodline method to pierce out into the outside world. It shot toward the location of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe directly into the mind of Patriarch Huyen, who sat there cross-legged. Meanwhile, Meng Hao hovered there in mid-air, looking out over the scene. His eyes glittering, he waved his right hand, causing the 3 spirit extermination spikes to appear. He sent his divine sense into the spikes, then, borrowing the power of the mastiff, wiped the brands off of them and replaced them with his own. "What you did to the Golden Crow tribe," he said coolly, "Meng Hao will do to you. It's only fair." With that, he tossed one of the black spikes out into the air, where it rapidly increased in size. Roaring could be heard as Meng Hao waved his hand, causing the spike to be stabbed halfway down into the ground. Instantly, a black field of light sprang up to envelop the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Next, a second spike flew out in a different direction to then stab down into the ground. The black field of light grew stronger, and the members of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe began to tremble and wither. A third spike stabbed down. The Spirit Extermination Spike spell formation having been fully activated, all of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe members were now in the same position the Golden Crow tribe members had been. Their flesh withered, and their life force drained away at a rapid pace. They stood there shaking. Expressions of despair appeared on their faces as they looked toward the High Priest. In turn, the High Priest looked up into the sky. As his body wasted away, his voice once again raised out, filled with hopelessness. "Patriarch, save your people. Patriarch, why haven't you come? Have you forsaken us?" Meng Hao looked at the spectacle from up above, but said nothing. He looked off into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. The surrounding Golden Crow tribe members watched on silently. They were not inherently fond of killing, but when they saw the hopelessness on the faces of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe cultivators, they couldn't help but think of their own situation earlier. If Meng Hao had not returned, then perhaps they would have begun to cry out just like the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Time passed. Within the black field of light, the life forces of the withering members of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe were beginning to wink out. They turned into corpses which toppled to the ground. As they died, their life forces were completely absorbed by the spell formation, causing a white cyclone to gradually appear. As more tribe members became shriveled corpses, the High Priest continued to waste away. He now looked like a body just climbed up out of a grave, emanating a strong aura of death. Despite that, he continued to gaze up listlessly into the sky. His voice echoed out continuously. "Patriarch, did we make a mistake? Patriarch, please respond. Did we err? Why haven't you come?" 1,000, 3,000, 5,000. Finally, all 10,000 tribe members became desiccated corpses and toppled to the ground. Soon, only the nascent soul cultivators and the totemic sacred ancients were left. They trembled and cried out helplessly, and the High Priest began to laugh bitterly. The laughter became sadder until it was filled with resentment. "Patriarch, why haven't you come for us?" Even as his resentful words rang out, the remaining nascent soul cultivators lifted their heads up to release the last howl they would release in their entire lives. "Why haven't you come?" Boom! The nascent soul cultivators in the field of light were now dried-up corpses. The totemic sacred ancients were all dead. The only person left was the High Priest. He continued to chuckle hatefully as the flame of his life force was finally extinguished. After they were all dead, the white cyclone floating within the black field of light transformed into a white pearl. Meng Hao had assumed the pearl would disappear, but it did not. It remained there, floating in the air until members of the Golden Crow tribe approached to take it away. The scene caused Meng Hao to frown and look off into the distance. "Just what are you planning, Patriarch Huyen?" he thought. After a moment, a tremor ran through his body. He looked down into his bag of holding at the demon spirit he had acquired all those years ago in the realm of the bridge ruins. It was now shining with a brilliant light. It grew more and more intense and began to emanate a gravitational force. Meng Hao's eyes glittered. After calculating the days, he realized that the primordial demon Immortal plane would be opening soon. Patriarch Huyen, I don't care what you're planning. The fight between the two of us cannot be avoided. He looked over the Golden Crow tribe. Big Harry was there and the wild giant too. Finally, he waved his hand, causing the glowing red shield to shrink back down and transform back into the mastiff. He stood on the mastiff's head and looked off into the distance. Eventually, he looked back at the members of the Golden Crow clan, and they looked back with expressions of fervent ardor. Meng Hao could clearly sense the intense faith power in the area. I'm going to the Heavenly Pursuit sect. As for all of you, there's no need for you to come along. Faith power circled around Meng Hao, transforming into ghost images that superimposed with his body. It slowly fused into his cultivation base in such a way that no magical technique could cause it to diffuse. Meng Hao looked over at Big Harry, who floated there in midair, and gave him an encouraging look. Big Harry let out a few yips in response. The thorn rampart vines swayed back and forth in the air, seemingly looking up into the air as Meng Hao prepared to leave. Meng Hao turned and opened up his bag of the cosmos to suck in all the bodies of the members of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Then he and the mastiff flashed and shot up into the air. Behind him, all the members of the tribe clasped hands and bowed. Wu Chun and Wu Ling were there. They watched Meng Hao, their hearts filled with dolorousness. It was Wu Chun who finally spoke. The gratefulness in his heart toward Meng Hao was different than the others. Sacred Ancient, sir, will you return to us? Yes, was the soft reply. The old-timers who had accompanied Meng Hao during the migration felt deeply melancholy. They knew that it would be years before any of them would have a chance to see him again. They themselves might not even be alive at that time. As Meng Hao sped off into the distance, the parrot and the meat jelly looked back from their position on his shoulder toward the outlander beast, who stood there amongst the Golden Crow tribe members. They had the sudden premonition that it would be hundreds of years before they met again, or perhaps even longer. However, it was at this point that the parrot suddenly looked at the mastiff, and its eyes began to shine with burning passion. When the meat jelly sensed this, it shuddered. The mastiff seemed to sense it as well, and gave the parrot a look. The parrot suddenly struck a graceful pose and smiled benevolently toward the mastiff. Subconsciously, it looked back at the outlander beast. The outlander beast's emotional expression caused the parrot to let out a sigh. Meanwhile, far, far away, a fissure suddenly opened up in midair above the western desert violet sea. A beautiful woman dressed in a flowing pink gown emerged. She looked irritated. The primordial demon Immortal plane is opening and the teleportation power is strong. Everyone with demon spirits will be entering. This was none other than Xianxia. She ground her teeth as she looked down at the violet sea. Meng Hao, there is one badass bitch who hasn't forgotten about you. You stopped the demonic transmigration? She stared in shock for a moment, and then raised her eyebrows happily. So you do have some conscience after all. You still owe me? Don't forget it. With a snort, she picked a mountain island and sat down cross-legged to wait for the primordial demon Immortal plane to completely open. Back in the Black Lands, there were other forces who noticed the teleportation power and were similarly waiting. At the same time that the members of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe met their grievous end within the field of black light, back in the main temple of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, Patriarch Huyen sat cross-legged, shielded off in a restricted area. When the last tribe member died, his eyes opened. A cold, emotionless glow could be seen therein. Around him, souls formed from grief began to appear. These were discarnate souls. Their main souls had already been destroyed. These were only bits of will left behind in the temple. As the maltreated souls floated around Patriarch Huyen, they let out voiceless cries. Patriarch Huyen's looked calmly at the maltreated souls. His voice was cool as he murmured, "Your deaths are not meaningless. In fact, they were very important to me. Don't look at it as me not going to save you. Rather, you needed to die. The more miserable your deaths, the more emotionless I can be. The more grief you felt in dying, the stronger my Tao becomes. Qing'er's death made it so that my Tao cannot be completed perfectly. The only thing I can do now is to find someone to replace Qinger. You 80,000 members of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe are none other than that replacement. I watched you die, capable of saving you, yet choosing not to. I watched you die, watched you clamoring for help, and it filled my heart with stabs of pain. However, the deeper those stabs of pain, the more emotion can be obliterated. You will not have died in vain. You will make my Tao reach the peak of the first severing. As far as the tribe goes, as long as I am alive, there will always be a tribe. Patriarch Huyen closed his eyes. Meanwhile, booms rang out with every step the 7 violet sea giants took as they ran through the black lands. From off in the distance it almost looked like the churning violet sea itself, radiating boundless energy. Meng Hao stood on the mastiff, which shot through the air, surrounded by a crimson glow. Their destination was none other than the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe's temple in the Black Lands. Meng Hao's face was incredibly grim as they made their way forward. His eyes twitched, and subconsciously, his hands clenched into fists and emanated cracking sounds. The reason for all of this actually had nothing to do with Patriarch Huyen, but rather, the parrot. Hey, hi there. You can call me Lord Fifth. Let's get to know each other. Okay? The parrot was flying in front of the mastiff, trying to look very graceful and gentlemanly. However, no matter how you looked at it, it looked perverted. Currently, it was peering tender-heartedly at the mastiff. The mastiff had a strange expression in its eyes as it looked back at the parrot, puzzled. When its gaze fell upon the parrot suddenly seemed as if it couldn't control itself anymore. It clutched its talons to its chest and let out an impassioned cry. This is it. This is the true love I've been waiting for my entire life. Look at the fur. So tempting. Look at that expression. So pure. Look at that figure. So enchanting. This is the true love of my life. Tears appeared in the parrot's eyes as it looked at the blood mastiff with an expression of fanatical infatuation. Beautiful little darling. Please allow me to introduce myself again, it said loudly, its eyes shining brightly. You can call me Lord Fifth. From now on, you're my little girl. From now on, you... It was at this point that Meng Hao's grim voice could be heard through clenched teeth. Screw off. The sound caused the parrot to fall back with a squawk. However, it quickly flew back, glaring angrily at Meng Hao. From out of nowhere, a black cloth appeared in its claws, which it quickly tied around one of its eyes. Its aura suddenly exploded up. You want to duel with me? The parrot raved. Little Howie, let's do this right now. Duel with Lord Fifth. This beautiful little darling will belong to whoever wins. The frenzied parrot's appearance was one of ultimate arrogance. It appeared to have gone crazy for love. It truly believed that by challenging Meng Hao, it could attract the attention of what it referred to as the beautiful little darling. Meng Hao felt his temples pulsing. The headache he was experiencing was almost too much to take. He had to admit that he had forgotten about the parrot's unique addiction. After looking at the mastiff, he also had to admit that to the parrot, it must be incredibly alluring. It's male, he explained with a forced smile. The parrot looked hurt. Male, female, it doesn't matter. Lord Fifth lives for true love. It roared. Its multicolored feathers stood on end, making it look almost like a gamecock. In truth, it was feeling very pleased with itself. In its estimation, it looked extremely handsome and dashing at the moment. It couldn't help but glance at the mastiff out of the corner of its eye to see the expression on its face. Meng Hao said nothing. The pain in his head only continued to grow. As far as he was concerned, the parrot needed a good spanking. He waved his right hand, causing a gale-force wind to sweep out and surround it. Within the whipping wind, the parrot struggled and then roared. This is true love. True love is invincible. Screw off, cried Meng Hao, waving his sleeve again and trying to ignore the pain in his head. The wind screamed, but the parrot's persistent voice once again rang out. Meng Hao, you're shameless. You want to be the third wheel. You want to break us up. Meng Hao's face grew even darker. Finally, he shrugged and punched out. The response was a frenzied roar from the parrot. Lord Fifth's love will never change. Lord Fifth's love will last forever. The parrot held nothing back as it roared at the top of its lungs to vindicate itself. Then, it let out a pained cry as it fell back a few paces, after which it looked passionately at the mastiff and yelled, "Little darling, Lord Fifth will travel to the ends of the earth for love. Let's elope. What do you say?" Its eyes burned with passion. The blood mastiff's cultivation base was at the spirit-severing stage, and it was quite intelligent. At first, it was confused about what was going on. Now, though, this intrepid blood mastiff trembled as it looked at the parrot. Suddenly, its rage exploded up to the heavens. It appeared to feel provoked, humiliated, as if it had been taken to be a female. Such intense provocation immediately caused the mastiff to fly into a rage. It roared and shot forward toward the parrot, then batted it with a huge paw. With a bang, the parrot was sent flying backward. Moments later, it flew back persistently. "I will go to the ends of the earth for love. I live for my dream of love. I am the mighty, the passionate, the one and only Lord Fifth." Even as the parrot declared loudly everything it would do for love, the mastiff disappeared. It reappeared directly in front of the parrot. It grabbed the parrot in its paw, forcibly shutting it up, and then opened its gigantic mouth to let out a threatening roar. Compared to the mastiff's giant head, the tiny parrot was so tiny that it could be considered negligible. The parrot was about to struggle, but the crushing spirit-severing pressure instantly caused it to settle down. Its eyes opened wide as the mastiff's huge face grew close. As for the parrot, it almost looked intoxicated. Seemingly incapable of controlling its passion, it stretched out with its pointed beak and gently kissed the mastiff. The mastiff gaped in astonishment. Meng Hao stared in shock. Even the meat jelly was dumbfounded. Everything was deathly quiet. The parrot's eyes glowed with an intense light as it looked at the mastiff. "Lord Fifth loves your power, little darling," it said loudly. "The more powerful you are, the more you fight back, the more Lord Fifth loves you." The mastiff lifted its head up and roared. Its fury had reached a pinnacle. Its eyes radiated fierceness as it bit down, ripping the parrot into pieces. Moments later, though, the parrot reformed and shamelessly began to once again shout out, "I will go to the ends of the earth for love," it declared. "I live for my dream of love. Even if you kill Lord Fifth 1,000 times, it's like tempering steel. My love for you is eternal." The mastiff roared, charging once again to tear Parrot into pieces. And then, it all began again. Meng Hao rubbed the bridge of his nose and chuckled bitterly. At some point, the meat jelly had taken up a position on his shoulder. Similar to Meng Hao, a hand appeared, and it too rubbed the bridge of its nose. Its expression was exactly the same as Meng Hao's. "Now do you see why it takes Lord Third an entire lifetime to convert it?" said the meat jelly somberly. It looked at Meng Hao with an enigmatic expression that said, "You know what I mean?" "Yes, I get it now," replied Meng Hao, sighing. In that moment, a tremor ran through his body as he suddenly realized that he had just made a massive mistake. He had actually started a conversation with the meat jelly. The meat jelly's eyes lit up, its desire to chat suddenly aroused. "You get it? You really get it? Heavens, you really do get it. You understand me now. Okay, then, let's talk about something that happened 30,000 years ago. It was just too much. Infuriating. Oh wait, before that, let's talk about the weather from 70,000 years ago." The meat jelly trembled with excitement as it began to chatter. It turned into a droning sound in Meng Hao's ears. He watched the mastiff and the parrot battling, and listened to the garrulous meat jelly. Suddenly, a feeling rose up in Meng Hao's heart that gave him the sensation that he was about to go insane. Any normal person who spent a lot of time with the parrot and meat jelly would definitely become abnormal. All of a sudden, he felt a twinge of sympathy for the Li clan patriarch. Meng Hao sighed and obediently maintained his silence. He said nothing, but rather, allowed the meat jelly to talk endlessly, allowed the parrot to continue to be battered around by the mastiff. Every time the parrot was smacked away, it would return and say all kinds of things that Meng Hao could not help but hear. Soon, he started to go numb. And that was how time passed by oh so slowly. Half a day later, even as the parrot continued to pay court to the mastiff, who continued to violently refuse it, the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe's temple appeared up ahead. The temple itself was an enormous mountain shaped like a bottle gourd. It looked like a gigantic stone bottle gourd placed directly onto the surface of the land. The mountains that surrounded it were bare and infertile. The only entrance was at the very top of the mountain, at the mouth of the gourd. Seeing the bottle gourd mountain caused Meng Hao to feel an indescribable sense of release. He shot directly toward the mouth of the gourd, and as he neared, he could sense an incredibly powerful restrictive spell. The mouth of the gourd was like that of a volcano, and was roughly 300 meters wide. An enormous magical symbol could be seen stretching across the opening, floating there in mid-air, preventing anything from entering, be it a person or a stream of divine sense. Shockingly, just barely visible beyond the illusory mouth of the gourd, Meng Hao could see another world. He saw a vast number of houses, exquisitely ornamented palace buildings, countless temples, and one tribal district after another. There were nearly 10,000 people sitting cross-legged atop the houses. It seemed as if all the power of their cultivation bases was emanating out. Their bodies were withered, to the point where they seemed fused with the houses. Apparently, these people were sparing no cost, giving up even their life force, to maintain the operation of the restrictive spell. Meng Hao wasn't able to make out any more concrete details. Almost the same moment in which Meng Hao arrived at the mouth of the gourd, he was shocked to discover that in the air around him were multiple streams of divine sense. There were even streams of divine sense that didn't belong to spirit severing, but were valiant nonetheless. Apparently these were the result of magical items that could allow cultivators from various tribes to lock onto this position from a distance, and thus observe the proceedings. Meng Hao ignored them. The fact that no one had interfered during the battle against the Heavenly Pursuit Tribe revealed the attitudes of the others. Right now, the appearance of these streams of divine sense made that attitude even more obvious. These people were here to see exactly what would happen in the end between him and Patriarch Huyen. Some people clearly had a vested interest in what was going on, although Meng Hao didn't want to know why. The mastiff, having just endured the aggravation of the parrot the entire way here, needed no orders from Meng Hao. A bright red glow emanated from its body as its spirit-severing aura exploded out. It swiped out with its paw, slamming at the magical symbol restrictive spell. A boom echoed out. Cracking sounds could be heard as the magical symbol collapsed into fragments. However, even as it disintegrated, another restrictive spell became visible. The mastiff's fiendish will expanded out. It roared and swiped out its paw again. And then again. The entire gourd mountain shook for the space of 10 breaths as the mastiff destroyed hundreds of layers of restrictive spells. However, by this point, they had only proceeded about 150 meters down into the mouth of the gourd. Shockingly, the entire gourd was completely filled with restrictive spell formations. The mastiff was about to continue destroying them, but Meng Hao calmly prevented it. He hovered outside of the mouth of the gourd and looked down inside. Then his eyes filled with a cold light. He waved his right hand, and instantly, one of the 7 violet sea giants moved forward. In the blink of an eye it entered the mouth of the gourd and then transformed into a majestic violet sea that began to drain down into the gourd. "If the people die," Meng Hao said calmly, "the restrictive spells will shatter on their own." In the southern domain, Meng Hao had not mastered the art of cruelty. However, his experiences in the Black Lands and the Western Desert, and especially the migration with the Crow divinity tribes, had forced him to shed his former naivety. Because of his surroundings and his experiences, he had slowly, almost imperceptibly, changed. He now truly acted like a cultivator. When dealing with enemies, any tactic is acceptable. When dealing with benefactors, debts of gratitude must be repaid, regardless of the cost. Even as the word left his mouth, the violet sea poured down into the gourd. The power of extermination exploded out, transforming into what sounded like rumbling voices. The entire gourd mountain began to tremble violently. Life and death collided, and the power of extermination roared out. Even if the restrictive spells of the gourd bottle were powerful, they would still contain life force. It might not be something that the restrictive spell innately possessed. However, as the violet sea sank down into the gourd, the life forces of the 10,000 Heavenly Pursuit tribe members became explosive linchpins. Roaring could be heard from within the world of the gourd. The cultivators sitting cross-legged on top of the houses trembled and began to visibly break into pieces. Massive explosions echoed about as the successive layers of restrictive spells were destroyed. At the same time, the second of the violet sea giants neared, transformed into seawater and then poured into the gourd's mouth. After that, it was a third, then a fourth. In the end, 5 of the violet sea giants became seawater and poured down into the mouth of the gourd. Rumbling sounds completely filled the world inside the gourd. The restrictive spells were now completely defeated and dispersed. Seawater completely filled the first level of the world of the gourd. Everything, all life, all cultivators, were submerged within the violet sea and wiped out by the power of extermination. Hundreds of thousands of specters now charged into the violet sea to sweep about the world of the gourd. Gradually, an enormous spell formation began to emerge. Could be called a spell formation or perhaps a door. It was a door that led to the second level of this world. It was a simple, unsophisticated door, and it was closed tightly. Outside the mouth of the gourd, Meng Hao waved his hand toward the seawater within. Instantly, it swirled into a whirlpool, which rotated faster and faster. The water, along with the hundreds of thousands of specters, roared as they transformed into a massive cyclonic power that shot toward the door leading to the second level. The cyclonic power erupted with massive power as it slammed against the door. A boom could be heard as the door was smashed into countless pieces. All the seals and all the restrictive spells were completely destroyed. When the door collapsed, fierce howls could be heard coming from within the second level of the world. Shockingly, 2,000 Heavenly Pursuit tribe members could be seen within. There were even several nascent soul cultivators and totemic sacred ancients. However, as they charged out in attack, the violet sea poured in. The power of extermination exploded out, whereupon blood-curdling screams could be heard. The cries echoed out for a moment within the gourd, and then faded away. Soon the entire mountain was completely quiet. The Heavenly Pursuit tribe had been completely eradicated. Even still, Patriarch Huyen was nowhere to be seen within the world of the gourd. Meng Hao frowned, then gave a cold snort. He waved his hand toward the gourd mountain, causing the violet sea within to seethe. It rapidly transformed back into the violet sea giants, which then began to strike at the mountain with their fists. The ground quaked as more restrictive spells were destroyed. After the amount of time it takes half an incense stick to burn, the entire mountain began to fall apart and collapse. A huge roaring sound could be heard as it crumbled into ruin. As of this moment, the Heavenly Pursuit tribe's temple had been completely destroyed. The collapse of the mountain caused dust to fly out in all directions. As Meng Hao hovered up above in midair, he slapped his bag of holding, causing massive amounts of corpses to appear. Shockingly, they all fell down onto the destroyed temple, collecting together into something like a small mountain. A mountain of corpses. The corpses of the members of the Heavenly Pursuit sect all piled together to form a mountain that rose up over the land. Leaves returned to the ground to become nourishment for roots. Rest in peace. Although you said you would not rest until the Golden Crow tribe was dead. As of this moment, your tribe has been exterminated. All enmity is vanished. This place was your temple. Now, your corpses will be buried here. Meng Hao waved his sleeve, causing several huge chunks of the gourd mountain to fly up into air. He stacked them up around the corpses, transforming the area into a tomb. Heavenly Pursuit tomb. This tomb would stand here to time indefinite, a witness to all the Black Lands. For years and years, this place and this tomb would strike terror into the hearts all the inhabitants of the Black Lands. It also bore witness to the rise of the Golden Crow tribe. The instant the tomb came into being, the surrounding streams of divine sense became even more serious than before. Meng Hao was fairly certain that the scene playing out here was probably being observed by more than half the tribes in the Black Lands. Actually, it was exactly as Meng Hao imagined. In almost all of the tribes in the Black Lands, all cultivators of the core formation stage or higher were using various precious treasures to watch Meng Hao. As of this moment, Meng Hao's return to the Black Lands caused him to become thoroughly famous in the hearts of all cultivators of the Western Desert and the Black Lands. He had long since risen to prominence. To them, he was no longer a mere nascent soul cultivator in terms of seniority. No, he was a patriarch. How could the Black Lands not pay extra attention to him? Meng Hao looked at the tomb for a long moment before turning to stare off into the sky. There, off in the distance, was a black cloud, approaching with indescribable speed. As the cloud neared, the previously bright sky instantly began to turn as black as night. Clouds covered the sky, as if the night was consuming the daylight. Meng Hao! As the night consumed the day, a deep voice rang, filled with a rancor that seemed to be etched upon the very bones of the speaker. It rang out like thunder from within the black night. Meng Hao looked up calmly at the rapidly approaching darkness. A fierce glow appeared in his eyes, and the desire to battle raged up within him. "Patriarch Huyen," he said calmly, directly entering the seventh anima. Boom! As the 7 nascent souls combined, he grew taller by several heads. His body became stronger, his shoulders wider. His frame was slender, his long hair bizarre and demonic. He radiated the air of an immortal devil, shocking and audacious. The strength of his fleshly body caused the surrounding air to ripple and distort. It was as if the area around him was not compatible with the rest of the world. This intrepid fleshly body contained the battle prowess of 64 great circle nascent souls. Since ancient times, there had never been someone like this, and in the future, there likely never would. It was a path Meng Hao had forged, something unique and one of a kind in all the lands of South Heaven. This was not a perfect nascent soul, but was virtually exactly the same. By now the sky was completely black. A cloud shot directly toward Meng Hao, who did not flinch back in the slightest. In fact, he stepped forward, performing an incantation with his right hand, and then pointing forward. "Wind," he said. As he spoke, an unspeakable gale-force wind sprung up around him. It raged into spinning winds that seemed to stretch from the ground all the way up to the heavens. From a distance, it looked like an enormous tornado raging around Meng Hao. The spinning winds shook everything and caused a huge roaring to rise up. It picked up countless huge boulders and endless amounts of dust which instantly shot toward the incoming cloud. During his battle with Patriarch Huyen's clone, he had used magical items as well as the blood immortal divine abilities. However, he had not used his own creation, the magic of his 7 nascent soul totems. In some respects, the power unleashed as Meng Hao used them right now was much more appropriate for him than the blood immortal divine abilities. That was especially so now that he was in the 7th anima. His power was thoroughly shocking in all respects. Massive roaring spread throughout half of the Black Lands, shaking fully 70% of the tribes, filling the hearts of the cultivators with astonishment. A glowing screen magically appeared on an altar in the great demon butterfly tribe. Visible on the screen was Meng Hao fighting Patriarch Huyen's true self. Duo Lan sat there, calmly watching everything that was happening. Her eyes glowed with a bright light as she focused especially on Meng Hao. At the same time, in the great Wild Flame tribe, a similar screen could be seen. It was the same in the great Cloud Sky tribe, where Zhou Dikun and others were watching the proceedings. Throughout the Black Lands, roughly 70% of the experts from the various tribes were all paying close attention to the fight. Virtually all of the spirit-severing patriarchs had sent out divine sense to circle around the region of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe to observe the battle. What they were most closely focused on were the various divine abilities and magical techniques being used, especially those of Meng Hao. The sounds of booms rose up into the air. When Meng Hao's enormous tornado stretched high enough to touch the clouds of Patriarch Huyen's night, a huge explosion rattled out. The black clouds were torn apart, and the tornado collapsed. In that instant, Patriarch Huyen suddenly appeared in midair. His face appeared ancient, filled with a sensation of age that was vastly different from the appearance of his middle-aged clone. His clothes were white, seemingly spotlessly clean. As he looked at Meng Hao, The aura of a spirit-severing expert exploded out from him. Meng Hao glanced back at Patriarch Huyen. During the slaughter of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe earlier, Meng Hao had secretly collected some blood from various tribe members. The blood was enough to cover 5 generations, which was enough for Meng Hao to conjure a blood clone. Were he able to collect some blood from Patriarch Huyen, then he would have enough to form a 6th-generation Heavenly Pursuit bloodline blood clone. Although the G-clan blood clone was mighty, the opportunity he had now was not one that he would come by often. Naturally, Meng Hao would take advantage of the situation. His eyes flickered as he exploded out with the power of the 7th anima and 64 Great Circle nascent souls. As he closed in on Patriarch Huyen, he waved his right hand and said, "Metal!" As the word left his mouth, a blinding golden light appeared within the night's darkness. The area around Meng Hao was filled with a golden glow that spread out with intense metal-type power. It instantly honed in on Patriarch Huyen. Patriarch Huyen didn't say a single word. His face was grim, and a cold, emotionless glow could be seen in his eyes as he raised his hand and then chopped it out toward the golden glow. In response to the chopping motion, the air in front of him was filled with intense coldness. It seemed to be a coldness that could extinguish will and sever emotions. This attack was none other than Patriarch Huyen's emotion severing. Meng Hao's eyes remained calm. However, the 7 violet sea giants around him lifted their heads up and roared. Instantly, their bodies collapsed and transformed into a violet sea, which then surged toward Meng Hao. It instantly enveloped him, then shrank down and stuck to his skin, forming into compressed water shield that formed a barrier against the emotion-severing domain. At the same time, the black night consumed Meng Hao's golden light, which vanished without a trace. Meng Hao raised his right hand and pointed again. Water! As the word left his mouth, blood and seawater, life and death, the will of extermination circulated around him. Patriarch Huyen snorted, then lifted his hand and performed an incantation. He touched the forefinger of each hand to the thumb of the other, forming a rectangle, then gestured forward. Immediately, an intense power of expulsion shot out. "Be gone!" The power of worldly expulsion echoed out, transforming into an attack that headed directly toward Meng Hao. It slammed into him, forcing him backward. Booms filled the air and he coughed up a huge mouthful of blood. When he finally looked up, his eyes were shining with a bright light. He could tell that Patriarch Huyen's true self was quite a bit more powerful than his clone. Divine abilities and magical techniques that the clone needed time to prepare could be casually employed by his true self. "However, I have power that I didn't use in the fight with your clone," thought Meng Hao as he retreated, his eyes shining with a strange light. He quickly performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then pushed his hands out forward. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elements totems, wind, lightning, activate, 7 totems. As he spoke, a huge green-colored tree appeared in the air, along with a reddish-violet sea, a myriad of golden weapons, a raging sea of flames, and a stretch of frozen frost soil. Next, a rock magically appeared, surrounded by raging winds. Up in the darkness above, countless snake-like bolts of silver lightning could be seen. The lightning bolts instantly transformed from silver into red as they congregated in midair. This was the divine ability most suited to Meng Hao, what he himself had created, the 7 souls totem transformations. They were perfectly suited to his 7th anima. Having fully unleashed all of them, Meng Hao waved his hand forward, causing them to transform into 7 bright beams of light that shot toward Patriarch Huyen. Patriarch Huyen's face flickered, and he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes flickered as he performed an incantation in which he drew a large circle in the air in front of him. 7 emotions and 6 pleasures. Tao of 13 transmigrations. Happiness, anger, sorrow, consideration, sadness, fear, shock. Tao of 7 emotions transmigrations. When the circle was completely traced in front of Patriarch Huyen, it shattered, becoming 7 parts. Each part was a different color, and radiated bright light as it floated through the air. Patriarch Huyen pointed forward, causing the 7 emotion circle to shoot directly toward Meng Hao's 7 souls totems. Meng Hao's pupils constricted. This was a divine ability that Patriarch Huyan's clone hadn't used. However, Meng Hao wasn't surprised. Patriarch Huyan was a cunning fox, and had held back moves in much the same way Meng Hao had. He was obviously well prepared. 7 souls totem transformations. Tao of 7 emotions transmigrations. These two very different divine abilities shot toward each other in midair. Fundamentally speaking, the 7 souls totem transformation could be considered the most ultimate powerful art of the nascent soul stage. That was especially so considering that the transformations were fueled by the power of 64 Great Circle nascent souls. Because of that, spirit-severing power could even be sensed within it. As for the 7 emotions transmigrations Tao, it was a spirit-severing divine ability. It goes without saying that when the two slammed into each other, roaring filled the air and the ground shook. The Black Knight was ripped apart and Meng Hao coughed up blood. Next, Meng Hao looked up and performed a double-handed incantation, then pointed forward. 7 totems combine. The 7 totems merged together, magically transforming into one, a totem that was a mass of primordial chaos. It had no pattern, but if you looked closely, it almost looked as if it were formed from countless other patterns. Meng Hao knew that the 7 fused totems was most suitable for his use in his 7th anima, when he combined 7 nascent souls. Inside of him were 7 fused nascent souls. Outside were 7 combined totems. As a result, a state could be achieved in which the interior and the exterior were in unison. As of now, the true battle prowess of his 64 Great Circle nascent souls could thoroughly explode out. Other than his final use of the Agarwood or Dancing Sword Chi, this was Meng Hao's most powerful trump card. This was also his first time unleashing the magic. He had rehearsed mentally in the past, but now that it was truly being employed, a roaring sound rose up into the heavens. 1 totem, 7 characteristics. It was at this point that Meng Hao's eyes suddenly went wide as he noticed that the 7 totem combination was somewhat unstable. Although this is my first time utilizing this art, I've employed it mentally on several occasions. Furthermore, considering that my 7 nascent souls are merged, there's no reason for the totem combination to be unstable. His eyes flickered as he realized that although his 5 elements were at the Great Circle level, when he added in the wind and lightning, the combination was not at the Great Circle. That was the source of the instability and incompatibility. When Meng Hao mentally practiced with the 7th anima, he hadn't noticed this point. Now that the totem combination had truly appeared, though, it was immediately obvious. Next, contrary to expectations, the wind and lightning suddenly changed. They stabilized, which caused Meng Hao's mind to fill with shock. Apparently, the transformations in the 5 elements totems had been provoked by the wind and lightning. This made it so that the combination of 7 totems produced a completely unexpected transformation, a transformation that would shock the entire world. Meng Hao's mind suddenly filled with sharp stabs of pain that instantly inundated him. His mind reeled and, even in the middle of this battle with Patriarch Huyan, a blank look suddenly appeared in his eyes. All of a sudden, he saw a battlefield in front of him, littered with countless corpses, the ground soaked with blood. It was impossible to tell how many years of battle had been fought in this place, but the corpses seemed endless. Dead bodies filled the ground for as far as the eye could see. The only thing that was different was directly in front of him. A gigantic coffin. It was fully 30,000 or more meters long, and pitch black. Meng Hao was familiar with this coffin. It was exactly the same one that he had seen in the sky above the Tower of Tang in the state of Zhao. Most shocking of all, he could now see that carved onto the surface of the coffin were 9 butterflies. 9 butterfly carvings which were indescribably beautiful. The instant in which Meng Hao saw the butterflies, a roaring sound filled his mind, and the vision disappeared. At the same time, the black sky above seemed to be ripped apart. Throughout all the lands of South Heaven, including the eastern lands, the southern domain, the western desert, and the northern desert, a bizarre power seemed to be stirred into action by Meng Hao's 7 souls totems. Outside of planet South Heaven, The carved names on the immortality bestowal dais began to flicker with shining light. Murmuring voices pulsated out and echoed around the immortality bestowal dais. The 5 elements are fundamental. There is no 6th element in the world. Regardless of wind or lightning, both will turn the 5 elements upside down. Except this wind. What is this wind? This is not a wind of the 5 elements. This is wind from the outside world. And what lightning is this? It is not lightning of the 9 mountains and seas. It comes from outside the mountains and seas. How could this be? What is happening? Could it be that a life form from outside the 9 mountains and seas has descended, bringing this wind and lightning with it? The trembling of the immortality bestowal dais affected all the regions of South Heaven. A woman walked out of the rebirth cave in the southern domain and looked off into the distance. In the Milky Way Sea was an ancient boat that had been floating there for tens of thousands of years. On the prow of the boat was a corpse wearing a set of decaying armor. Suddenly, its eyes opened. In the great Tang of the Eastern Lands, in the ancestral mansion of the Ji-clan, was a young man with skin like jade, the same young man who had blocked the path of Meng Hao's mother all those years ago, sitting on an altar made from a cauldron. His eyes opened slowly, and within could be seen hesitation and confusion as he looked off into the distance. Throughout all the lands, as everything shook mysteriously. Back in the southern domain, deep within the rebirth cave, was an area that even the woman-form rock would not be able to reach. Laying there in the pitch-black darkness was a corpse. This corpse was none other than he who had gifted Meng Hao with Immortal shows the way. Chomen Tai. He had been dead, but in this moment his eyes suddenly opened. Within them was a sharp, glowing light that seemed capable of causing the starry sky to shake, and even crush the lands of South Heaven. As of this moment, there seemed to be no weakness about him whatsoever. Clearly he was at the peak of power. "Well, I woke up quickly," he said. "I came to this world to spread the Tao. I sent out millions of seeds of the Tao, and in 200 years only this person awoke. Perhaps this kid really is the one I've been waiting for all these years, to bring him back to life." The instant in which Chomen Tai said the word him, his expression filled with a look of recollection, as he recalled the image of a man looking at him and smiling. When it came to the incredible changes happening throughout the lands of South Heaven because of Meng Hao's 7 souls totem combination, Meng Hao noticed, but Patriarch Huyen didn't. However, in the moment that Meng Hao regained consciousness, he looked at the combination of 7 totems, the solitary primordial chaos totem, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. He could tell that some undetectable transformation had occurred to his 7 nascent souls and 7 totems. As to whether the transformation was good or bad, it was impossible for him to tell. However, he had the faint sensation that it had caused him to take a first step down the true path of 7 nascent souls. Actually, up to now, whenever he entered the 7th anima, the 7 nascent souls in his body appeared to be unhampered by anything. Obviously, he could enter the 7th anima and explode out with the power of 64 great circle nascent souls. In truth, though, he had to force them to fuse together, which he could accomplish only because of his profound foundation. The instability of the combination of the 7 totems caused Meng Hao to become aware of his oversight. However, a strange, unfamiliar aura had emerged from his 7 nascent soul totems, causing them to bind together. Now the solitary totem was stable. Somehow, Meng Hao was able to solve this problem that, in the future, would surely have led to great danger. Right now, though, he was in the middle of fighting Patriarch Huyen, and had little time to think about the matter. He put the matter to rest in his heart and then performed a double-handed incantation. Instantly, the solitary totem in front of him began to pulsate with a shocking aura. The totem had no shape and was constantly changing. Sometimes it was big, sometimes small. The primordial chaos inside of it looked almost like droplets of water, but also like a sea of flames. It was blurry and impossible to see clearly. However, the aura spreading out from within the blurriness only continued to grow more powerful. Patriarch Huyen was astonished, as were the streams of divine sense from the patriarchs of the other tribes. The instant the 7 nascent soul totems combined, Patriarch Huyen's eyes flickered with shock. He once again drew circles in front of him, and then gestured forward sharply. The 7 emotions are needed by the heart. But within the soul, there are only 3 types of emotion: family love, friendship, and romantic love. I severed family love, extinguished friendship, and cut off romantic love. From then on I was emotionless. With that, the 7 circles of emotion shattered, transforming into a blade. The blade was illusory, but was capable of extinguishing all types of life. Suddenly, the blade lifted high up into the air, and then descended down onto the solitary combination totem. The chopping blow was imbued with an aura that could conquer mountains and rivers. This blade was a blade of emotionlessness. All of the cultivation that Patriarch Huyen had practiced in his entire life transformed into a spirit-severing blade that could shake heaven and earth. The entire world seemed to disappear in the face of the resplendently glowing blade that shot toward Meng Hao's combination totem. The blade hit the totem. In the instant that they struck each other, an indistinct, unclear aura erupted out from the solitary totem. The aura caused all the wind and clouds in the area to stop moving. Everything up above and down below grew still. A strange, otherworldly feeling spread out with incredible intensity. When Patriarch Huyen sensed it, his heart filled with shock. This aura made him feel as if an incredible pressure was weighing down on him. His heart began to pound. The feeling came so quickly that he had no time to do anything. Nor was he prepared for it. His mind filled with roaring, and blood oozed out of his mouth. At the same time, cracks began to spread out across the blade that had chopped down onto the solitary totem. The cracks eventually joined together, and then a popping sound could be heard as the blade shattered into 7 pieces that shot out in all directions. The 7 pieces represented the 7 emotions, and their shattering caused a tremor to run through Patriarch Huyen's body. He coughed up a huge mouthful of blood, and his face went pale. He staggered backward more than 30 meters, whereupon he looked up with a face full of shock and disbelief. He had long since ceased to look down upon Meng Hao. However, it was only at this moment that he suddenly realized that he himself still didn't fully understand Meng Hao. The sight of Meng Hao combining 7 totems into one, and the resulting aura that erupted out, left Patriarch Huyen profoundly shocked. What totem is that? What is that aura? It wasn't just Patriarch Huyen who felt his heart trembling. Equally shaken were the other spirit-severing patriarchs who had gathered to watch the battle. One of those patriarchs was the red-robed boy from the Great Cloud Sky sect. His eyes shone with a strange light, and his stream of divine sense quivered. Where did this guy come from? He thought. Even I would be shaken by that aura. The spirit-severing patriarchs from the Great Wild Flame tribe and the Great Demon Butterfly tribe made an undetectable mutual communication. As of now, they dispelled any notion of joining forces to make a sneak attack. The aura of Meng Hao's solitary totem was shocking, and they were unable to see through it. At the moment, Patriarch Huyen was in full retreat. Meng Hao's solitary totem gradually faded away. It wasn't destroyed by Patriarch Huyen. In fact, his blade hadn't hurt it even in the least. The reason it was fading was because even in the 7th anima, Meng Hao was incapable of sustaining it for very long. At the most, it could last for the space of a handful of breaths. That was, in fact, a bit different from what he had estimated before actually combining the totems during this battle. Only 3 breaths of time, he sighed, his eyes shining. Internally, 7 nascent souls combine, allowing me to enter the 7th anima. Externally, 7 totems combine to form primordial chaos, my solitary totem. Alone, either the internal or the external change can be sustained for a long period of time. However, when both the internal and the external reach a peak simultaneously, it can only last for 3 breaths of time. During those 3 breaths, my battle prowess. Meng Hao was panting as he thought back to what he had experienced moments ago. However, just as quickly, he looked back at Patriarch Huyen. Patriarch Huyen was breathing deeply. As he shot backward, he tapped his right foot down into the air. A boom rattled out as he stopped in place, finally diffusing some of the recoil power in his body. He looked at Meng Hao and smiled. A nascent soul cultivation base that can shake the spirit-severing stage. If you had enough time, who knows, you might actually be able to achieve immortal ascension in South Heaven. But I will use all the power I possess to smash you to death. Regardless of whether or not I succeed, the process will give birth to Tao fruit. I can enjoy that flavor even in the yellow springs. Patriarch Huyan laughed and slapped his chest. Boom! The slap caused Patriarch Huyan's aura to explode out, growing more and more intense. His hair was no longer white, but black. His skin were no longer old, but rather sleek and smooth. He was now not an old man anymore, but middle-aged, his countenance dignified. Then, his aura continued to become even more shocking. Now he looked like a young man. His robe was black, his eyebrows sharp and slanted, and his eyes shone as brightly as the stars. As of this moment, Patriarch Huyan seemed to have recovered his youth. His aura was intense, capable of shaking the heavens, causing everything to dim and a huge wind to kick up. Meng Hao's eyes narrowed as this indescribable, formless aura exploded out from Patriarch Huyan. The handful streams of spirit-severing divine sense were now all looking at Patriarch Huyan. The great circle of the first severing, said the spirit-severing patriarch from the Wild Flame tribe. He was a tall, stalwart old man, within whose eyes could be seen an expression of intense concentration. Patriarch Huyan never reached the great circle before, said the red-robed boy from the Great Cloud Sky tribe. Oh, I understand. He used the eradication of his tribe to complete the great circle. How cold-blooded, this Huyan Yunming. Shocked, the boy looked at Patriarch Huyan with a frown. Meanwhile, in the other tribes in the Black Lands who were observing the goings-on, most of the cultivators weren't able to tell the exact extent to which Patriarch Huyan's aura had grown. However, it was shocking to them nonetheless. In the Great Cloud Sky tribe, Zhou Dikun's eyes went wide and his heart began to beat nervously. After learning that Meng Hao had returned, he had felt happiness, but even more so, worry. In the Great Demon Butterfly tribe, Duolan sat quietly off to the side, gazing at Meng Hao. A stubborn gleam could be seen in her eyes. During the past more than 100 years, she had learned a lot about Meng Hao. She was a chosen, and although she hated to admit it, the distance between the two of them was vast. The moment in which Patriarch Huyan's cultivation base exploded up to the great circle of the first severing, everyone who was watching, be they spirit-severing patriarchs or cultivators from other tribes in the Black Lands, were thoroughly shaken. Within Meng Hao's eyes, a strong desire to battle was suddenly ignited. A moment later, though, he frowned. Deep within his bag of holding, he could sense the demon spirit emanating an intense teleportation power. It seemed that it could teleport him away at any moment. Meng Hao couldn't do anything about, but neither could he ignore it. He slapped his bag of holding, producing the blood-colored mask, which he slipped on his face. At the same time, the mastiff lifted its head up and howled. It transformed into a red beam of light which shot toward Meng Hao. The red light fused into the mask, causing Meng Hao's robes to whip about and his hair to float up. His aura instantly burst out violently. Such eruption instantly caught the attention of the spirit-severing patriarchs, as well as all the observers from the other tribes in the Black Lands. Amidst the roaring sound, Meng Hao's robes became blood-red, as did his hair. A glow of blood surrounded him, and behind him, a red throne appeared. Seated there was a woman wearing a mask identical to Meng Hao's. As she became visible, she sat down coldly onto the throne. The blood immortal. In this moment, the entire world was crimson. Even people who were merely watching the scene on a screen suddenly felt as if all the blood in their bodies wished to burst out. Meng Hao looked up, and an oppressive glow could be seen in his eyes. When Meng Hao looked up, the eyes of this youthful version of Patriarch Huyan glinted with killing intent. However, at the same time, hesitation could be seen. That was because Patriarch Huyan had a demon spirit in his bag of holding as well. As of this moment, he also could sense the power of teleportation pulsing out. It instantly caused him to hesitate as to whether or not to continue fighting. After all, now that he had reached the great circle of the first severing of spirit severing, it meant that there were some incredibly important things for him to do in the primordial demon immortal plane. There was little time to consider the matter, though. Meng Hao's aura was incredibly shocking. Their gazes locked and they both began to move. Rumbling filled the air as they unhesitatingly slammed into each other. Area fought area. Domain fought domain. Divine abilities fought divine abilities. This was nothing like the fighting from before. This was spirit-severing carnage. That was especially true of Meng Hao's blood-immortal divine abilities. He had almost been able to slaughter Patriarch Huyen's clone with them. As of now, he instantly employed them. Deadly sundered clouds roiled out in all directions, filling the sky with rumbling sounds. A blood rain fell and a violet sea raged. Even more shocking to Patriarch Huyen was that Meng Hao's battle prowess was actually greater than when he had fought his clone. Furthermore, in the middle of all his mightiness, Patriarch Huyen could, for the first time since, faith power. It was at this point that he recalled that the person in front of him was a cultivator, but at the same time, a totemic sacred ancient who could absorb faith power. This faith power made Meng Hao's battle prowess even more explosive, absurdly powerful. It was powerful enough that it could fight back against the first severing. Damn it! I forgot that he's a totemic sacred ancient who can absorb faith power, thought Patriarch Huyen. This time he's much closer to his tribe, not far, far away like last time. That means the faith power is much stronger. Before, in the Violet Sea, the great distance made the faith power incredibly weak. The best place to kill him would be a place where he can't absorb faith power. Even as he mused in shock over these matters, they continued to fight back and forth. Patriarch Huyen relentlessly employed divine abilities, used emotion severing, his spirit immortal, and various magical techniques. At the same time, the spirit-severing spectators could also sense the faith power in Meng Hao, which caused them to gasp. Their minds could not help but be shaken. Even I overlooked Meng Hao's other identity, said the red-robed boy, a strange look gleaming in his eyes. He's a totemic sacred ancient. He suddenly had an idea. A person like Meng Hao was someone he should make friends with. The best thing to do would be to send charcoal during snowy weather, so to speak, and provide some timely help. That would be the best way to forge deeper ties. All of the spirit-severing experts in the area were having similar thoughts. In fact, all of the cultivators in the 70% of the Blacklands tribes who were watching were nervously thinking the same thing. Su Bai of the Black Dragon tribe was now an old man. After the Black Dragon tribe broke away from the Golden Crow tribe, they joined the Great Demon Talisman tribe. As of this moment, the majority of the Demon Talisman tribe was gathered in their public square, watching the proceedings on a large screen. Su Bai sighed inwardly. Standing next to him was an effeminate man, a male cultivator who was gentle and soft, but also cold. This was none other than that Chun Mo of the Great Demon Talisman tribe, who was one of the ones who fought over the demon spirit that year in the realm of the Bridge Ruins. Having second thoughts? He asked. This Meng Hao, he truly supersedes all of us. Su Bai was silent for a moment. Finally, he nodded his head and said, Perhaps. As I look back, I don't think I made the right decision. In the Great Demon Butterfly tribe, Duolan's wide eyes were fixed on Meng Hao. In the Great Cloud Sky tribe, Zhou Dikun was panting. Next to him was Zhao Fong, another member of the Great Cloud Sky tribe. He had a similar expression to Zhou Dikun. Roaring filled the air as the raging fight continued. Even as the two of them fought back and forth fiercely, each of them could sense the other's demon spirit. In fact, whenever they got closer to each other, the power of teleportation grew stronger. Patriarch Huyen's eyes flashed with killing intent. The power of teleportation was pulsating out of his demon spirit with increased frequency, almost as if it were urging him to finish the fight more quickly. The desire in his heart to kill Meng Hao had reached its pinnacle. He suddenly raised his right hand up into the air and pointed to the sky. Heavenly pursuit! He roared. As the words echoed out, a crackling like that of thunder could be heard in the sky. Heavenly pursuit! He roared a second time. Shocking claps of thunder could be heard, and his body grew slightly indistinct. A savage and unmatchably brutal aura roared out of him. Heavenly pursuit! He shouted a third time. The sky up above suddenly seemed to rip apart as a colossal three-headed anaconda bored out from within the void. The anaconda was fully 30,000 meters long and was violet in color. The three heads radiated cruelty and had forked tongues that flicked in and out. Furthermore, each head sported a long horn. The instant it appeared, intense pressure bore down onto the black lands. This was not a spirit-severing aura. Nor was it the aura of Tao-seeking. This was the aura of an immortal. This violet-colored, three-headed beast was shockingly equipped with immortal will. Its appearance instantly filled the land with thunderous roaring. Conversations instantly broke out. Heavenly Pursuit Dragon Snake. That's the Heavenly Pursuit tribe's bloodline ancestor. The Heavenly Pursuit Dragon Snake. According to the legends, every Western desert tribe has a bloodline that traces back to an immortal. As the legacies get passed down through the generations, there is always a small chance to set off the bloodline and be able to summon the ancestor. The surrounding spirit-severing experts were not shocked by this development, but when the cultivators from the other cities in the Blacklands saw, most were completely astonished. As roaring filled the Blacklands, Patriarch Huyen began to bleed from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The summoning he had just performed had put quite a strain on him. It was as if this world did not consent to the appearance of such a beast as this. As the three-headed anaconda approached, an enormous illusory net appeared around it. This net appeared to be some sort of natural law, something seemingly unbreakable and unblockable. The Heavenly Pursuit dragon snake roared and struggled, and blood sprayed from Patriarch Huyen's mouth. Finally, for a fourth time, he shouted, "Heavenly Pursuit!" Boom! The 6 eyes of the Heavenly Pursuit dragon snake glittered. With a mere glance, they sent Meng Hao's mind completely reeling. At the same time, the centermost head suddenly bit down on its own tail and then ripped it off. The severed tail suddenly began to blaze with fire. In the blink of an eye, the burning power broke through the enormous illusory net. Even as the giant net tightened around the Heavenly Pursuit dragon snake, it flung its tail directly toward Patriarch Huyen. It burned as it flew through the air, scorching away the flesh and blood, purifying the tail until it was only bones. By the time it reached Patriarch Huyen, shockingly, it had transformed into a violet-colored bone whip. It floated there in mid-air, just waiting for Patriarch Huyen to take control of it. It undulated slowly, sending out ripples into the air along with cracking sounds. The air around the whip continuously shattered in successive layers. A terrifying, almost infinitely powerful aura instantly exploded out from the snake tail. All of this takes quite some time to describe, but actually only 5 breaths of time had passed during the fight between Meng Hao and Patriarch Huyen. Patriarch Huyen reached out excitedly toward the floating whip to grab it. The whip was obviously a precious treasure. Meng Hao and the surrounding spirit-severing experts in divine sense form could all sense this. The streams of divine sense undulated greedily. However, their greed quickly vanished, to be replaced with pity. This particular precious treasure might be mighty, but it was a bloodline treasure. Objects such as that could only be used by members of the Heavenly Pursuit bloodline. Furthermore, even ordinary bloodline members would be unable to use it. Only people in whose veins the blood ran thick and pure would be able to, and that was only after reaching the spirit-severing stage. Anyone else who attempted to do so would receive grievous injury. With so many restrictions on the snake bone whip, the precious treasure became an object of little value to spectators, as valuable as chicken ribs. However, when Meng Hao saw it, his eyes shone with a strange light. While others might view it as nothing more valuable than chicken ribs, that was not the case with him. Meng Hao had not just eradicated the entire Heavenly Pursuit tribe. During the slaughter, he had retrieved some blood samples. That blood contained 5 successive generations of Heavenly Pursuit tribe members. If he could get some blood from Patriarch Huyen, then he would have 6 generations of blood, and could create a 6th-generation blood clone. Furthermore, it wouldn't be an ordinary blood clone but, rather, a blood spirit. If he could get 9 generations of blood, it would be a blood divinity with the potential for ancestral awakening. Whatever happened, if he made such a blood clone, then it would be able to wield the snake bone whip. After all these thoughts passed through his head, he finally said, "I have to risk it." As Patriarch Huyen reached out to grab the snake bone whip, Meng Hao's eyes began to glow with a light that would make anyone who saw it feel a sense of danger. He took a step forward and raised his hand. Filled with determination, he pointed at Patriarch Huyen. Demon Sealing, 8th Hex. When the divine ability appeared, it caused Patriarch Huyen to be entwined with invisible demonic qi. Instantly, a tremor ran through him. "This move again," said Patriarch Huyen, his face growing dark. He had considered many methods for dealing with the strange divine ability, but none were truly capable of standing up against it. The only thing he could do was to be on the lookout for it. At the moment he was sealed, but it would only last for half a breath. Then, the strands of demonic qi would begin to fall apart. Blood sprayed from Meng Hao's mouth. In half a breath's worth of time, he was only able to get within a few dozen meters of the snake bone whip. Patriarch Huyen, on the other hand, was only about 7 inches away, well within reach. The surrounding spirit-severing experts, as well as the other observing cultivators, were watching closely as Patriarch Huyen seemed about to lay his hand onto the snake bone whip. There were many who had already guessed what Meng Hao was trying to do. Some still hadn't figured it out and were slightly confused. It was in this exact moment that Meng Hao suddenly opened his mouth. A black light flew out at incredible speed, kicking up a powerful wind. The black light immediately transformed into a black-colored wheel. This was the Wheel of Time. At the same time, Meng Hao's wooden time swords appeared and began to rotate around the wheel. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the Wheel of Time began to spin. Instantly, the power of time reversal erupted out. A tremor ran through Patriarch Huyen's mind. His face twisted, and he was about to struggle against it when suddenly his body, completely beyond his own control, began to move backward. It was as if time were reversing. Even as Patriarch Huyen fought back against the power, Meng Hao once again used his demon sealing powers, injuring himself in the process. Bang! Patriarch Huyen's body trembled as he suddenly lost his cultivation base. It was only for a moment, but that, combined with the time reversal, pushed him half a meter away from the snake bone whip. As for Meng Hao, he transformed into a green smoke. Coughing up blood the whole time, he appeared in front of the snake bone whip. Eyes filled with determination, he reached out and grabbed it. "How dare you!" roared Patriarch Huyen. His body flickered as he shook off the power of the time reversal and then shattered Meng Hao's 8th demon sealing hex. Patriarch Huyen's eyes were filled with scorn. He actually wasn't worried about the snake bone whip being taken away. It had been refined from a bloodline ancestor of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe. Other than people of that particular bloodline, no one could use it. Even back in the time before the Heavenly Pursuit tribe had been eradicated, Patriarch Huyen would still have been the only one qualified to activate the bloodline power to use the precious treasure. There was no need to even mention the current circumstances. Therefore, Patriarch Huyen wasn't anxious at all. In fact, he acted a bit playfully, ignoring the snake bone whip and instead raising his right hand to summon a divine ability, which then shot directly toward Meng Hao. Backlash from the Wheel of Time and the 8th hex slammed into Meng Hao, causing blood to spray from his mouth. His face was pale as his blood immortal spirit severing state vanished. The blood-colored mask fell off of his face, and the weakened mastiff appeared. Meng Hao's cultivation base dropped from spirit severing back into the 7th anima. However, the expression of determination and resolve on his face did not lessen, but rather grew more intense. He closed in on the snake bone whip and then grabbed it, the first person to have ever done so. The instant he touched it, his heart trembled. An intense tremor ran through his body, the source being the snake bone whip. Having examined him and found that he didn't possess the requisite bloodline to control it, it seemed to feel as if it were tainted. The entire whip filled with a shocking, explosive power of destruction. "Looking to kill yourself, huh?" said Patriarch Huyen, his scorn deepening. His divine ability spread out, clearly on the verge of slamming into Meng Hao. The surrounding spirit-severing experts were all confused. When the cultivators observing throughout the Black Lands saw what was happening, expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces. What is he doing? Thought Duolan. Why would he possibly decide to do that? Zhou Dikun was growing increasingly nervous and was almost unable to restrain himself from shouting out. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? How could you be so insensible? Of what use is that whip to you? Su Bai's eyes were wide and Chun Mo's pupils constricted. They exchanged a glance and could instantly see the confusion in each other's eyes. From what I know of him, said Su Bai in a resolute voice that could sever nails and chop iron, he never takes action unless he's confident of success. A tremor ran through Chun Mo's heart. Don't tell me. He actually has a way to use the heavenly pursuit snake-bone whip? Such a possibility seemed inconceivable. Even if he does, how could he possibly evade Patriarch Huyen's current deadly counterattack? Even as everyone was shocked, even as the backlash from the snake-bone whip surged, even as Patriarch Huyen's divine ability closed in, Meng Hao suddenly slapped his bag of holding to produce his demon spirit. He violently crushed it, causing the demon spirit to explode into innumerable dots of glittering light that spread out to cover his body. As for the parrot and meat jelly, they had disappeared into the copper mirror as soon as the fight began, so the light also covered them as well. It spread out to the mastiff too, and they all began to turn transparent. The backlash from the snake-bone whip pierced through the air, passing completely through Meng Hao. Patriarch Huyen's divine ability actually reached him, but by that time he was illusory, so it passed directly through. The surrounding streams of spirit severing divine sense were thoroughly shaken. They watched as Meng Hao rapidly vanished, along with the Heavenly Pursuit tribe's precious treasure. The experts from the other Black Lands tribes who were watching on various screens all gasped. Strange light shone from their eyes. All of a sudden, they were struck even more deeply than before by Meng Hao's methods. So that was his plan, said Chen Mo, his eyes narrowing. Inwardly, he had to admit that Meng Hao's tactics were excellently planned. Su Bai said nothing, but inwardly he mused. Maybe he simply wanted the whip, or, more likely, since he knew the battle was about to end, he took it as a means of ensuring the safety of the Golden Crow tribe. Zhou Dikun breathed a sigh of relief. As for Zhao Feng of the Great Cloud Sky tribe, he was mentally shaken and his expression flickered. He looked down at his bag of holding as his own demon spirit flew out. It transformed into dots of flickering light which began to surround his body. A demon spirit also flew out in front of Duolan. The glittering lights slowly spread out over her body, causing her to fade away. The power of teleportation emanated out all around her. Meanwhile, back where Meng Hao and Patriarch Huyen were fighting, as Meng Hao slowly disappeared, he looked at Patriarch Huyen and calmly said, Patriarch Huyen, it would be impolite of me to refuse your gift. You also have a demon spirit. I'll be waiting for you in the primordial demon immortal plane to continue our battle. Patriarch Huyen glared at him with bloodshot eyes. His desire to kill grew even more intense. The Heavenly Pursuit snake-bone whip was a precious treasure of the Heavenly Pursuit tribe, and had been intended as a trump card for use in the primordial demon immortal plane. In fact, one of his main goals in the primordial demon immortal plane had been to find a similar article that could be used alongside the whip. Together, those two items would help him to begin looking for clues regarding his second severing. By now, Patriarch Huyen's fury was at a pinnacle, and his hatred had seeped into his bones. Not only had Meng Hao stolen the Wheel of Time from his clone, but had also stolen this precious treasure from his true self. For these things to happen to a spirit-severing cultivator, and in front of all those other cultivators from the Black Lands, was a galling shame and a deep humiliation. He suppressed his rage and coldly said, Taking my treasure? I'll eradicate your Golden Crow tribe. Too late, replied Meng Hao coolly. Patriarch Huyen's face flickered as, of its own volition, his demon spirit flew out of his bag of holding, radiating rapid pulses of light. It transformed into countless dots of glittering light which enveloped Patriarch Huyen and caused him to begin to fade away. By the way, continued Meng Hao, contact with the demon spirit makes the teleportation power activate faster. Patriarch Huyen breathed in deeply, his expression calm as he stared deeply at Meng Hao. Without another word, his body flickered as more power of teleportation surged. Then, in the blink of an eye, he activated the teleportation, transforming into a beam of light that shot upward and then disappeared amidst a surge of teleportation ripples that spread out in all directions. The look he gave Meng Hao before disappearing caused Meng Hao's brow to furrow. It was at this point that a voice transmitted by divine will could be heard in Meng Hao's mind. It came from the direction of the streams of spirit severing divine sense, and belonged to none other than the red-robed boy from the Great Cloud Sky tribe. Fellow Taoist Meng, please proceed without worry. I will watch over the Golden Crow tribe for the time being. By this point, Meng Hao's body was more than half faded. He was unable to control the speed with which he moved upward, so he was forced to look down toward the collection of spirit-severing divine sense streams. I've grown old, said the voice, and I've long since given up on the thought of performing my second severing. I just hope that the Great Cloud Sky tribe will continue on as long as I live, and that I will have the chance to see someone else reach the second severing. I'll help you by taking care of the Golden Crow tribe. With me around, no one will dare to provoke them. However, you must promise me that while you are in the primordial demon immortal plane, you will take care of my holy son Zhao Feng. Meng Hao was silent for a moment. Then, just before rocketing up into the heavens, he responded via divine will. I will take no responsibility for his death if the situation exceeds my capabilities. Just take care of him as best you can, responded the red-robed boy, his tone casual. I trust that you will keep your word. Meng Hao didn't respond. He would by no means refuse such an offer. A rumbling sound could be heard as he was propelled up at high speed into the boundless sky. In the last moment before he disappeared, he looked back down at the lands beneath. He could see the black lands, including the area occupied by the Golden Crow tribe. At the same time, he could also see 4 bright beams of light shooting up into the air at high speed. One of those beams of light contained Zhao Feng of the Great Cloud Sky tribe. Another was Duo Lan of the Demon Butterfly tribe, with whom Meng Hao was somewhat familiar. The third was an old man. There didn't seem to be anything special about the old man. But, shockingly, he was of the spirit-severing stage. Strangest of all, he was not flying up from the Black Lands, but rather, a position in the southern domain where it bordered the Black Lands. The 4th beam of light came up from some distance away in the western desert Violet Sea. Meng Hao couldn't see who was inside, but in his estimation, it was most likely Xianxia. He looked away. It was at this moment, just before he disappeared, that a tremor ran through his mind as he looked toward the southern domain. From that direction, Meng Hao could see a 5th beam of light. However, it was so far away that he was unable to see clearly who was inside. However, he had the faint sense that there was not just one beam of teleportation light rising up from the southern domain. There were more. I wonder who from the southern domain will be going to the primordial demon immortal plane. Meng Hao was curious, even excited at the prospect of encountering some of his old friends. It was at this moment that he completely vanished. Although Meng Hao couldn't sense it, people were teleporting from more regions than just the southern domain and the Black Lands. In the vast eastern lands, beams of light were also visible shooting up into the sky. 3 came from the Fang clan. In the beams of light shooting up from the Fang clan were 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was none other than the one who had left a deep impression on Meng Hao. It was violent-tempered, overbearing, Fang Yu. In the Ji clan ancestral mansion, an illusory youth stood atop the highest point of the main temple, looking down at a group of 9 people, 5 men and 4 women, all of whom wore expressions of deep respect. A sparkling demon spirit glow was currently beginning to surround them. The power of teleportation rumbled loudly, but the gaze of the illusory youth prevented them from moving upward even a bit. The primordial demon immortal plane opens once every 1,000 years, he said. Because of the western desert Violet Sea, only cultivators from the lands of South Heaven can participate, not anyone from the other 3 planets. The opening of this ancient plane also indicates that the millennial struggle for immortality has begun. According to the rules of the 9th mountain and sea, on each planet, every 1,000 years, one person is permitted to achieve immortal ascension. When the struggle for immortality begins, the immortality bestowal dais will slowly awaken. It will automatically suppress the various Tao-seeking experts, using the threat of death to prevent them from engaging in battle for the path to immortality. Of course, there are always bound to be fish who slip through the net, people who risk their lives to fight for their goal. Although the path to immortality exists in front of all of you, you will face opponents. Those opponents are not just fellow cultivators of your own generation. There will also be members of the older generation, spirit-severing and Tao-seeking experts. All of them wish to tread the path of immortal ascension during these 1,000 years. The coming millennium will be very interesting. Many people will fight. All will fail except for one. That one person will achieve immortal ascension. Those who gain fortune in the primordial demon immortal plane will be a step ahead of the others on the path to immortality. It is my hope that during this 1,000 years, the person to achieve immortal ascension will be from the G clan. With that, the youth waved his hands. The bodies of the 9 others trembled as power of teleportation exploded out, and they surged up into the sky. All of the members of the G clan who were on their way to the primordial demon immortal plane were chosen. However, these were not clan members like the one Meng Hao had killed that year of the quasi-array. Rather, these were full array chosen. Teleportation beams could also be seen above the northern desert. Obviously, the opening of the primordial demon immortal plane was not exclusive to the western desert. It was a matter of extreme importance to all the lands of South Heaven. It was a grand gathering of chosen from the southern domain, western desert, eastern lands, and northern reaches. This indicated that, as of this moment, the path to immortality had opened. Multiple beams of teleportation light shot up from the great lands of South Heaven, causing ripples to spread about in all directions. The sky trembled. Light of teleportation spread out, filling the firmament with brightness and causing the clouds to churn. For 3 full days in South Heaven, there was no night. For 3 days in the southern domain, black lands, northern reaches, and eastern lands, even in the Milky Way Sea, patriarchs in various sects and clans all looked up into the sky. All of them knew full well that, as of this moment, the path of the struggle for immortality had fully opened. After the 3 bright days passed with no night, many people could sense that the spiritual energy in the lands of South Heaven was suddenly stronger. With the exception of the western desert, the spiritual energy in almost all locations increased by triple. There were even some places which experienced an explosive 10-fold increase in spiritual energy, and other extremely special locations where the increase approached the level of being terrifying. The lands of South Heaven were now vastly different than they had been before. The strength of the spiritual energy made cultivation easier. In fact, throughout the land, more than 100 spirit springs were restored from states of being dried up to that of explosive abundance. The strengthening of spiritual energy wasn't the only thing that happened. The natural law of heaven and earth seemed to have been diluted to the point where it almost seemed as if it could be rewritten. Although reaching such enlightenment would be very difficult for cultivators, the change made it so that it was easier to personally brand such shapeless laws. Most shocking of all was that when the night returned, the starry sky up above had changed slightly. Stars were in different positions, almost as if the starfield up above was a different one than before. When people looked up at it, they had the feeling they were back in ancient times. This was the true starry sky, and its appearance seemed to indicate that some sort of seal had been removed. As of now, immortals could appear in the lands of South Heaven. All of these various changes caused a huge stir among the cultivators of South Heaven. Most of them were either confused or pleasantly surprised. It was only in the eyes of some of the most powerful of experts that intense stubbornness suddenly shone forth. It was important to them, too, that this path to the struggle for immortality had opened. All of them had lived longer than 1,000 years, and had experienced the previous struggle for immortality 1,000 years ago. After failing, they had no choice but to continue to wait until this day. There were even some among them who had lived, not for 1,000 years, but for thousands. Those people weren't anxious. Having lived for so long, they knew that after the path to the struggle for immortality opened, the natural laws of heaven and earth would only continue to grow weaker as the end neared. Immortals would appear, and chances of success would grow greater. Therefore, although they were filled with expectation, they were not anxious. The great lands of South Heaven were thoroughly shaken. While all those things were happening down below, up in the boundless starry sky was a great river. The river was composed of innumerable, resplendent stars that surged through the sky. The stars that made up this great river were actually made up of uncountable motes and fragments. Within those motes and fragments were an assortment of a few dozen who were cultivators being teleported from the lands of South Heaven. Meng Hao was one of them. However, his eyes were closed, and he wasn't moving. All of the other people in the River of Stars were in exactly the same state. None of them could see each other, and therefore didn't know who exactly made up the group that would enter the primordial demon immortal plane. An unknown period of time passed. The starry sky was calm and quiet. There was no aura, only the flowing river of stars. The group of people left planet South Heaven and gradually grew near to a place where Meng Hao had been before, the Bridge of Immortal treading. This collapsed bridge of immortality hung there among the stars just as it always had. It did nothing as the river of stars neared it, then began to pass it by. However, as the river of stars passed, suddenly countless dots of light appeared on the surface of the Bridge of Immortality. They spread out throughout all the areas of the bridge, growing thick and dense, seemingly without end. However, their flickering seemed to be in accord with some pattern. Somewhere deep within the Bridge of Immortality, on a chunk of broken rock that no one could see, were two particular shining lights among the masses of others that bore the semblance of eyes. Imagine that you could solidify all of this into a physical picture, and then zoom in on the Bridge of Immortality. What you would notice is that the vast chunks of rock were actually something like continents or land masses. If you zoomed in again, then you would see that in the very center of it all was a mountain. On top of that mountain were two dots of light that looked almost like electricity. Shockingly, they were two people, a man and a woman. The man was scholarly and refined. He wore a green robe and his expression was, for the most part, indifferent and blank, although it would occasionally shine with clarity of mind. The woman stood with her arms wrapped around the man. The blankness in her eyes was occasionally dispelled by a faint smile. This man was none other than Han Shan, reborn demon emperor Han Shan. In this moment, his eyes suddenly became clear. He looked up into the sky, and apparently, could see that within the river of stars drifting past, among all the countless fragments of light that it contained, was a familiar face. "So we meet again," he said, his voice both light and hoarse. "Ah, karma." Although there was no loneliness to him anymore, he was just as bleak and desolate as before. Yet, when he looked down at the woman next to him, the bleakness would transform into tenderness and a lack of regret. Han Shan lifted up his right hand and waved it toward the sky above. Instantly, all of the bridge slaves in the entire Bridge of Immortality lifted their heads up and roared a soundless roar. No outsider could hear the sound of their roars. Nonetheless, the sound shaped together into something completely shocking. It shot out from the realm of the bridge ruins, out of the Bridge of Immortality, and up toward the River of Stars. It pierced into the river, shooting through the countless fragments of light and motes of dust until it found Meng Hao. "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" The roaring of the innumerable bridge slaves echoed about in Meng Hao's mind, transforming into thunderous roar capable of splitting heaven and earth. It filled his mind, his heart, to the point of explosion. The explosion originated in the sound created by the countless bridge slaves. It transformed into vast amounts of sharp thorns that pierced all of Meng Hao's body. The provocation filled his brain and caused tremors to run through his body. After 8 such tremors, Meng Hao's eyes suddenly snapped open. At first, his eyes were lit with confusion. The voices of the bridge slaves had been cut off without a trace. As of this moment, Meng Hao was the only person who was awake within the River of Stars. He looked around in confusion for the space of 3 breaths before his gaze shone with clarity. In the moment he gained clarity, Meng Hao realized that he couldn't move. It was as if he had been awakened with only enough power to open his eyes. His divine sense was being suppressed intensely and was restricted to a space about 30 meters. Even paralyzed, he could still see the stars and the countless fragments of light and dust speeding along. Then he noticed someone off in the distance, floating there with his eyes closed. It was none other than Zhao Feng, who the spirit-severing patriarch of the great cloud sky tribe had entrusted him with protecting. Am I the only one awake? But why? Meng Hao suddenly caught sight of the Bridge of Immortality. When that happened, the image of Han Shan suddenly flashed through his mind. Meanwhile, back on the Bridge of Immortality, the countless dots of light were beginning to fade away. The lights that represented Han Shan and his wife gradually disappeared. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed with understanding as he realized that the reason he had awoken was most likely because of Han Shan. Although he couldn't be absolutely certain what had led to this state of clarity, Meng Hao couldn't help but ponder how it might be useful to him in the primordial demon immortal plane. In any case, there couldn't be a downside. In fact, now that he was clear-headed, he was sure that there must be a way to use this opportunity to get an advantage. If I can seize some unique opportunity, I might be able to get ahead. Perhaps this simple awakening of mind would have a big influence on other matters. Meng Hao's eyes gleamed as the river of stars passed the Bridge of Immortality and then shot out into the star-studded sky behind it. As it passed into this region of the starry sky, an intense roaring sound echoed out. Meng Hao's body shook, completely beyond his control, and the entire river of stars trembled. He slammed into countless motes of dust, although none of them harmed him in the slightest. Ignoring the fact that he couldn't control his own body, Meng Hao fixed his eyes up ahead. He could just barely make out what was happening. Apparently, as it entered this particular area, the river of stars had slammed into an invisible barrier, causing everything to shake as if it were sustaining an attack. At the same time, Meng Hao could sense that the river of stars had actually slammed through the barrier, almost as if it had entered into another world. When that happened, Meng Hao noticed that all of the dust motes around him suddenly stopped moving. Even he was suddenly motionless. Outside of the river of stars, a variety of bright colors could be seen shining. What was strangest of all to him, while he was stuck in this state of motionlessness, a woman had appeared off to the right, although he had no idea when exactly it had happened. She wore a long blue gown and was quite pretty. Her eyes were closed, and her features were so delicate it seemed as if a gentle breeze could shatter her. In addition, she seemed to be filled with a certain coldness. This woman was unfamiliar. Meng Hao looked at her for a moment, then glanced away toward the colorful lights outside. Time passed. The river of stars was motionless, and yet somehow, Meng Hao felt the sensation of movement. He pondered this point for a while as he looked around at this world of silence. After a bit of time passed, he suddenly came to an understanding. The river of stars wasn't moving. What was moving was time. Time was moving, not forward but rather in reverse. Time was moving backward. This discovery caused Meng Hao's mind to tremble. As he looked at the brightly colored lights, he suddenly had the intense premonition that if he could gain enlightenment regarding this strange place, he would have a much more profound understanding of time, as well as matters relating to the usage and branding of time treasures. He also knew that such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. After much time passed, Meng Hao's mind grew blank as he immersed himself in enlightenment regarding the reversal of time. By combining this new information with what he had observed regarding the changes to time in the realm of the bridge ruins, his understanding grew deeper. Suddenly, the river of stars shook again. Again it felt as if it had struck up against some invisible obstacle. After passing through, Meng Hao suddenly caught sight of a shocking world. In the same instant in which he caught sight of the world, all the dust motes and fragments of light within the river of stars trembled. The movement suddenly caused the closed-eyed woman off to the right to bump into Meng Hao. Meng Hao's head, his face, was suddenly touching something very soft. A delicate aroma washed over his face. Meng Hao felt a bit awkward. However, the matter was completely out of his control. The woman had floated over and bumped into him, and there was nothing he could do about it. Most vile of all was that she was blocking his view. Now, he couldn't see even a bit of the world outside. She smelled wonderful, and her body was supple and lithe. Meng Hao's face slowly pressed down into softness, which almost completely buried him. His eyes went wide as he realized that, just barely visible when he looked down, was an exquisite sight that he rarely had a chance to gaze upon. And yet, the only thing that existed in Meng Hao's mind was fury. What he wanted to look at was not this woman, but the world behind her. Being able to observe that world ahead of time was the entire source of his advantage. However, as of this moment, his advantage was being ruined. This is ridiculous, Meng Hao grumbled to himself. Then, he took a deep breath of the wonderful fragrance surrounding his face. Extremely ridiculous. He wanted to lift his head up, but was incapable of moving his body at all. All he could do was breathe in that fragrant aroma. Meng Hao now existed in a world, not of a starry sky, but of this delicate fragrance that, regardless of whether he wanted it to or not, was permeating deep into his soul. Meng Hao had no other option than to do his best to commit to memory the image of the outside world that he had seen briefly. Gradually, a picture appeared within his mind. The picture was all based on his memories. It depicted a mountain range that stretched farther than the eye could see. Mountains rose and fell, actually growing taller in height as they stretched off into the distance. It seemed as if this mountain range was actually an entire world. If he remembered correctly, there were actually 7 mountain peaks. The last of them seemed high enough to connect heaven and earth. The tallest mountains Meng Hao had ever seen in the lands of South Heaven were tens of thousands of meters high. However, even the smallest of these 7 mountain peaks were so much grander that the two things could not be compared. Cultivators could be seen on the mountains. They looked as small as ants. Between each of the 7 mountain peaks stretched staircases that connected the countless luxuriously decorated buildings. Innumerable pagodas and temples could be seen. All of it was filled with a deeply archaic atmosphere. It was completely silent, deathly still, as if it was a tomb. There was no life. This was the image that floated in Meng Hao's mind, based on his single glance. This was his opportunity. Even as he grumbled, the river of stars once again trembled. The trembling caused Meng Hao to suddenly regain some control over his body. His heart filling with joy, Meng Hao used his head to push against the softness in front of him. What ended up happening was that his face merely sank further into the softness. However, the softness seemed to have a shocking bounciness, causing the woman to finally move away from him. It was hard to tell whether it was because of the force of Meng Hao's action or the shocking bounciness. But the woman seemed to frown as if in pain. Meng Hao cleared his throat and then quickly looked out at the outside world. Ancient mountains rose and fell. Mountain peaks stretched up loftily. The image of the 7 mountains was not very much different than what had existed in his memory. Meng Hao looked out again, and this time, he noticed that there was not a scrap of vegetation in the entire mountain range. They were completely bare, and emanated a strong aura of death that pervaded all of the mountains. Everything was in ruins. Buildings were collapsed. The elegant structures were decrepit. There were no weeds present. Clearly, the passage of time ensured that they turned into nothing more than dust, along with all other life. The entire place was in complete ruins. The ruins of a sect. The sight of it caused Meng Hao to take a deep breath. It took some effort, but he managed to lift his head, whereupon he noticed that, carved onto the first mountain were 3 characters. These 3 characters were red, as if they had literally been painted with blood. Demon Immortal Sect. The moment Meng Hao saw those characters, his heart and mind trembled. Although he had long since speculated regarding the final destination, he could now be certain. This place was the Demon Immortal Sect, or, more accurately speaking, the ancient Demon Immortal Sect. And this place was naturally the primordial Demon Immortal Plane. A whole sect. An entire world. Unfortunately, the sect had been completely destroyed. This once majestic sect of the 9th mountain and sea had long since disappeared into the river of history, a sect that at one time had been occupied by more than 1 million disciples. Meng Hao began to pant as he noticed that atop the first mountain peak could be seen the corpse of a flying rain dragon. However, this dragon was far, far bigger than the one he had seen back in the Reliance sect. It was nearly 10,000 meters in length and was incomparably shocking in appearance. Meng Hao had a special affinity for flying rain dragons. As he looked at this one, he felt somewhat at a loss for a moment before recovering and looking at the second mountain peak. When he looked at the second peak, his mind trembled, and he once again began to breathe heavily. Earlier, when he had glanced over the mountain peaks, he hadn't studied them carefully. Now, he noticed that there was an enormous corpse on this mountain as well. This corpse was human-shaped. However, its frame was enormous, and on its back were wings. It was impossible to see what color the wings were, because the corpse was directly facing Meng Hao. The facial features of the corpse were not clear. However, in that instant, the image of the black bat suddenly rose up in Meng Hao's mind. On the third mountain peak were 3 corpses, which for some reason seemed familiar to Meng Hao. Suddenly, his mind reeled. These corpses were half human and half beast, and looked exactly like the creature he had taken the third wooden sword from in the Golden Crow Holy Land. On the fourth mountain peak was an enormous dragon, fully 30,000 meters long. The dragon was nothing more than a corpse, but it was still thoroughly shocking. Dragons were legendary creatures, even in the cultivation world. Meng Hao had seen them in the form of magical techniques or divine abilities. However, as for an actual dragon, he had never seen one with his own eyes. The fifth mountain peak was quite a distance away from Meng Hao, so he couldn't clearly see the corpse which lay atop it. However, the shock he felt even from just seeing the first 4 mountains was completely and utterly unprecedented. He suddenly had the feeling that he had some very strong connections to this primordial demon immortal plane. 3 wooden swords. Don't tell me. They all came from here. Having seen this enormous demon immortal sect, Meng Hao could only imagine how intrepid it must have been in ancient times. Even as his heart and mind trembled, his pupils suddenly constricted. That was because he had just caught sight of a person on the 4th mountain. It was a middle-aged man whose back was turned to Meng Hao. He seemed to be filled with infinite ancientness, as well as deep loneliness. Meng Hao was sure that the man was standing there on the peak of the 4th mountain. But when he blinked, the man was gone. This caused Meng Hao's eyes to glow brightly. Suddenly, this once intrepid demon immortal sect, which was now nothing more than ruins, began to grow blurry. It was as if a vast mist had begun to cover over the entire world. Even Meng Hao and the River of Stars also began to grow blurry. Meng Hao's heart began to pound. He now had the feeling that the most critical point in the journey to the primordial demon immortal plane had arrived. His eyes were fixed on the world up ahead as he rotated his cultivation base. However, everything was just as blurry as before. Meng Hao clenched his jaw as he then employed the celestial vision technique that the parrot had taught him. Suddenly, he could see. What he saw caused his mind to be filled with shock. What existed beyond the blurriness was still the demon immortal sect. However, it was no longer in ruins, but rather bustling with activity. Countless figures could be seen flying back and forth within the mountains. There were innumerable cultivators practicing cultivation on the mountains, and the glow of magical techniques spread out in all directions. In the azure sky, countless elegant immortal beasts could be seen flying about. The flying rain dragon on the first peak lifted its head up and roared. It suddenly moved, causing a huge gale-force wind to spring up. However, to this flying rain dragon, all it had done was stretch its neck. When he saw the second mountain peak, Meng Hao had thought of the black bat. Sure enough, there was an enormous black-colored bat there now. It was shocking in appearance, and emanated an intense aura. As soon as Meng Hao saw it, he was shaken to the core. The entire world, the entire sect, contained not even a scrap of an aura of death. Everything was bursting with life. Off on the 5th mountain, voices rose and fell, as if sermons were being given regarding scriptures. A bridge-like rainbow spanned the sky, glowing radiantly. People sat cross-legged in all locations, listening to scriptures being recited or gaining enlightenment of the Tao. These cultivators all had different appearances. Some were people, but others were demons. Even as Meng Hao reeled with shock, he suddenly looked over at the fourth mountain peak. Yet again he saw the same man, standing with his back toward him. He radiated ancientness, and caused Meng Hao to begin to breathe heavily. It seemed almost as if the man could sense Meng Hao looking at him. He slowly turned to look at Meng Hao. He couldn't clearly see what the man looked like, but Meng Hao's brain filled with roaring nonetheless. Suddenly, the world he was looking at began to shatter, layer by layer, quickly vanished, like smoke into thin air. Instead of the flourishing sect of ancient times, everything was now wreckage and ruins. At the same time, the river of stars flowed toward the ruins of the ancient demon Immortal sect. As it swept across the ruins, all of the dust motes spread out and then began to descend down onto the enormous sect. Meng Hao was among the falling dots, as were the several dozen cultivators from the great lands of South Heaven. All of them were scattered into different locations. Meng Hao, of course, was the only one among their number who was awake. His mind spun as his body, completely out of his own control, shot down toward the ruins at incredible speed. The mountains in front of him grew larger and larger. An aura of death and rot blasted against his face, and then he was shooting toward the second mountain peak. A roaring sound could then be heard, and it was in this instant that Meng Hao suddenly regained control of this body. The power of his cultivation base exploded out, and he lifted up his right hand. He landed onto the ground on one knee. Dust shot away from him in all directions, and his hair whipped about. When he looked up, his eyes were gleaming.